We are starting. Hell yeah, let's go. We are beginning. It begins. It begins. Why does it do the wrong picture? Why? I want to know why. Like I click it and it's clearly the wrong thumbnail. I set the proper thumbnail. I told the video, hey, here's the thumbnail. Do this thumbnail. Thank you. Do this thumbnail. And then it goes, okay, I got the changes. Changes made. And then it proceeds to not do the thumbnail that I very 100% definitely selected. I don't understand it. Let me just make sure. Okay, thumbnail is in fact selected. Fabulous. Great. Good news. Oh boy. Let's copy the link address for that, I guess. Let everybody know. Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta like take calls and stuff. I'm so sorry. Hold on. Where's my video? Copy that. Hold on. Looking very sharp today? Oh my god, I look like crap. What do you mean I look sharp? Ugh. I look like shit. I've been drinking the past 2 days. Ugh. I look like crap. All right. Why don't we check out some news? Zelensky says that he will meet with Trump in Florida on Sunday for talks on Ukraine security guarantees. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky plans to meet with the U.S. President Donald Trump in Florida for talks on Ukraine security guarantees this weekend. I hate the fact that Donald Trump, his house is in my state. Can I just... I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Zelensky announced the meeting on social media, stating, "We are not losing a single day," emphasizing the urgency of the negotiations. The meeting follows discussed between Russian negotiators and U.S. officials about a peace plan. BRB Bathroom says, crap can look sharp. Mythbusters polished a turd. All right. Glad to know. Thank you. Thank you for that. Oh boy. Just woke up. I just woke up. Zelensky expects the discussions to focus on U.S. brokered 20-point peace plan and security. Yeah, isn't there like a discussion over like the land? Bobro says, bro, what's up? How you doing, Bobro? How's it going? Yeah, I thought like as a part of like the problem of the 20-point peace plan is that there's clear disagreement on who gets what land. I don't. What would they hope to accomplish without Putin? Like without Putin's involvement? $20-point peace plan. Do you guys think it would work? I hope it would work. I would rather things go back to a level of peace, you know? Let's see. BRB Bathroom says, Bo, inside voice. Please. Some of us are hungover. That's very true. I'm a little hungover. I'm sorry. I'm drinking my coffee. China issues draft rules to regulate AI. Based China. Wait, based China. That is a great idea. Now the question is, how are they going to regulate it? Bobo says, good, found some mice in our home, but all we had was the kill traps, which is sad. Dang. Azov says it wouldn't. It's just peace by capitulation. Yeah. I mean, it depends on how the land is allocated, I guess. I personally think that we shouldn't even give a frickin' inch of land to Putin. Zero. Like, unironically, just, like, kick him the fuck out. But that's probably not going to happen realistically. China issues draft rules to regulate AI. China's cyberspace regulator released draft rules this weekend requiring AI companion platforms to monitor users' emotional states. I don't like that. That's not what I was concerned about. Issue warnings every 2 hours and intervene when addiction or extreme emotions appear. Providers must conduct security assessments reporting to provincial authorities at 1 million users and assume safety responsibility across the product lifecycle, including algorithm review and data protection. This is the most China way to deal with something. Remember when I said that this was based? This is not based. Why did I assume that China would be like, yeah, maybe not try to, create a knowledge singularity that is more intelligent than us? Maybe have regulations for that. Maybe we should not allow that, because we're kind of like racing to that, and it's not a good look. So rather than being concerned with that, they're just like, hey, monitor everybody's emotional states. Give us warnings every 2 hours. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, that's terrifying. I hate that. Considering like people are using AI for like their most deepest, darkest secrets. CCP daddy is checking up on your stuff here, at least in China's cyberspace. With China's AI user base doubling to 515 million in 6 months and studies showing 45.8% of university students using chatbots exhibit higher depression levels. These rules would create the world's most prescriptive framework for the AI companions. AI companions terrifies me. It's not a companion. Why would it be a companion? It's AI. It's a robot. It doesn't think or care about you. Why do people treat it like, oh, this thing's like my friend? The regulations shift responsibility to companies and follow California's similar law, signaling a global reckoning as governments move to protect hundreds of millions of users from psychological harm and addiction. Speaking of addiction, in terms of AI, my mom is freaking addicted. She has been solving all of her life problems using entirely AI. It's insane. I'm like, Mom, please consult experts, please, before. And she's like running off, just using AI, going crazy with her stuff. And weirdly enough, it's actually getting results. But at the same time, I'm like, is this, I don't know if this is healthy. Common ground, regulatory momentum. Sources across outlets recognize that both China and California are moving simultaneously to regulate AI companions, signaling that concerns about psychological harm and addiction have reached a critical threshold across different political systems. I agree. Toasty Maine is laughing. Are you laughing at my mom? Good morning. Good morning. Cheers. I don't know why I said cheers. This is coffee. This is just coffee. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Common ground. Enforcement complexity. Multiple sources acknowledge that significant technical and practical challenges in implementing these rules, particularly the difficulty of reliably detecting emotional states, defining excessive use, and balancing user protection with innovation. Industry accountable shift. There is a consensus that these regulations fundamentally shift responsibility onto AI companies to monitor users and intervene, marking a departure from earlier content-focused AI regulation and signaling the end of an unregulated era for AI companions. Can we stop? I don't want to call them AI companions. It's not a companion. All it is just like a freaking neural algorithm that's just like grabbing data from sources that like would make it coherent sense. But it doesn't care about you or think about you or know your emotional states. It just says it does. Dude, go outside. Dude, by the way, if you have an AI companion, go touch grass. Like, unironically, like remove your phone, disconnect that, and just go touch grass. Seriously, you need to touch grass. Like, you have an AI companion. Captain Grips on my channel saying, loser, go home. Too bad. I'm already home. What? Where the fuck do you think I am? You think I'm in a field somewhere? Maybe I'm in like a studio. Maybe one day I can get a studio where it's like, I like drive to the studio, I turn on the lights, and there's like an already set up thing. You know? BRB Bathroom says, AI is a pretend friend, milking your data. Sure, it can provide answers, but it's also collecting. Yeah, like it's weird. Why? There is no AI companion. Stop calling it that. It's not a companion. AI, what do you think of me? It doesn't think. There's no thinking. It doesn't feel. It doesn't have any of those things. It just pretends to have those things. So that way you like tell it your deepest, darkest secrets. Bruh. Please. We have to go, chat, we have to go back. We have to go back. We can't call AI companions. Also, China's like, hey, let's monitor everybody every 2 hours. And intervene. Reed Foster 9766 says, yo, hello, everybody. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. We are taking calls. The calls are live. The phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion? We can do so. Let's see what else we have. China's issues to draft rules to regulate AI. I'm not against drafting rules to regulate AI, just not in that what they're doing. All right, 4 injured in U.S. San Jose shooting. Apparently, this story is overwhelmingly reported by the left wing. On Friday, 4 adults were shot early morning on the 800 block of South 1st Street, south of downtown San Jose. San Jose Police Department arrived at about 3:43 a.m. Officials declined to release a motive or identities. The police did not specify which business the shooting occurred at in the 800 block South 1st Street. South 1st Street was closed between Martha and Virginia Streets, and authorities urged local commuters and the public to avoid the area and use alternate routes, police investigators said Friday morning. All 4 victims were taken to the local hospitals for treatment. Police said that their conditions were not immediately released. The investigation is ongoing and police remain on scene, with more information expected to be released to the public later Friday. Any pictures? Sorry. It's probably not the response I should have. I should be sad, but I'll be honest. I am so, disillusioned by how in the United States we just do absolutely nothing about guns or mental health care. A really dangerous combination, mind you. That we're going to just, have mental health. We want to take care of mental health, but we do nothing about it. And also everybody should own a gun. What are you expecting? What do you think the outcome of this is? Hey, everybody, let's close down all the mental asylums. Oh, here's a bunch of guns. 'Cause NRA, I guess. Oh, now there's a lot of shooters everywhere. I can't imagine why. Why would there be shooters? Bruh. All right. Fire in Old Portland, Maine damages its historic waterfront and sinks at least 1 boat. Text to picture ratio is important. It's funny. On Friday, a 3-alarm fire tore through Customs House Wharf in Portland, Maine, starting around 5:30 p.m., damaging multiple Old Port waterfront businesses and sinking at least 1 boat. Bitter cold and frozen hydrants forced crews to use fireboats drawing water from the harbor, and officials say the building's age and wooden construction helped the fire spread rapidly, while the Office of the State Fire Marshal investigates. Owners reported heavy losses to gears and tools, with 15 lobstermen losing traps worth about $200 each, and officials say maritime antiques, Nanook kayaks, and a repair shop were total losses. 2 firefighters sustained minor injuries without hospital transport. The Portland Fire Department posted an incident notification urging caution, and the Porthole Restaurant, Boone's Fish House and Oyster Room, Andy's Old Port Pub, and Solo Italiano closed Friday, while Harbor Fish Market stayed closed Saturday. Neighbors and businesses stepped up with meals, warm space, and other aid, while John Jabbar, owner of the Customs House Wharf and the Porthole Restaurant, plans to rebuild 4 destroyed businesses once investigators finish. By the way, if you guys are just joining in, welcome. I'm going to be reading the news for a little bit. I don't know, maybe playing a game. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion with a woke liberal? I'm right here. I'll hear you out. These small business owners will become uninsured after the ACA subsidies expire. Starting January, Eric and Lisa Franklin will become uninsured due to rising costs. with their premium increasing from $340 to $1,928 a month. Bro, $1,928 a month? I'd be like, dude, just kill me. That's more expensive than my mortgage. Why? Nearly half of adults in the individual health insurance market are affiliated with a small business reliant on the Affordable Care Act exchanges, according to the KFF. Without enhanced subsidies, premium payments for consumers earning above 400% of the federal poverty level are expected to increase by 114% on average next year. Kathy Meny expressed fear about potential bankruptcy as her family's Affordable Care Act premium will increase from $625 to nearly $2,670 a month. Bro, I would just say, yeah, I'm not paying for insurance. Where do I go to get care? I go to the urgent care. I am not paying this anymore. Fix the system. Fix it. We're not paying this. This is too much. $625 is too much. Are we going to do anything about this? What does Fox News say about this? Oh, God, dude. Can I just say, I hate. One thing I dislike about any website that I go to is if it starts playing a video in the corner. Bottom right-hand corner. Anytime it does that, I'm like, bruh. All right, here we go. Let's see.
Yet another government shutdown when Congress comes back to work in January. Also beginning in January, lawmakers get a chance to...
We got another freaking shutdown coming? What is going on with this player, Fox News? Fox News, what is going on with your player? What is this? BRB Bathroom says, we're owning the libs by paying $1,700 extra.
Figure out this healthcare premium circumstance.
The healthcare premium circumstance. I wonder who wanted to keep that. What is Fox News's answer? What are they feeding to like these idiot Republicans? Let's hear.
National correspondent Chad Pergram explains.
Lawmakers left Washington without fixing skyrocketing costs for some healthcare premiums as Obamacare subsidies expire.
We have constituents that are going to have their premiums go up. That doesn't help them. That's why I think that we need a temporary extension.
But some lawmakers believe Congress can address healthcare in 2026. It's an election year, and that could compel action.
They're never going down until you change the...
We're never going to change anything unless they vote for us. I mean, listen, this is coming from Fox News. The Republicans are comically evil at this point. And I don't like using the word evil because it kind of implies like a weird spiritual thing to it. But unironically, they're like, we like the suffering of people.
model.
Democrats withheld their votes for government funding unless Congress renewed expiring tax credits.
Still no solution. Were all of those tactics worth it?
Donald Trump and Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They made the decision to shut the government down.
But you don't have a
Why
resolution.
did they shut the government down? We've raised the issue of the Affordable Care Act tax credits.
Mind you, right? The Democrats are doing no better here. Let's just be honest. Like I'm a hardcore bona fide soy boy liberal, and they're sitting there capitulating. They capitulated to these Republicans back in, what was it? I think November, where the shutdown happened. And they were just like, they just caved. And so they basically just look like fucking idiots. And we're no closer in sight to any solution to this.
And Democrats aren't certain if they'll run the same political play on
Look
health
at this
care.
fucking, look at fucking Tweedledee and Tweedledum over here with a fucking, with Chuck Schumer. They're like dragging him out on a walker. Chuck Schumer is like 1,000. Why is Chuck Schumer still around? I'm so tired of hearing him, dude. I'm so tired of it. He is so disconnected from reality. It's insane.
As a January 30th spending deadline looms. That doesn't sound like you've arrived on a strategy for how to handle January 30th. So is that in play? Yes or no? The health care issue the same as it was in the government shutdown this fall?
I answered the question
But that doesn't sound clear, though.
The bottom line is very clear. You can't do it after January 1st. Once it expires, the toothpaste is out of the tube.
At least.
This is my party and I hate them. Guys, the toothpaste is out of the tube. We can't, there's nothing. We can't do anything. We're the Democrats. We do nothing. It kind of makes sense. Like, I get why, like, people vote Republican because they want some sort of change, except the only change that they get is just more human death and suffering for pretty much everybody. And that includes the Republican supporters, the Republican constituents. You heard it yourself, straight from Fox News. They were basically saying, hey, we're not going to do anything unless we get voted in. They're using it as a political cudgel. They're like, oh man, the midterms are not looking good. So what we're going to do is we're going to do absolutely fucking nothing about healthcare. Meanwhile, by the way, like bipartisan, doing something about the healthcare system and making it to where more people can get on healthcare, and get the care that they need, and like we reduce the exorbitant costs, that is a bipartisan support. You don't have to be like a bona fide hardcore Democrat to agree with that. A majority of Americans agree that we should have affordable health care. They have done it in every other country. Every other well-developed country. They did it in Canada. They did it in New Zealand. They did it in Australia. They did it in the Nordic countries. They did it in Germany. They did it in the UK. What the fuck is our problem? Are we stupid? We're the world's most powerful economy on planet Earth, and we can't figure this out. I've used as an analogy, imagine you come over to your friend's house and you try to open the door. You know, they're like, oh, come on in. And you try to open the door. But as you're opening the door, it's like really hard for you to open the door because there's just so much, there's trash on the other side. And you're forcing yourself in. You're like, what the fuck happened to my friend's house? And you're looking around and there's just trash and rubble everywhere. As far as the eye can see, you can't even go into certain rooms because there's just so much trash. And then there they are. They're sitting in the kitchen, the only area that you could potentially sit in. And he's just crying. He's crying. He's like, I don't know what to do. There's trash everywhere. Meanwhile, he's sitting on $50 million cash. He has more money than everybody in the fucking neighborhood. I don't know what to do. There's so much trash. Why don't you hire some people? You got all the money in the world. You could just hire some people and get rid of the trash. You think? I don't know. I think we should hold a referendum on it. I think we should wait until election when it's like worth it. Do you see my concern? Do you see my problem? These people are fucking, it's so brain rotted. I want to fucking die. Empirically, it is the case that most Americans would like to have affordable health care, both Republicans and Democrats. We can get together as Democrats and Republicans and be like, hey, let's have an affordable health care system. But no, we're not going to do anything about that. We're going to wait till election. And then maybe we'll do something. All right, let's keep watching.
One Republican believes his party erred not having a health care plan ready at the end of the government shutdown.
We have to get into this game. We can't sit back and think that because Democrats have basically owned the health care message in polling over the last 15 years that we should not have a plan. We definitely need one.
Some Republicans.
This is the time of the midterms, chat. They have said for years that they would have a healthcare plan. Where is it? Where is it? Seriously, they don't have anything. At least the Democrats are like, hey, let's reformat the Affordable Care Act. Let's stop capitulating so hard to these freaking insurance companies that are unironically double dipping. They're double teaming you. You're getting spit roasted every freaking night over this. And the Democrats are like, hey, let's pull away some of the insurance, so much money going to insurance companies, right? And the Republicans are just like, duh. Concepts of a plan. That's correct. BRB Bathroom says my dog ate the healthcare plan. Yeah, that's Donald Trump's excuse. Sorry, my dog ate the healthcare plan. Bad Whiskers. Bad. Is Whiskers a more cat name or a more dog name? That's more of a cat name. Bad Fifi. You ate the healthcare plan again.
Want to go it alone on health care. They hope to use a special process to bypass a Senate filibuster.
Oh, yeah?
And pass their own health care bill and campaign on that in 2026.
Great. Oh, yeah. So we get elected. Why don't they actually freaking do something? Now. Like now. Like stop waiting until election season and be like, we want to get back the health care.
Chad Program, thank you as always. Appreciate that.
Holy crap. This is like, and this is Fox News, right? Like you're literally watching like one of the worst. This is like supposed to make Republicans look good. Let's see. Hood Monkey says, so I admit the Affordable Care Act was terrible then first. So the Affordable Care Act had a substantial error in it, in that it placated to insurance companies. Now, does that mean the Affordable Care Act is a terrible situation? No, it actually fixed a lot of things. but it did not do the main thing that it was designed to do, which is make things affordable. And all that needs to happen is changes to the Affordable Care Act, and then you can actually get what you're looking for. The system is actually there. That's what Democrats actually want, but they're never going to get that passed because Republicans have been changing the Bipartisan Affordable Care Act and calling it Obamacare. The Republicans have went out of their way to make this very bipartisan legislation. Both Democrats and Republicans agreed with it and turned it into a political issue, saying, well, this is what Obama wanted. And what Obama wanted bad because Obama bad. Obama Democrat bad. And so they feed this bullshit to people via Fox News, saying some dumbass crap like, oh, we gotta get rid of Obamacare. We're gonna have our own plan. It's gonna be bigger and better. It's gonna have blackjack and hookers. Meanwhile, it's been years, not a single plan in sight. And you think like, what, the next 6 months is gonna be any different? That they're gonna roll out some amazing plan? Yeah, okay, bro.
Republican Congressman and House Judiciary Committee member Kevin Kiley. Happy New Year, Congressman. I think Chad really, he really touched on all the points that I...
Let's see. St. Michael of Cigarillo says, I think Republicans would support the Affordable Care Act if you got rid of all the homosexual mandates in it. What the fuck does that matter? Why is that the concern? Like the literal nothing burger. You're just making it into a culture war. Again, the Affordable Care Act was a bipartisan piece of legislation. You cannot pass the Affordable Care Act if it were not for bipartisan support. That's true. People make it into a culture war issue or call it Obamacare or call it whatever the fuck and be like, Democrat bad, black man bad, black man bad. Me no want solution when black man make. Me want solution when orange man make. It's fucking full-blown caveman level mentality. Fuck idiots. Let's see. The St. Michael of Cigarillo says the pre-existing conditions requirements are already asking a lot of the public, but then to ask the public to pick up the bill for homosexuals is just too much. No, you're an idiot. The pre-existing conditions requirements are already asking a lot for the public. The pre-existing condition. Who the fuck are you? Are you the CEO of Medicare? Of United Healthcare? Who the fuck am I talking to? Pre-existing condition. That helps you, you idiot. That helps your mom. Did you know? Would you believe that insurance companies made pregnancy, having been pregnant, a quote unquote pre-existing condition, and they would deny healthcare on the basis of a woman having been pregnant? Did you know that that was a thing? And they would increase your premiums from $200 a month to $600 a month because you had a pre-existing condition, making it a completely unaffordable. So basically, if you were a woman, you were just fucked. It was like, hey, I'm sorry, are you a woman? Well, I'm sorry, that's you had an iron deficiency? Well, that's a pre-existing condition. Yeah, do you know who has a freaking iron deficiency? Literally almost every woman. Almost every single freaking woman has a quote-unquote iron deficiency at some point in their life. And that is considered a pre-existing condition. Having a C-section, that's a pre-existing condition. They literally just stop providing care. And so the Affordable Care Act enabled pre-existing conditions to not be a thing anymore. We no longer deal with that thanks to the Affordable Care Act. That's a good thing. And by the way, that negatively impacts the insurance companies. That doesn't negatively impact you. Hood Monkey says, first, answer my question. Don't run. How can Republicans possibly make the Affordable Care Act partisan by calling it Obamacare? When nobody voted for it in 2010, the Democrats made the Affordable Care Act partisan. Wrong again. They called it the Affordable Care Act. It is Republicans that called it the Obamacare. It was never called Obamacare. That's entirely a Republican thing. Bobro says, I'm 21. Prove they don't just say that it just increased costs. Bobro says, my point, I'm sorry, St. Michael of Cigarillo says, my point exactly. So the Affordable Care Act, the problem is that it capitulated to insurance companies. And all we need to do is basically reform the Affordable Care Act, and you can actually get affordable health care. But the problem is that Republicans, once again, they refer to it as quote unquote Obamacare, and that they want to pass their own thing. Well, that'd be great, but they don't have one. They never had one. And I don't think they're going to have one in the coming 6 months. Let's take a look here. I'll keep watching this freaking idiotic, the idiot news channel, Fox
really
News.
To hit here. I think the real concern, though, is with the subsidies expiring, people want to know, well, what can you do that's different than the sort of ticking time bomb that the Democrats left you with?
Right, exactly. And I am very frustrated that the year ended without us providing some temporary relief to the folks who are going to be hardest hit. These are small business owners and their employees. They're independent contractors, freelancers, gig workers. They're going to see their premiums go up by thousands of dollars in some cases, and some people have to go without insurance altogether. That's unacceptable to me, and I've been really critical of the leadership on our side of the speaker for not supporting a compromise measure like the one that I offered with Sam Ricardo that would have said, okay, we'll do a temporary extension to make it so people don't see this huge increase in cost. But we also got to have reforms to get out the fraud out of the system and to control costs. There were a couple other proposals like that could have been brought to the floor.
I love how they're framing it. They're like, we got to get the fraud out of the system. What they're doing is that they're reframing it. Instead of it being the fault of the insurance companies charging you an arm and a leg, or really raking just about everybody over the coals, as well as doctors and healthcare providers, which are also raking people over the coals for in order to increase shareholder value. We look at the fault as being the individuals that they are taking advantage of, not the actual people that are creating the system to begin with.
And that could have passed. So I've been critical of our leadership, but I saw the clip from the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries. I've been just as critical of him because he's refused to support any of those compromises either. Instead, he had his members.
Yeah, what they wanted is an extension of the healthcare subsidies. Which, by the way, that's not a big ask. That's totally doable. But once again, I mean, it's just a Band-Aid to a much larger problem.
For support.
Hood Monkey says, good God, Firsty, you're being extra moronic today. You said the Affordable Care Act was bipartisan. Yes, in order to get it passed, it needed bipartisan approval. That's true. You're saying it was not, and you're the only comeback as well. Republicans call it Obamacare. That's not a sweet... What the fuck are you talking about? All right, let me help you out. Let's take a look here. Let's take a look here. Ah. Okay, I see why. You're right, I'm wrong. The Affordable Care Act, a historic piece of healthcare reformation legislation proposed by the Obama administration, would lead to unforeseen consequences in the new video experts of divided states of America, with Republicans unified in opposition to the president. Obama failed to secure bipartisan support for healthcare reform. Consequently, the Affordable Care Act was passed without a single House or Senate Republican voting for it. I always thought that there was votes for it, and that that was the only way that they were. But it appeared that they have enough of a majority to be able to have the Affordable Care Act passed. That's wild. It will help fuel the rise of the Tea Party movement and become a symbol of the country's growing divide. Yeah, Hood Monkey says, watch this chat. He's going to look up how many Republicans voted for the Affordable Care Act, and it's going to come out to 0. Okay, you're right. I was wrong. I thought it was initially bipartisan, but I think they decided to do a filibuster and be like, no, we're not voting for this. So then come up with a solution, right? Isn't that the question? Really, at the end of the day, wouldn't you want to have a solution for this?
Only a clean 3-year extension that includes no reforms whatsoever, and that the Senate had already rejected. So he did that knowing that it had no chance to become law. So for someone who says he wants to be the Speaker of the House, he completely missed an opportunity to actually solve this problem by supporting a reasonable compromise that has support from members on both sides.
Yeah, and then when he says, well, the Republicans were the ones who made the shutdown happen, again, it's just this sort of thing you throw out there, you know it's not true, but you just keep throwing it out there. Right. It's amazing.
I mean, again, it's not a big ask. And they do control everything. I get that they're not getting what they want and they're getting upset, but really at the end of the day, right, they're just doing the same thing from before. And I wonder, are they just going to cave again? Because what time come January, we've got another funding problem. Hood Monkey says, I'm sorry, it wasn't the Affordable Care Act the solution. Turns out wasn't Republicans were right to vote for it, and that wasn't Republicans were right to vote for it, and the fact that we have to even talk about performing it. I have no idea what your sentence even is. My God, YouTube's autocorrect is going insane today. Yeah.
Amazing to me how people can sort of operate in this way, but, you know, it's politics. I get it. Let me share the congressional scorecard. I just wanted to get your thoughts on this because we had a conversation earlier with Beth Van Dyne, and we're talking about this idea of let's get movement. The president's been very, very active, but look at the number of bills signed into law by the president in 2025, 38. Am I making too much of it? Is there too much inactivity? Or is there a reasonable explanation for why only 38 made their way to the desk for a signature?
No, the House needs to be a lot more proactive. And so I was really critical of when the House of Representatives wasn't even in town for 2 months and we had 6 straight weeks of session canceled. Yeah. Those were 6 weeks or 2 months when we could have been advancing important legislative priorities to address affordability and really important issues facing the country. And so I think people expect when there's a new president at the beginning of the term, a lot of the initiative comes from the White House. But
let's take a look here. Hold on. Let's see if I can find a map for this. So you could see for here, this is a map of universal health insurance coverage systems by country. And you can see some of the highest quality living societies available all appear to be universal single payer. The United States is currently a mixed non-universal system. It's less than 50% uninsured. And of course, the worst countries are the countries that appear to have very low quality living conditions. It is greater than 50% uninsured. So I just want to point out that the United States is perfectly capable of having a universal single-payer healthcare system. We just choose not to because we're fucking stupid. That's why. So universal healthcare, government guaranteed healthcare for all citizens of a country, often called universal healthcare, is here, I'll just pull this up. It's a healthcare system in which all residents of a particular country or region are assured access to healthcare. It is generally organized around providing either all residents or only those who cannot afford it on their own, with either health services, the means to acquire them, and with the end goal of improving health outcomes. Some universal healthcare systems are government funded, while others are based on a requirement that all citizens purchase private health insurance. Universal healthcare can be determined by 3 critical dimensions. Ooh, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello, are you debating healthcare?
Yeah. Can I get your name?
Ryan.
Ryan. All right, what you got, Ryan? What you want to talk about?
So you said that America could easily have healthcare systems like other countries, and I feel that it's just objectively not true. These other countries have very different taxation systems and very different cultures that allow them to functionally have yeah, so I know it sounds weird, but let me explain. So like the 2 best examples are Norway and Japan, and in those cultures, they're very homogenous, and they also are very focused on health. So when you have a very
we're not like Norway or Japan, but we are much more like Canada, which does have a universal healthcare system.
True.
We could literally apply a Canadian model and get exactly what we want. We just choose not to because we keep capitulating to insurance companies and shareholders rather than actually being concerned about people. We're more concerned about getting elected than actually getting anything done.
No, it's the fact that because to actually implement these systems, you would have to increase taxes on poor people. Like everybody wants to meme about this and say, oh, we're going to tax the rich or we're going to force it on insurance companies. That's not how this works. If you're going to have
so just FYI, I want to let you know per person in Canada, they pay much less per person right now in Canada, yet they have a universal healthcare system. But in the United States, we pay more per person and we don't have universal healthcare. So that's telling me that this is not a money problem or a culture problem. This is a paperwork problem. We just need to reform it where we can actually have a universal healthcare system, and then we can drive down our healthcare costs.
No, because you would still have to tax. You still have to increase the tax burden on poor people.
You actually don't. Once again, you do not. We already have the money. Do you understand? We already have it.
No, we don't. Bernie Sanders' proposal when it was
try one more time.
When it was produced.
Let me try one more time. Are we paying? Go ahead.
I was saying Bernie Sanders' proposal, which is universal single payer income payer, was introduced. It was going to increase the budget by $3 trillion. There's no way to pay for that budget gap fall without increasing the tax base. If you increase taxes on rich people, which I'm not opposed to, but you're going to cause economic downturn. So then you're gonna have to have people buy into the system and reform their habits.
All right,
because
so let me pull you back. Let me pull you back in reality, okay? So here I have, this is the Peterson KFF Health System Tracker that is able to pull up health expenditures per capita, US dollars, 2023 current prices, purchasing power parity adjusted. In the United States, we are already spending over $13,432 per person, but not everybody has health care. Unlike Switzerland spending $9,600 per person, they have a fully funded healthcare system. So tell me, why is it that in the United States, we pay more per person in healthcare already? Like, we already tax enough on it. But for whatever reason, people don't get healthcare. And mind you, by the way, I'm looking at these insurance companies, United Healthcare, Blue Cross, Blue Shield, big giant hospitals, huge stock portfolios, shit tons of money, oodles and caboodles of money. You go and you can see how fancy their buildings are, how nice their cars are, how nice and well taken care of they are. And you're telling me that the problem is the culture. Why don't you help me out there?
Okay, so a lot of problems in America, the culture of eating fast food, getting very obese.
What the fuck does that have anything to do with anything?
Okay, when you're obese, you're going to increase
People are
healthcare
obese in
costs.
the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom are just as fat as the United States. It's 6,000.
Yeah, and the NHS is not is not held up as a
The
standard of great
United
healthcare
Kingdom
in the
is at
world.
6,000 as opposed to the United States being at 13,000. Why don't you square the peg in the round hole there? You don't think the problem is the insurance companies or the healthcare industry? No. The problem is the people that are eating fat.
You're misunderstanding me.
Why don't you help me out? What's the reason? Why is it 13,000 in the United States? No. I want you to answer the question. Stop. Yeah. Stop. Wait, because you're not answering the question. That's why I'm interrupting you. So once again, I'm asking you, why is it? You said it's because they're fat, but guess what? In the United Kingdom, they're fat too. And in the United Kingdom, it's 6,000. In the United States, it's 13,432. Why is it so expensive? What could possibly be causing that?
The reason that healthcare is so expensive in the U.S. is, yes, insurance companies overcharge people. I'm not saying that insurance companies don't need to be reformed. But there's also, that was never my point. My point was that you were saying that single payer can be easily achieved, and it's not. You'd have to reform several systems to make them
so I'm saying,
make them good, to make them. One sec. Let me just 1 point, just 20 seconds, and I'll bring it home. You have to reform multiple things to actually make workable healthcare systems. You can't just say implement this system in a culture that doesn't do it, and then it's going to work out just like these other countries. They've set up their taxation system and their everything about it.
Why can't it work?
I'm not saying it can't work. I'm just saying you have to reform multiple things. You can't. It's not just like
so fucking reform it. Like, what the fuck, dude? Do you understand what's the most frustrating thing about these conversations? Is like, number one, I've got moron Republicans telling me like, oh, these people should pay for themselves because they're the ones that the bad healthcare. Idiot, complete fucking morons. Having no fucking clue how this shit works. They're literally jerking off into their own face, having no fucking clue, knowing absolutely zip diddly squat about the healthcare system and how it currently functions. They don't realize that a single thing can happen wrong, and then they're stuck with $100,000 bill. They don't even realize it, right? This is completely unheard of in any other developed country. And in the United States, we have a higher GDP per capita than any of these other countries by a long shot. Yet for whatever reason, we can't get healthcare. Makes no fucking sense. Whatever it is,
it makes total sense.
The current solution is stop. The current solution is stop curtailing to these fucking asshole insurance companies that want to ruin your life, and they want to make more money off of you, and they're able to double dip into the subsidized healthcare plan systems in combination of people's private expenditures, and they're sitting there making plenty of money for their shareholders and people that own a lot of their stock, but at the expense of pretty much everybody else. That's what's happening.
No, you're just misunderstanding how healthcare works. You don't understand.
Then why don't you explain it to me? Why don't you help me out? Pull me out of this hole.
Sure, the American healthcare system exists because fundamentally we don't want to pay more taxes to implement a single payer healthcare system. We don't want to reform.
You don't have to. Hey, fuckwad.
Yes,
Once again, look at the United States. We already spend more per person. We already have that. That is fucking taxes, you fucking idiot.
Taxes. Healthcare expenditures are not.
So hold
taxes.
on.
Understand that.
If we stopped spending as much as we currently are, and that we put it into a single payer healthcare system, do you think that it would go down? Do you think the costs would go down?
Yes, certain costs
All right,
will go down. Other
thank
costs will
fucking
go up.
God. Yeah, it turns out that when you have a single-payer healthcare system, that would make things better. That would put us closer in line with all of the rest of these countries, including fat fuck United Kingdom.
It could, but then you have other problems, which you would have waiting lists, you would have scarcity. You would
I don't
have
give
to,
a fuck,
you
dude.
have to
I will
balance
take a
bunch of
fucking
these,
waiting. I will take a fucking waiting list. And by the way, waiting lists only happen is if it's like a low priority care, right? If you have a cardiac arrest, however, there is no waiting list. You show up right away. You get care. You just get care
right now, and that should be up to the patient's decision. People would also
not. No, that's not up to the patient's decision. That's up to the fucking hospital's decision.
That's the other problem you have to deal with.
No. Fuck these insurance companies. These insurance companies are fucking raking you over the fucking coals. They are ripping you off, and they're ripping off the American people, and you're sitting there playing fucking defensive. Who the fuck are you? Are you the fucking do you own shares in fucking United Healthcare, Blue Cross Blue Shield? Do you have a reason to defend these shitty garbage insurance companies?
No, you misunderstand. You're trying to say I'm trying to implement a workable system that can actually pass Congress.
Yeah,
and
single payer fucking healthcare system. Let's stop fucking around with these insurance companies. Yeah, the insurance companies suck. Yeah, the insurance companies suck. They suck. Yeah, but no. If there's idiots like you listening to your dumbass and saying, well, let's go ahead and curtail to these insurance companies. No, what happens is when you curtail to these idiot insurance companies,
you're making it up in your head because you're
the one making the argument. You're the one making the argument. And then here I am showing you how a single payer healthcare system would be cheaper, and you seem to even agree with it. This is a bipartisan support.
No,
it does not have to be
some aspects and more expensive in other aspects. Like
no, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking No, I'm going to give you the last word, and I'm moving on.
Okay. Obviously, First Amendment doesn't understand insurance companies. He doesn't understand taxation. He doesn't understand how the Nordic model or any of these models work. He just wants to virtue signal and say that insurance companies bad and therefore X, Y, and Z. That's not how insurance companies get fixed, get solved, or how insurance gets solved in America. Have a good day.
Bye. What a fucking idiot. Hey, everybody, let's defend insurance companies. Let's take a look here. Chat, what could be the reason? Why would we observe a 2,100% improvement stock valuation for Elevance Health Incorporated, the Blue Cross Blue Shield stock? Why? Huh? Why would they, why? I can't imagine where all of this money is going. Go ahead. Defend fucking Blue Cross Blue Shield. Fuck these people. Look at the size of that fucking building. Guys, we need more money. We need a 100-story building, not a 66-story building. Guys, look right here where we literally look like fucking Sauron the building. Like this shit belongs in fucking Lord of the Rings 2 Towers. They got a second building. Look, there's another one. It's right next to the other one. What are you... You guys are like, guys, we need to talk to the insurance company, guys. Let's all talk to the insurance company. Yeah, let's look at the fucking unironically, it looks like the freaking Shinra HQ in Final Fantasy VII. These guys are monsters. They're like, how do we get more money? How do we extract more wealth out of not only these fucking moron politicians, which by the way, we're lobbying, and let's fool fucking idiot fucking people into thinking that they need us. Oh my God, bro. Vinny Consolini says, what do you make that the obese black leftist judge in Virginia? Why all the adjectives? Blocking the artificial food dyes ban, fighting fascism by protecting companies that poison us for larger profit margins. Yeah. So the actual food dye thing, it's not as bad as you think it is. I remember looking this up. Like, I think like the Red 40 stuff, like, I'll pull it up. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Impartial. I'll be impartial here. All right, hold on. We're getting a call. You're on the line with First Amender. You may want to turn down the stream, by the way, because there's a little bit of feedback.
Oh, this is delayed. Turn it down.
Yeah, it's delayed.
Hey, Amender. It's Magnus and I. We're watching you right now.
Hi, Piglet.
I do have to ask, though. I do want to say one thing, though, about the other guy, what he was saying. Well, how would you go about, like, because the one thing I kind of agree with the other guy is about implementing change where it's the least, like, how do you say, the least people are getting mad about it. Because what you're saying, like, I don't entirely disagree with what you're saying, but the way of going about it, right? Like, if you piss off, like, all the executives and whatnot, that's not gonna, that'll probably make negative change, even if you're trying to benefit everybody.
Hold the phone. Boo. Oh, I can't imagine offending these executives.
Yeah, but there's also people.
I want to. Yeah, we want to. Hold on. Let's. We don't want to piss off the executives.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't.
Listen. Hold on. That executive, he had to settle for a 150-foot yacht instead of a 200-foot yacht.
Yeah.
Oh, woe to us, us horrible consumers, and this producer, this guy who is generating billions of dollars out of everybody's expense. Won't anyone think of the executives?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that these are the people that have the influence. They have the money. They can make that change.
Yeah. Fuck these people. Yeah, we should stand in solidarity and not vote in politicians that take funding paychecks from these fucking leeches, these unironic assholes that want to destroy you and your country just so they can get a little bit more money out into their frickin' pockets. Fuck these people. And I'll just show you right here, right? This is about 2/3 of U.S. adults say that governments should make sure all Americans have health care. Is it the federal government's responsibility to make sure all Americans have health care coverage? Net 66% stating that yes, government is responsible. Saying that 35% saying that there should be a single national government program, and then 31% saying that there should be a mix of government and private programs. And then there's no's, but out of the no's, 26% of the no's said that they should continue Medicare or Medicaid, and only 7% saying there should not be any government involvement in any kind. So what does this mean?
Libertarians.
So what this? What it means is, So what this means is that there is a bipartisan support for a single-payer healthcare system. It is totally dual.
Why do we see 100%, that if that's the case?
100%. Well, no, because the politicians are busy obfuscating and delivering total fucking nonsense to people and make it seem like that this is a more, Democrats versus Republican issue when this couldn't be as clear as day. private insurance companies and healthcare providers are walking away with a giant bag of money at the expense of every American in the United States. We need to curtail this.
Oh, I agree with you.
I told you we had something similar in Germany in the 90s when our politicians deciding to, like, we are not taxing like the people's money on the bank anymore. No, and in exchange, therefore, we're not taxing your money on the bank. We increase the value tax, the sales tax, up to 19%. Isn't that great? Because the only people who profit from that were rich people.
It's wild. So this is where I'm at, right? Where it's like, dude, we need to stop pushing back. We have to push back against this and the narratives that it's like, oh, Obamacare, not Obamacare, Affordable Care. It's so fucking stupid. We're spending more per person in healthcare in the United States than these single payer systems. We need to go to a single payer system and get our healthcare under control. This would reduce government expenditure by a substantial margin and make everyone's lives in America better. Period.
I agree with you, unironically. The way about going about it, I don't know how I would personally.
But I would say, at least to end this, maybe I would say the healthcare system in America is functioning pretty well for the healthcare sellers.
Yeah.
No, it's working well for the healthcare industry. I mean, they make a lot of money out of people.
Anyway, that's all I've got to say. Do you guys have anything else?
No, that's all I really wanted to say.
I hope you guys enjoyed Germany. Go do some sightseeing. Take Magnus out of his house and force him
I've already cleaned part of this house.
It's Sunday. It's nothing open. We go
tomorrow. There is. There's tons of places.
No, everywhere is
don't
closed.
listen to this
like
idiot.
America.
Don't listen to it. Do you think that the fucking museum isn't freaking open 7 days of the week? Of course it is. Come on.
Is it?
Yeah, go out. Go. No, Google places that are open on Sunday. Don't listen to this idiot. Don't listen to this idiot. Go out. You need to enjoy every single day. Go out there and have fun. Okay.
I am enjoying my time. Okay.
Right,
and yeah.
Good. I'll talk to y'all later.
But nice talking to you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye.
All right. One. All right. We were looking at all sorts of silly stuff. We were looking at Fox News saying some fucking garbage nonsense. So these small business owners will become uninsured after key Affordable Care Act subsidies expire. Kathy Manny expressed fear about potential bankruptcy as her family's Affordable Care Act premium increasing from $625 to $2,670 a month. That's what left-wingers were pushing for. But once again, it's literally a Band-Aid solution to a much larger problem, which is the healthcare system in the United States is completely fucked. Because let's be honest, right? This money here, the subsidies are there just to make sure that regular Americans don't get hit with this insane bill. But in reality, the insurance companies are the ones that are making the money. This is all money that would exclusively go to insurance companies. So once again, it is a Band-Aid solution. And it does not actually fix the problem. Anyway, let's take a look here. What else do we got? More thrifting, fewer returns, the early trends that define shopping this holiday. Adobe Analytics reports holiday shoppers. Bro, can we just stop right here? Adobe Analytics? What the fuck is Adobe Analytics? Is that actually like run by the Adobe Corporation? What is Adobe Analytics? Brother, Wait, it's actually freaking Adobe, like the people that make the Adobe CC suite. Ugh. That's freaking dystopian as fuck. But anyway, reports holiday shoppers shifted to thrift and discount stores while return rates for season's first 6 weeks have declined versus last year. Faced with higher prices and uncertainty, Placer.ai said economic uncertainty and rising prices push some consumers toward secondhand options, while Adobe analysts say that shoppers are researching purchases and sticking closely to lists. Data show thrift store traffic rose 12.7% this year and nearly 11% in the week before Christmas, while off-price chains like TJ Maxx posted an 85.1% seasonal bump, Placer.ai said. Placer.ai warns that traditional retailers such as department stores faced increased competition as higher income households shopping thrift stores now include more consumers, with CEO Mark Walsh noting growth in its cohort. You know what we should do? We should buy, what's it called? What's it called? Dollar General stock. I wonder if this will go up. Okay, don't buy Dollar General stock, but you know, honestly, I gotta look. You know, I may look up Dollar General. This ain't looking too bad, actually. Man, brother, went from 109 to freaking 137. Holy cannoli in 6 months. Bet you more money is here to be made. Ethical consumerism type shit, says Bubble. I agree. Let's keep looking. Adobe notes that this is the first year that it has tracked returns, with post-Cyber Week returns initially falling 0.1%, but expected 25 to 35% rise between December 26 and December 31. More thrifting and fewer returns, the early trends that define shopping this holiday. Shopping rush leading Christmas is over, and its place, like every year. I gotta take down my Christmas tree. Is your guys' Christmas tree still up? Mine's up. U.S. Horizon Watch says when insurance companies realized that the government was going to be paying all the money, they made lots of ads to bring all that money in. That does not surprise me, but once again, if we have a single-payer healthcare system, this would no longer be a problem. You can have insurance companies in a single-payer healthcare system. In fact, in Canada, they do have a single-payer healthcare system that is insurance driven. Per province, there is a single insurance company per province, and everybody at the time of birth has to sign up to the insurance company. And because of the and because of the government involvement, it actually increases overall what is it called? Opportunities of scale. Let's keep going here. Fire in Old Port of Homeland. These small business owners will make insured after the key winter weather in U.S. North leads to thousands of flight delays and cancellations. Why is there no left-wingers reporting this? I mean, to be fair, right? Like, the U.S. Northeast is overwhelmingly Democrat. They're probably like, we know. We don't need to keep reporting on it. On December 27th, a mix of snow and ice struck the U.S. Northeast, prompting states of emergency in New York and New Jersey and urging residents to stay off roads. From Syracuse, New York to Long Island, snow totals reached out 15 centimeters to 25 centimeters by early December 27th, with Central Park reporting 11 centimeters, its most since 2022. Flight Tracker FlightAware recorded more than 14,400 domestic cancellations or delays and another 2,100 international flight cancellations at JFK, LaGuardia, and Newark Liberty on December 27th. Authorities urged travelers to avoid travel. American Airlines, United Airlines, and JetBlue waived rebooking fees as New York and New Jersey issued restrictions, officials said. With the storm ebbing by mid-morning, forecasters expecting tapering snow as only a few flurries remained and were expected to taper off by the afternoon, National Weather Service said. Bubble says, hey, you know what's one of the biggest burdens we have on our NH system is? Private companies ripping off the government. These companies will exist no matter what you do. Correct. St. Michael of Cigarillo coming in on defense of the insurance companies, saying, I swear, it is so painfully obvious that you guys don't really know anything about the insurance industry. We should learn more about them. Bubble says the health industry will still exist if you go 100% public health. The reason that they don't want it is it because that they want to sit at the table. Yes. Let's keep looking. Let's look at the... let's see if I can pull up some LGBTQ stuff. Harry Styles Forever video post on YouTube. Why is this a video? Who's Harry Styles again? I'm sorry. I don't know who Harry Styles is. Official YouTube channel posted an over 8-minute video titled Forever Forever showing his final love tour on night RCF Arena, Reggio Emilia, Italy. Having largely stayed out of the public eye, Styles ended 3 to 4 year hiatus on December 27th of 2025 with his first official content since Harry's House in 2022. Thrilling fans awaiting new music. St. Michael of Cigarillo says, First Amendment, you can't just keep spewing the same appeal to emotion fallacy and expect people to all of a sudden be like, yeah, he's right. I see what he's saying now. Well, then why don't you say something substantive? What are we not getting about the insurance industry? Explain exactly what is it that I don't understand about the insurance industry, and I'll hear you out. The footage opens with fans at Reggio Emilia preparing outside, braiding hair and showing bracelets while speaking Italian, then cuts to Styles on stage in a shimmering two-piece, playing piano, ending We Belong Together over a roaring audience. All right, hold on. I think I could play it, provided that it's muted. Provided that it's muted, I think I can get away with it. It's muted. Okay. We're good, chat. It's muted. I mean, it's probably not. I mean, I don't know. I gotta. Oh, okay. There's Harry Styles. I don't know who Harry Styles is. They're huge. Jesus. I'll check it out. I'll watch later. Save. Watch later. There you go. I put in my watch later. The footage opens to the fans. Okay. The understated release immediately sparked social media debate about a slow return or a reflective look back, and USA Today has reached out to Styles representatives for comment. Fans and outlets say the drop renewed hope for HS4 2026 comeback, but it remains unclear if the December 27th YouTube countdown clip is a commemoration, documentary excerpt, or teaser. I don't fucking know, bro. I don't know this fucking pop culture stuff. I don't. I'm not a pop culture guy. You might soon be able to change your Gmail address. What we know. Why is that in LGBTQ news? Like, what? Hong Kong pushes new non-binary pronoun symbol into Unicode for Chinese language. Cool. Unicode confirmation in the addition of X underscore, a gender-neutral Chinese pronoun, after a September announcement formalizing its inclusion in the global text standard. Cool. Historically, the Chinese pronoun system featured binary male and female forms, with the female form emerging in the early 20th century linguistic shifts, while Xiufeng law urged a neutral option. Specific practice shows prior pronoun symbols included male and female forms, while many users rely on the English-lettered workaround ta as tech platforms and font creators adapt. Acceptance of X underscore could carry a symbolic power in conservative cultural contexts such as the mainland China and Hong Kong, as activists say it offers recognition for non-binary people in Chinese-speaking communities. Platforms and font updates mean widespread adoption of the X underscore pronoun, which will take months or years, with the uptake varying in mainland China intensifies crackdowns, while Taiwan leads on LGBTQ plus rights. Based. Anything else that's like new? Sort of like new stuff? Fab stars. I don't know anything about Catterday. Oh boy. Let me refill some coffee. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Don't go anywhere. Not that. I just realized there was something else that I had to do. So just hang tight. Don't go anywhere. All right. Apologies. We're back. There's not much other news to cover at this point. We've already covered it. I'm going to go back to AP News, I guess. U.S. Horizon Watch says Geico will give you a plug-in device that monitors your driving habits and safer drivers get lower rates. Yeah, bro. I'm one of the safest drivers on planet Earth. I'm paying like freaking like $160 a month. It's so expensive. And I'm like, why? I haven't gotten in a crash in... I mean, I've been driving since I was 15, 16. I've never gotten in a crash. Like, bro, why is it $160 a month? I've never gotten in a crash. Bubble says, the fact that when the public amenities are traded on a shareholder private interest, there is an inherent stimuli to promote an image of scarcity to drive up prices. We should not confuse incapability. To use the pot analogy, the pot itself is subject to economic forces and the money therein can be manipulated so as to skim profits. 100%. Basic insurance business. Exactly. 100%. Trump jokes about a bad Santa defends coal in Christmas calls with children. That's such a weird... Marked Christmas Eve by chatting with children about their holiday wishes. On phone calls, he promised kids to not let a bad Santa infiltrate the country, and even suggesting that a stockpile full of coal may not be so bad. Bruh. We are taking calls. The phone number is 202-998-5218. I don't know. Should I play a video game? I feel like I should play a video game. You know what an uncle told me? They said, I saw your show, but I didn't like the fact that you were playing video games. I was like, is this for kids? And he was turned off by the fact that I play video games while I debate people. Bubble says, you're being robbed and being told to be thankful for the service. 100%. 100%. Look at the size of these insurance buildings. They're like sitting there saying, we can barely afford it. How can we possibly survive in this impossible atmosphere? Meanwhile, taking out giant Super Bowl ads. They got like a freaking animated green lizard. That's not the health insurance, but you get my point. They're saying to play Project Zomboid. Project Zomboid. First Amender, could you cover that Nick Shirley video about Somalis scamming? Nick Shirley video, Somalis scamming. Let's look it up. Oh, you're talking about the $1 billion fraud? Terrible, terrible situation. when it's like situations like this, I get very upset with it, because it's like, there is supposed to be some level of trust in government, in like, you know, doing the right thing. And when you end up with instances like this, it really, what it does is it just destroys any, you know, any trust in the system working in your favor, knowing that this happens. And as a result, people want to pull away and go in favor of like a libertarian bend. But I don't believe that that's the right way to go. I think that if you want the best society, you need to have a government that actually is interested in caring for its people at the interest of the individuals. Michael of Cigarillo says, here's the real question about this Somali subject. How the fuck did this get no MSM coverage when Tim Walz was on national stage? Like, how dishonest is the U.S. MSM to have not covered this while Walz was a national figure? I mean, we could watch it, I guess. Will I get content struck if I watch this?
I'd like to ask where the money's going. What do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
I don't think anybody is enabling fraud to happen.
Hold Governor Walz accountable for this.
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that money spent on? There aren't any kids.
Answer the question. Are there children? There's no children inside the building.
Potentially the largest fraud scandal in U.S. history is taking place in Minnesota, as literally billions of dollars have been funneled through Somali-ran fraudulent businesses. So much fraud, it could actually almost replace the entire GDP of Somalia. These fraudsters have worked hand in hand with the Minnesota government as they enabled billions of dollars to be given to fraudulent businesses underneath welfare purposes. Some of this money eventually landed in the hands of terrorist groups in Somalia like the Al-Shabaab and others enriched themselves.
No way, really? I almost don't even believe that.
All at the U.S. taxpayers' expense. And in this video, we will break down all of the fraud from start to finish, from going to the fraudulent businesses and confronting the people who are making millions of dollars from the government. And we will also be confronting the incompetent government leaders who let this fraud happen. And to make this happen, I met up with a man who's been doing his own investigation for years now, as he has seen the fraud firsthand. His name is David. Let's get into this and be prepared to be shocked.
How deep is this fraud here inside of Minnesota?
It is far worse than anybody can imagine. You heard it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more, and now the numbers have been revised and put.
Am I going to get content stricken for this? Let's see. Michael Cigarillo says, I think Asmund Gold played the entire thing. It's so blatant what they show in this video. Yeah, we'll take a look at it. Just pause a lot. I've seen several people covering this video. Okay, we'll take a look at it.
Put out there publicly that they think it's more like 8 billion. How I got involved is that where my office is here in Minneapolis, I'm sort of in the heart of all of this fraud. And I would see these childcare centers. I said, well, there aren't any kids there. It's the middle of the day. And all I see are a couple of guys standing out front smoking. And then I go by another daycare and I'd see the same thing. I said, well, where do these kids play? And so I started to go online and look, and I said, this place is licensed for 80 children. They had 0 children. Every time I went by there, they never had a single child there. And then I started to see all these transportation companies going around, and it was always a Somali driver. And I said, well, that's great. They're out there transportation contributing, but they never had a passenger, never, ever once. And I said, well, what is all this transportation? What are they doing? So then I found out that in Minnesota, they have something called non-emergency medical transportation. So this is going to the dentist's office, therapy, whatever it might be. And I said, well, how many of these companies are there? And the research came back that there are 1,020 of them. And
let's see. AWOL says, excellent. I have great timing to bring this video up too. Okay. Good morning, AWOL. Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
More than 800 of them are Somali owned. Nobody from the state of Minnesota ever cross-checks to see if any rides were ever actually provided. All they did was write the check.
So right here, we have all this paperwork. And how are you getting all this information about the fraud?
A lot of it is through my own research. And then I have some contacts at the Capitol going back many, many years. And so the data that I'm getting is 100% accurate, coming directly from research.
Who is this guy? Who is this guy? What was his name? Let's go back here. So we're at 315.
So this is going to the dentist. And I said, well, what is all this transportation? What are they doing? And I would see these childcare centers. I said, well, there aren't any kids there. It's the middle of the.
How deep is this fraud here inside of Minnesota?
It is far worse.
What is this guy's name?
enabled billions of dollars to be given to fraudulent businesses underneath welfare purposes. Some of this money eventually landed in the hands of terrorist groups in Somalia like the Al-Shabaab, and others enriched themselves all at the US taxpayers' expense. And in this video, we will break down all of the fraud from start to finish, from going to the fraudulent businesses and confronting the people who are making millions of dollars from the government. And we will also be confronting the incompetent government leaders who let this fraud happen. And to make this happen, I met up with a man who's been doing his own investigation for years now, as he has seen the fraud firsthand. His name is David. Let's get into this and be...
So, just David? David who? Who is David? What does David do? David. No info on David. Who's David? We ask a guy named David. His name's David. Where David? Where is, who's David? What did he research? All right, whatever. Let's just continue. We don't know who David is, but his name is David Webb. Okay. David Webb. David Webb, Minnesota. I spelt that wrong. Minnesota. There. David Webb. Is this him? Nope, not him. Let's pull up images. This David Webb? I don't think that's David Webb. That's not the same person. He's got like a little mark here. So where is... Who's David Webb? And is that his name? David W-E-B? Just W-E-B. David Webb, Minnesota. That's not even a name. W-E-B? No, it's W-E-B-B, right? Like, who is this guy? Seriously. What did you investigate? Nick Shirley, 1.1 million subscribers. Is this guy like protesters versus ICE? All right, well, let's all watch the video, but I have no idea who the fuck David Webb is.
Yours, and so the data that I'm getting is 100% accurate, coming directly from research done by people at the state capitol.
All these people were...
Okay, David, but I would like to know more about you, other than just your first fucking name.
Right here. What are we looking at?
The areas of fraud that I have numbers for are mostly related to childcare. This is massive fraud that is beyond anyone's imagination, the scope. And so, for example, there's a childcare not far from here in Minneapolis that has two childcares listed at the same address. And together...
Mako Childcare and Mini Childcare Center. So look it up. Mako Childcare Maps. Bruh, I need to find the fucking... Give me a sec. Hold on. Mako Childcare. Minneapolis. Minnesota. Sorry, Minnesota. I'm looking. Mako Childcare. It gave me some addresses. 2328 25th Avenue South. 2328 25th Ave South. That's a house. It's a fucking house. And this is Minneapolis, but it's just a house. So chat, this is apparently it's just a fucking house. Apparently this is it. Why would that be a childcare place? Let me just look again. See if I can find Mako Childcare. Well, they're not on Google Maps, that's for sure. Minneapolis. Mako Childcare. Well, this place doesn't exist. I'm looking, dude. I'm looking for Mako. Oh, did I find it? 2538 Minnesota 55406. Look at this. We found something. Excadriller says, bro is just doxing at this point. No, dude, I'm pulling up this address right here. It's right here in the freaking video. All right. So Mako Mini Child Care Center. Mako Child is a daycare based in Minneapolis, Minnesota area. Falls under the following classifications as a daycare center. 2538 Minnesota. That's a different address. 2538 2328. All right, guys, chat. Take a look at this. Mako Child Care Center. The name that they have here is Mako Child Care. And the address is wrong. That address you see there, that's wrong. The address is actually 2538. The 2328 is just a random residence. It's not an actual child care center. So is this not a child care center? Like, what is this place? Looks kind of fucking grungy, not gonna lie. Doesn't look like anything's here. Why is the address wrong? God, Jesus, that does not look like a child care center to me. Anyway, let's continue. The guy in the video says all you ever see is some guy smoking in the front. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, but the address is wrong. It's just this address you see here, 2328, is incorrect.
They're licensed supposedly for 120 children. I have never seen a single child there ever, and I've been by that place at least 100 times.
These Somalians, these groups are setting up these daycares, these childcare centers, getting money from the government, but there's no kids.
No kids. Never had any of them. They're all fraught with violations, and even though they have these violations, they're still in operation, and they're still getting money. And it's millions of dollars for every one of them every year.
And who's getting the money? And where are they getting the money from?
So we have a thing called CCAP. It's a blend of federal and state money. The bottom line is it's taxpayer money, so it's state money and it's federal money. And the problem is the people at the state of Minnesota are the ones writing the checks. This is kind of the maddening thing is you have daycare, so you have adult daycare, and then you have child care, and then you have health care. And a lot of these same names keep coming up on all of these different types of businesses. And then, of course, we have the transportation. A lot of those same names appear, a lot of the same addresses. There's one building that has 14 Somali healthcare companies at the same address. There's another building in St. Paul that has 22 Somali healthcare businesses at the same address.
And the government knows about this?
The government knows they're writing the checks. Yeah, the Democrats over there writing the checks. What is
the Democrats? It's all the Democrats' fault. Just writing all them checks. imagine that you have like Democrats that are writing checks to have child care credits and make it more affordable. And then you end up with like a bunch of scammers that are scamming the system. And then somehow that's the fault of the Democrats. But okay.
What's happened is that the Somali community is a very closed community. They will not speak to anyone outside the community and talk about what's going on within the community. They vote as a block. And so when you're a politician, you're saying, look, I've got 100,000 people in Minnesota that if I do something for the community, they're going to vote for me. And that's what it's all about.
This is the FYI, right? Already I'm a little concerned with this guy because this guy is coding his stuff in racism. Like he's like saying, hey, the Somalis, they all work within a group. They're, the Somalis are the problem. I mean, I'll keep watching the video, but just for starters, like that's a problem.
Getting the votes. And then the people here in Minnesota, you hear this term, Minnesota nice. I'm so sick of that term. The people here are so afraid of being called a racist or an Islamophobe. And they're afraid of their own shadow. And I don't understand.
Well, yeah, because you're just being like, hey, they all work in a group. Like, is it possible that there are Somali scammers? Sure. Do we take Somali scammers and put them in jail for fraud? Yes. Does that mean we have to stop all the Somalians that are in Minnesota? No. Do you see the difference? Like, you're putting them into a group, and I'm stuck on let's looking at it from an individual aspect.
And this is our future generations are going to have to pay for all this fraud, and they just want to bury their heads in the sand and go on and just not worry about it. Tim Wall's saying there's organized crime in Minnesota. What did he do about it? Nothing. You got organized crime? What are you doing? This is the Minnesota law, which mandates that anyone who knows of fraud and is a state employee must report that fraud. It's Minnesota Statute 3.971, Subdivision 9. Not only that, but Walls is also guilty of misconduct of a public employee. When I look at the world as a whole and I look at fraud, the Twin Cities is ground zero. The fraud is worse here than anywhere else ever in history. Anywhere.
We're going to go around these.
Oh, I'm
sure.
We're
going to go to these daycare centers. We're going to see what's actually happening.
Okay, so we have to be careful because these people are very violent. They're exceptionally violent.
Now, with all of David's evidence,
exceptionally violent. Careful with the brown people. They're very violent.
The streets of Minneapolis to see how much fraud we could uncover in one afternoon. Where are we going now?
Bro,
we're going to
bro, this guy here, I'm calling it. This guy's a fucking racist. The way he talks about Somalis is like, this guy is like super right-wing, super racist, ethno-nat type guy. I'm telling you, I'm calling it before I've even watched the video.
A place called Mako Child Care, which actually has another child care registered at the same address called Mini Child Care Center.
So we should see lots of children if there's this child care center, especially if there's two.
The two of them combined are licensed for 120.
And how much money have these child care
centers? 2328 is incorrect. It's 2538. This is it right here. The Mako Child Care with two dudes smoking in the front. Look at that.
Received.
None of those vans have moved in 6 months. None of them. In 2020, one of them received $1.3 million. In 2021, they got $987,000. In 2022, they got $714,000. That's the last I have for that one. And then the other one, $1.604 million in fiscal year 2025. Fiscal year 2024, they got about $800,000. And in fiscal year 2023, they got $904,059. This place right here. Yes.
We're outside of it.
Well, this is actually two daycares are registered here. One of them is Mako, which you see on the sign. The other one is Mini Child Care Center. And between the two of these child care centers, they're pulling in about $3 million a year. And there are no children. Every facility you go to, the windows will be blocked out so you can't see in. There's nobody here. You won't see a single child at any of these facilities.
There are indeed no windows. All the windows are blacked out right here. All right, let's go in.
No.
And the child care center is locked. Should we ring the doorbell? Yeah. Try to get in, ring the doorbell. Nobody showed up. They're open 7 days a week at 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. It says here on their sign, yet there's absolutely nobody here. And this building here right here has generated millions of dollars, and it seems like business isn't even open right now, and it's a weekday. And if this was a daycare center, it wouldn't just be in some industrialized building. There would be maybe like a playground or something outside. Or
there's no play area for the kids. So where are the kids? Where's anybody? How can there be nobody here? And it's like this every single day. I've never seen a single child here.
All right. So if you end up in a situation like this, right, I feel like I don't need to blame Somalis for this. I feel like I could just like blame the people that are causing this and then just put them in jail for fraud. Like, AWOL Thought says, did he say all Somalians? Stop it first. How can he be so disingenuous so early into it? Yeah, he did. He literally did group up all the Somalians together into one group of people and was like, it's these Somalians causing all these problems. I'm more than happy if there's a Somalian that's committing fraud, for sure, put him in jail. What? Of course. But that doesn't mean like, hey, let's attribute the fault of these Somalians with all Somalians. That's the problem that I'm having. Yeah, see, GGM's doing it. He says the people that are causing this are the Somalians. Well, it's like if I used, if I said, well, a majority of violent crimes are done by men. Therefore, men are at fault of violent crimes. I mean, I think it's like 90% men cause violent crimes. Does that mean that you blame all men? No, you don't. You only blame the people that caused it, not all men. So this is kind of the same thing when it comes to the Somalians. It's like you have Somalians committing fraud. That doesn't mean you blame all Somalians. You blame the people that caused the problem, which is going to be a stunning minority of people. I'm sure there's plenty of Somalians that are perfectly law-abiding citizens working here in Minnesota.
9 years, I've never seen a single child at this.
Let's see. Juicy Smellrod says, don't just imprison them, make them pay back the money or work off the debt. Jail for fraud for sure. I think jail for fraud is the move.
This building right there.
Oh,
let's see. St. Michael of Cigarillo. So yes, the old man is right about Somalia. Dude, what is with the racism? Being a closed community and unwilling to talk to outsiders. Is that all Somalians? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I've not met all Somalians. I've never been to Minnesota, so I don't know what you're talking about. It's fucking racist as shit.
Now it looks like we already got the Somalis coming through.
Yeah, they're coming. The word's out.
Hello, is this your daycare?
No. Could you tell us why there are no children? Have you ever seen children at this child care center?
I'm not sure. I don't.
Doesn't know if she's ever seen a child here. All right, let's go to the next location.
And the fraud only gets more from here. Make sure you stay till the very end of this video to see exactly how much fraud we find by the time we are done. And before we go to the next location, I want to show you something super interesting about the flags of Minnesota.
And here in Minnesota, if you take a look at the Minnesota state flag, they recently changed it, and it very much so resembles the flag of Somalia. And really quick, I want to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video.
What? What does that matter? What does that matter? Look how similar it is to the Somalian flag. They're changing our culture. Bubble87 says, Somalia apparently a country people have opinions about. Yeah.
Video Opus Clip. What used to just be an AI clipper has now become the most powerful AI growth tool for creators.
Dude, seriously? Use code. Oh my God, fuck off.
Back into the video. Now we're going to the next daycare center. How much money has this one generated?
This one, in fiscal year 2025, $1,042,059. In fiscal year 2024, $1,059,078. And in fiscal year 2023, $727,336.
This next one is literally one block away, and this one's also generated nearly $3 million in the past 3 years. Let's see if there's any children. Let's see if any of the buildings are open. Here we go. All right, we've arrived to ABC Learning Center. All the windows are blacked out. Let's see if anybody is here. This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children. 0 children. I've come by this place 100 times. I've never seen a child here, ever. The only thing I've ever seen is someone standing outside smoking.
What's crazy about this is that last daycare center is that green building right there. And the other daycare center right now is right here. These buildings should be operating as they're receiving literally millions of dollars.
I knocked on the door, and to my surprise, somebody actually answered the door.
Strange.
Hello? Can we speak? I would like to check a child in the daycare. Can I speak to a manager? Where can I get paperwork to file for my son? I want to put my son Joey in daycare.
And after a few questions, the lady went silent.
Looks like little Joey Shirley ain't going to daycare here. And now where are we going?
Now we're going to Sweet Angel Child Care.
We're in the middle of a strip mall here inside of this neighborhood.
In fiscal year 2025.
Yeah, so like once again, it's like, okay, you're uncovering fraud. Fair enough. Granted. Take these people and put them in jail. Don't blame all of Somalians for it. BRB Bathroom says the flag of Somalia got 1 star. The U.S. flag got like 50 stars. Super Somalia confirmed. Dr. Penguin says, as someone from Minnesota, this do be fraud crime, but I don't know why Somalis are the problem, therefore. So yeah, that's the problem that I'm having. It's like they're putting the blame on Somalians, and it brings like an air of suspicion. So like anytime that you're walking around in Minnesota, you look at a Somali and you're like, what kind of fraud are they doing? Are they stealing from us? Are they, you know what I mean? Like, and they could be a perfectly normal law-abiding citizen. Juicy Smell Rod says, lived in a ghetto sublet for a minute, and the only decent neighbor was an African woman. It's not everyone, but it doesn't help when the fraudsters are collectively identifying as an ethno group. I agree. But again, I attribute the blame to individuals, to bad actors among the group, in which case I'm perfectly okay with, hey, let's address the fraud. Let's address these people. Do you see what I'm saying? Pepper! My cat is biting me. Look at her. Bro. Why? What is this? Why are you biting me? Can you stop biting me? Ow. Peppers. This hurts. Ow. No bite. Are you good? Can I pet you and you not kill me? Thank you. Sorry, just give us a sec. Give my cat a moment. Dr. Penguin says, Amender, do you know about the meme with Minnesota being the promised land 3,000 years ago? No, I don't. I'm sorry. When the guy in the video grouped all Somalis together. Yes, that's the problem that I'm having. He does. All right, let me, ow, Pepper. Damn it. All right, let's get back to the video.
This facility, which has its license for 74 kids, was paid $1.26 million in tax money. And there are no kids, and all the facilities are the same way, all of them.
Let's see if anyone opens.
Yeah, let's see.
Once again, I try to find a spot for my son Joey, and they would not open the door. I want to put my son Joey in daycare. Cuz I need a spot to put my son Joey.
Yes.
Is this your daycare center?
No, what's happening?
Well, I just want to put a child in daycare, but all the daycare centers seem to be closed. No one's opening the doors.
You work here?
I was, yeah. What's happening?
Where are the kids?
Yeah.
It says it's licensed for 74 children. Right here, state of Minnesota. Where are the kids? They got paid $1.26 million in fiscal year 2025. It says they have a capacity for 74 children.
When?
Where are the kids? Right here. State of Minnesota website. You work here and you don't know?
I don't know. I was there before. I don't know what's going on.
Were there any kids when you worked there?
Kids there.
How many?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
You worked here. Okay, well, then you're not of any help.
Can I put my son in the daycare here?
No, I don't know.
Can I speak to someone?
No, I don't know.
No? Yeah, I would like to see if I can put my son Joey here.
Who's your son, Joey?
My son Joey. Can I check out daycare center?
I'm going to my son. No! You're my child. I'm the owner.
Do you put your kid here in this daycare?
No.
There is one child in there. Yeah, I'd like to know if this is a legit business.
Me, I'm scared of you too. How come I explain everything?
You're scared of me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because of your curry.
Because of my color. You said you're scared of me because of my color. Does that make you a racist?
Yeah, no.
You said you're scared of me because of my color.
I'm not saying you're racist.
You said you're scared of me because of my color. That makes you a racist. So right now, they're all getting mad because he's showing the paperwork of this business being registered as a business. 74 children, no children. We saw one child when the lady opened up the door.
I mean, granted, right? Great, fabulous. We found fraud. Once again, let's say, for example, that there's probably, I don't know, there's probably Somalis over at that Dollar Tree, right in the background that you see there. Do you place blame on Somalis in general for fraud? Or do you blame these fucking assholes? Jacob Donahue says, she's racist, LOL. Yeah, I'm not a good chat. I agree with you. I'm centrist about it.
So now they're all getting mad.
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that money spent on? There aren't any kids.
Ask the owner. I'm the kids.
Well, then why are you talking for the owner if you're telling me to talk to the owner?
I'm sorry. I'm not understand what you're talking about.
Do you have a child here?
No.
Does anybody?
No.
Where are the 74 kids? Did you lose them? Did you lose these kids? Do I need to call someone? Do I need to issue an Amber Alert for missing children? Are these children missing? It's not my business. The children are missing. 74 infants and toddlers, preschool.
Let's see. That's a red herring at First Amender. What? Oh my God, scared him because of his color. She's racist. Okay, yeah, I mean, you guys are very quick to point out racism on the other side, but when it's pointing at you straight in the face with this guy saying like, oh, it's these Somalians, like doing the exact same thing, for whatever reason, you guys are willing to curtail. You guys are biased as fuck, bro. Just FYI.
The proof's right there. There's no children anywhere.
It's from the state of Minnesota right here.
I think we're moving on to the next location. Have a good day.
As we continue to show the blatant fraud that was taking place here in Minnesota, Somalis started following us around the city.
And now we're being followed by the Somalis. This is another daycare center. Absolutely no signage. And there's no footprints in the snow of children playing outside. $5 million within the past
5.9 million in 2 years. 5.9 million they received.
That is so
in 2
much
years.
money.
That facility right there.
And now we have a group of Somalis telling us in our vehicle right now.
From this daycare center, we headed over to the infamous Quality Learning Center, which actually spells Quality Leering Center on the outside of their sign. That's how blatant this fraud is here.
Jesus.
So this is Quality Leering Center. I meant to say Quality Learning Center.
God, that's awful. Jacob Donahue says he is not making it out like it's all Somalis. Okay, once again, you're wrong. I'll go ahead and save the time though. I'll show you. I'll show you why. Let me see. So it was right early in at the beginning. Let's see.
In this video, we will break down all of the fraud from start to finish,
exactly.
from going to the fraudulent businesses and confronting the people who are making millions of dollars.
How deep is this fraud here inside of Minnesota?
It is far worse than anybody can imagine. You heard it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more, and now the numbers have been revised and put out there publicly that they think it's more like 8 billion. How I got involved is that where my office is here in Minneapolis, I'm sort of in the heart of all of this fraud, and I would see these childcare centers. I said, well, there aren't any kids there. It's the middle of the day, and all I see are a couple of guys standing out front smoking, and then I go by another daycare and I'd see the same thing. I said, well, where do these kids play? And so I started to go online and look, and I said, this place is licensed for 80 children. They had 0 children. Every time I went by there, they never had a single child there. And then I started to see all these transportation companies going around, and it was always a Somali driver. And I said, well, that's great. They're out there transportation contributing, but they never had a passenger, never, ever once. And I said, well, what is all this transportation? What are they doing? So then I found out that in Minnesota, they have something called non-emergency medical transportation. So this is going to the dentist's office, therapy, whatever it might be. And I said, well, how many of these companies are there? And the research came back that there are 1,020 of them, and more than 800 of them are Somali-owned. Nobody from the state of Minnesota.
Hold on a sec.
Ever cross-checks to see if any rides were ever actually provided. All they did was write the check.
So right here we have all this paperwork. And how are you getting all this information about the fraud?
A lot of it is through my own research, and then I have some contacts at the Capitol going
All
back.
right. So once again, all right, number one, the reason why I think this guy's motivation is ultimately racist is because of his statements here. Right early in, he says the following: it's always a Somali driver. Okay, number one, why does their ethnicity matter in a fraud claim? Ethnicity has nothing to do with fraud. Why are you bringing up that they're Somali? Number two, more than 800 of them are Somali owned. So he's clearly creating a narrative that the problem is Somalis. Imagines like it's always a white driver. More than 800 of them are white. If they said that, if a leftist told you that, you'd be like, why are you making it about race? So, yeah, also, what is the demographics of Minnesota? Like, what are we talking here? Like Minnesota, how many Somalis in Minnesota? Demographics, Minnesota. Ooh, we're getting a, did I get a subscribe? Roy B just subscribed. Thank you for the subscription, Roy B. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Give me a moment to pull up the demographics of Minnesota. Age. Ooh, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
You know, I just want to say to all the retards that are in your chat, Amender, like, the Somalis contribute to the state so much in so many ways. I've had so many Somali friends. I know them as good people. I'm friends with many of them, and honestly, I admire a lot of their culture more than Americans, right? Because Americans are just so like rude and narcissistic, whereas Somali people, you know, even if their fucking house was blown up by a missile, they're still grateful for the little things in life. I can appreciate that. Like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
and
like,
I want to say,
yeah, I mean, I'm pulling up current demographics in Minnesota.
It's not that many.
Yeah, 76% of them are white. Only 7% is black. 6.1 at multiracial, 6% at Hispanic, 5.2% Asian, some other race, 3.0, American Indian, Alaska Native, 1.2, and a Hawaiian Pacific Islander at 0.1%.
Yeah. It's not that many. Like the only places that really have Somalis are like the bigger cities, right? Like Minneapolis, St. Paul, Duluth, Rochester, where I live. There's like none in any of the smaller communities, like St. Cloud, you know, still a town of like 50,000 people, no less, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's not many Somalis there.
Yeah.
Or up in International Falls, it's like 6,000. It's not that, there's none there. But no, like I'll also say too, I sent you the meme that I was talking about that you should show on stream because it's really funny.
Okay, let's take a look. Oh, this is on Instagram.
Yeah,
I'm always worried with Instagram because it'll dox me. Just give me a second. Let me see if I can pull it.
Just look up like 3,000 years ago, Minnesota.
Okay,
was
I'm not signed into
Somalis.
Instagram, so I should be good to share this. So just give me a second. Well, here, I'll play this right now. Here we go.
It's really funny.
Unforgiving. But 3 centuries ago, our mothers and fathers followed a promise across the ocean.
3,000
Somali
years
hands
ago?
opening a new map. Somali hearts reading the sky. Here, they found a land of rivers and stars. They named it the way the wind whispered, Minnesota.
Because a bunch of like the
Minnesota.
You know, the fucking the anti, all the people that like support the Somalis, they started posting that. It's so funny.
Gotcha.
But yeah,
3,000 years ago.
fuck you to all you idiots that have problems with Somalis in Amender's chat. I will say that though.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm gonna go again.
Yep. See ya.
Bye.
Let's see here. So it's 2, 16, 20. All right. I'll keep watching the video because I don't think it's a bad video at all. And it is bringing up legitimate instances of fraud. I just think the racist imperative, like saying, oh, it's always a Somali driver and more than 800 of them are Somali owned. It's like, it's obviously they're trying to make a narrative like, oh, the problem is Somalis. You know, anyway, 1638, I think I was.
And this fraud is here at this daycare. Don't open up! So this is Quality Learning Center. I meant to say Quality Learning Center.
Don't open up!
They said they spelled learning wrong.
Don't open up!
How do you have ice here, ma'am? I'm literally a YouTuber.
Don't open up!
Ma'am, what do you think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Don't open up! We have ice!
And what do you think about this place being licensed for 99 children
Don't open up!
and getting $4 million over
here for?
$4 million in the last 2 years?
Go away!
What do you think about that? Are you in favor?
Oh, she thinks they're ice. She thinks they're with ice.
Are you in favor of that?
Go away!
You know
You're
what
not welcome here.
Are you,
Shame on you!
Are you in favor of $1.9 million going illegally, fraudulently to this business that has Quality Learning Center but can't even spell learning right on the door?
Don't open up!
Ma'am, we are not ICE.
I don't care who you are. You don't belong here.
I belong here just like you belong here.
Don't open up! It's ice!
You do realize that there's supposed to be 99 children here at this building, but there's no one here.
Look at this, U.S. Horizon Watch and AWOL Thoughts saying, guys, it's not racist. It's not racist. Even though I clearly pointed out why bring up that they're Somali then? It's an ethnicity, not a race. Therefore, I can be discriminatory towards Somalis. Go fuck yourself. Boss Cube says she doesn't think that. She's just lying. How do you know that? The crazy lady is on your side, First Amender. I mean, sure. I mean, she means well. She just doesn't realize what she's fighting for.
This is a child daycare center.
99 children. Paid $1.9 million this year in CCAP funding. Do you know where the children are? Were they kidnapped? Did they run away? Where are the children? This is state of Minnesota. Right here.
And who are you?
My name's Nick Shirley, ma'am.
And who are you with?
Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley on YouTube.
Yeah, so who are you with here?
Oh, he's just been doing some research investigating the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota.
Yeah, I'm with Nick Shirley.
This lady, she's calling us ICE. We're just trying to put law and order back in the streets.
I genuinely want to know who this guy is, right? The guy that we're kind of predicating all of the research into this guy. Let's say you clearly pointed out your point of view, but your point of view is wrong. Then why are you bringing up Somalis? If it's not racist, if the entire purpose of this is not to be like a racist piece of shit, then what is? Excadriller says, what is first even arguing at this point? I'm saying, like, you could just point out the fraud and not be concerned about their race or where they come from. It's fucking racist as shit. Prove me wrong. Hold on a sec. Let's keep going. Let's keep watching. Lazy Eyes says to expose fraud. No, I'm not against exposing fraud. I'm saying they're attributing the fraud to Somalians only, as if fraud doesn't exist, cannot exist among multiple races. Expose fraud. I'm more than happy to argue that. And in fact, take those people and put them in jail. I'm more than happy with that as well. The problem is that you attribute the fraud specifically to Somalis. Even if 100% of the people committing the fraud are Somalian, that doesn't mean, therefore, all Somalis are at fault. And like pointing out that the fact that it is Somali owned, what it does is that it kind of attributes creating racism against Somalis in Minnesota. Okay, first, what would make you happy when he was making these accusations about how he should address these people in a particular, address the fraud. If somebody is committing fraud, they go to jail. It doesn't matter. You're Somali, white, black, whatever. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares about you calling them racist for exposing massive fraud. The fraud is actually tied to them being Somali though. Ding dong. So is the fact that they're Somali, that's what makes them cause fraud? Go fuck yourselves, dude. I'm going to start fucking banning you racist pieces of shit, dude. Like, why do you guys keep coming to my chat to just be a fucking racist garbage pile human being? Like, go fuck yourself. I hate you people. Why are you talking to me? Why are you here? Like literally just leave my chat. Like, I don't want to talk to you racist fucks.
United States. Get rid of all the fraud. Have you ever seen children at that daycare center right there? Where? Yeah, it's right there. It says the child, you've never seen daycare.
I'm going to go on a fucking giant ass fucking banning spree listening to fucking racists. As soon as I hear you argue that that you believe that the problem is Somalis in Minnesota, I'm banning you. I just want to let you know that.
I don't see anybody here. We're going to educate you on something. So what do you think about this daycare center? They spelled learning wrong. They've received over $1.9 million this year alone, and they're supposed to have 99 children here.
I don't see it.
Have you ever seen any children here?
None, not at all. None.
This year they got 1.9 million. Last year they got 1.5 million of your tax money for 99 children. We just want to know, where are the kids?
Right.
Where are the children?
I don't see them. I've been here since 2017. I haven't seen anybody like that here.
All right, hold on. Lazy Eye says this is massive fraud. Okay, once again, I'm going to tell you, if there is fraud, put them in jail. It's that simple. I am not against putting people in jail because they committed fraud on behalf of the U.S. government. I agree with you. Take people who commit fraud, put them in jail. Does that mean that the Somalians are at fault? The answer is no. Even if you could prove that 100% of the Somalians, of the people committing fraud are Somalian, that is independent because most Somalians in Minnesota aren't committing fraud. You're on the line with First Amendment.
Hey man, this is Extremo, man. This is you're really missing the point, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Well, yes, I am. Do you understand that the point of them bringing up the fact that they're Somalis is that
What? Hold on. How about this? What point? Let's try it one more time. What point am I missing specifically?
Well, I'm about to explain it to you. The reason they're bringing up the fact that they're Somalis is because they are part of a group, right? Like this group protected the people that were causing the fraud because they are of the same group. That's the issue. It's not that they're brown or that they are of a specific race or that they're biologically more.
Give me one quick. Give me one quick second. I'm actually going to ban a couple of users from my chat. I'm not going to tolerate open and blatant racism. You bring up open and blatant racism. I don't want you here. I unironically, like, leave. I'm reporting you. I'm removing you. I don't want you to see my channel. Don't be here. Let me take a look here.
Shit. Maybe you need to listen to what I say before you.
We're gonna do 24-hour timeout for lazy eyes. Very clear. Fucking just blatant racism. You guys bring up. I want to let you know. I'm gonna fucking completely crash out. I don't want any fucking racism. I'm more than happy to watch your video. I'm more than happy to have the discussion. I'm not going to tolerate your fucking racism. You bring up fucking why Somalians are at fucking fault. Go fuck yourself. I'm banning people. I will start banning people. I'm not fucking around. Don't even fucking play with it. I'm not even kidding, dude. I'm not gonna be fucking a part of wanting to create discrimination on Somalis in Minnesota. All right, I'm gonna fucking put my fucking foot down on this. Okay, do you understand, Extremo?
I mean, shit, bro. I guess you're gonna solve.
All right, go ahead and tell me what exactly that I'm missing.
Well, I've been trying to look, bro. At the end of the day, right? It's not. I had just joined, right? But I don't think anybody here is making the case that, or trying to make the case that people are like inherently more biologically more capable or willing to commit fraud or become criminals. I don't think anybody's making the case.
So what do you think about this David? What is his name? Daniel? David Webb? Whatever. David? Yeah, I think they just called him by first name, David, right? Why is it that David would point out specifically it's always a Somali driver and saying, oh, more than 800 of them are Somali owned? Do you think that insinuates that the problem is Somalis?
Okay, so I'm about to speak on that, right? So the way I'm looking at it is that I'm not looking at it from a racial standpoint. I'm looking at it from a group standpoint.
No, I need you to answer my question.
What's that?
Do you think that the statements, it's always a Somali driver and more than 800% of them, 800 of them are Somali owned, do you think that insinuates the problem is Somalis?
Again, the problem is that I cannot.
Dude, fucking, I swear to God, Extremo, answer the fucking question. I'm about to fucking crash out. Answer the question directly. Don't obfuscate. Okay, don't say something unrelated. I'm asking you, do you think that it insinuates by saying it is always a Somali driver and more than 800% or 800 of them are Somali owned? Does that insinuate that the problem is Somalis?
I mean, isn't that the whole point of the video?
Holy fucking shit. Yeah, okay, so it does insinuate that the problem is Somalis.
Right.
Okay, so that's my problem. I think take, for example, a majority of violent crimes, for example, are done by men. It's over 90% of violent crimes are done by men.
Right.
And I could sit there and say it's always men. It's always men committing violent crimes.
Well,
and
you
what
can't
that
say it's always
insinuates
men.
that the problem then is men. But I don't believe most men are committing violent crimes. Most men are perfectly functional human beings and are worthy of human rights. And so when someone attributes that the problem is Somalians, it doesn't really take into account all of the Somalis that don't commit crimes. Do you see my problem?
Well, the problem is that now I'm just confused. Now you're obfuscating, or either that or you're trying to straw man. Because I think that's the point that he's making.
That wasn't a straw man. I was making my point. How can I straw man my own point? It's my point.
No, you're straw manning his position. You're straw manning his position.
No,
You're saying
I took, no, stop, Extremo. I didn't straw man anything. For starters, Extremo, stop. For starters, Extremo, I asked you directly, stating it's always a Somali driver and more than 800 of them are Somali owned. Does that insinuate that the problem is Somalis? You said yes. You agreed to that it does insinuate that the problem is Somalis. So no, I'm not straw manning a goddamn thing. And in fact, you agree that I'm not straw manning. So once again, right?
Well, what are you?
The problem I'm having is I don't believe that a majority of Somalians actually commit crime. So attributing the problem of fraud to only Somalians is fucking stupid and racist as fuck. And people who agree with that, who think that the problem is Somalians and that we got to kick out the fucking Somalians, are also racist pieces of shit, and they could go fuck themselves. How about that?
Not all of them. You can agree that obviously, considering the fact that you're also acknowledging the fact being that Somalis did commit fraud, you can at least acknowledge that.
I'm more than happy to know that, hey, these group of people are committing fraud. There are groups of people that commit fraud. I agree. You take those people, they go in jail. Whether or not that they're Somalis, white, black, it doesn't matter. To me, it's like, okay, it's an individual that committed fraud. I wouldn't even use the adjective that it's Somalis because it insinuates that the problem is Somalians. Do you see my issue?
It's a fact. You're ignoring a fact.
No. I'm not ignoring the fact. I'm ignoring the causal insinuation. Because I don't believe a majority of Somalians are committing fraud. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think most Somalians are perfectly law-abiding citizens, and attributing that to Somalians is fucking racist as shit, and I won't have it.
Okay, Amanda, listen, bro, you're a hero. I get it. You repeated yourself.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not asking to be a fucking hero. Jesus fuck.
Well, yes, you are. But
I'm fucking not, Extremo. Jesus Christ.
Okay, let me give you the rundown on the alternative. That way you could understand it, because it seems to me like whenever you hear something that disagrees with you, you immediately point out, kind of make it seem like it's the worst, right? A case possible. From what I can see, from me looking at it from the alternative, when he says, well, okay, these people, these Somalis committed crime, and it always seems to be Somalis. Well, okay, why would he be saying that? Well, he's speaking in regards to
because he's racist as fuck. That's why.
No, he's speaking in regards to a specific crime.
No. I think Then talk about the fuck. Hold on. Then talk about the fucking crime. Don't fucking attribute to fucking Somalians. It's fucked up.
You can't speak over me when I'm trying to explain something to you, bro. That's fucked up,
bro.
That is straight fucked up, bro.
I don't know what else to tell you, man. I don't like the idea of attributing the problem to specifically Somalians. I would rather just address the fraud, not specifically say that the fraud is among Somalians. It's fucked up.
I'm trying to make that link for you, but because you're missing it. All
right, then help me out. What am I missing?
I cannot help you if you continue to speak over me. If we were face to face, Imagine how rude that would be if we were face to face and you're like, oh, you're saying something you didn't say, but before you say it, I'm going to assume you're going to say it. So, like, that's annoying, bro. Let me speak my piece. And then if you want to believe that
Then
I'm a
fucking
racist,
make your point and stop wasting my fucking time. I'm going to have you make your point. Stop fucking obfuscating and making it meta. Do another fucking meta. I'm hanging up. Go ahead.
Oh shit. Okay, look, bro. Look,
What the fuck? He just fucking hangs up. I asked him to make his fucking point and he hangs up. Fuck off. If I could just get a chance to make a point, if I could just please talk. You keep talking over me, Amender. Whoa, poor woe is me. I don't get a chance to talk. All right, make your fucking point. Stop making it about meta. Hangs up. Okay, cool. There was no fucking point because we know that the whole purpose of this is in fact racism. It's completely fucked up. And I get disgusted listening to people in my chat just follow me day in and day out saying the most blatantly racist fucking shit. And I'm just tired of it. I'm just going to get rid of them. I'm going to start getting rid of you people. On the line, First Amender.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello.
So
What's your name?
I want to ask you about this.
What's your name?
So when I was growing up,
What's your name?
you can call me fupaboi.
Fupa. All right, Fupa boy. What you want to talk about?
So when I was growing up, there was a bunch of news articles about the garbage companies. Okay, and they found that these garbage companies were involved in lots of fraud. And the people who own the garbage companies, they were Italian.
Okay.
And the drivers were their family members.
Mm-hmm.
And when they looked at them, they saw that they all came from Italy.
Okay.
Was it wrong to say that they were Italian?
Yes.
Why?
Because it insinuates, what it does is that it causes the insinuation that the problem in the community is Italians rather than those specific individuals.
Okay, so it turns out that it was a secret group called the Mafia, which is an Italian organized crime.
Uh-huh.
Is it wrong to say
Are a
that?
majority of Italians a part of the Mafia?
I didn't say that.
Okay, so the problem isn't Italians, is it?
Well, it's the Mafia.
The problem is individuals that are in the Mafia. It has it.
And what is the Mafia?
We could attribute that it's all Italians, it's all Sicilians, but once again, number one, not all Sicilians are Mafia. Even if you break it down to, well, I'm saying, like if I went even more granular in it and be super good faith in your favor, I would say Sicilians, right? Because that's how you're in the Mafia, is if you're Sicilian, you're from the island of Sicily. But a majority of people in Sicily aren't in the Mafia.
I know,
so the problem
what
is
you're saying-
individuals in the Mafia, not Italians, and not even people from Sicily. Do you see my point?
Okay, so if they called it the Somali Mafia, would that be okay?
No.
Okay, so why is it okay to call it the Mafia when it's the garbage companies that are being run by the Italian Mafia?
I said it's perfectly okay calling it the Mafia. That's fine. The problem is the Mafia.
Well, correct. So in this case, though,
So it's not Italians. The problem isn't Italians.
Correct. but
Okay,
it
so
is the
don't you
Italian
agree
Mafia.
that a majority of Italians make perfectly good businesses?
Completely agree. But you do
Okay,
agree
so
that
so
in
don't
this
so
case-
so don't insinuate by
I didn't.
putting the blame on Italians.
Well, they're putting it on the Italian Mafia.
But that's the Mafia, not the problem isn't
Okay, but that's
Italians.
okay,
the
right?
problem is
That's
the
okay.
Mafia, not Italians.
Correct. We don't
Okay,
have a word
so
for
the problem
Somali
isn't the
Mafia.
Somalis. The problem is the people frauding the government,
Correct, but by showing
which isn't a
the
majority of
group-
Somalians, right?
Hold on.
It's not a
I'm trying
majority
to-
of Somalians, right?
I'm trying to. It's not. No, just like it's not
Cool,
the majority
based,
of Italians.
fabulous.
But I'm trying to. Do you see the parallels between these two stories?
The parallel?
It actually is.
Yeah, I mean, you made a comparison.
know
Yeah, I understand the
for the
parallel.
story. Correct, but it is relevant.
I mean,
to
am I being
understand.
intellectually consistent here?
Well, they should both you should both never mention that they're Italian in any way, shape, or form.
I'm saying that by pointing out that they're Italian, it insinuates the problem. It insinuates that the problem is with Italians.
No, it shows
this is the same problem. This is
group.
the same problem regarding wanting to subjugate Somalians. And saying that the problem is Somalians, it insinuates that the problem is Somalians in Minnesota when a majority of Somalians are perfectly law-abiding citizens.
I know, but it's the same thing in the first story. But believe it or not, the first story, it's relevant that they're Italian. It shows organization within this group. That organization we call the mafia. That is what they're saying in the video you're watching. Yeah, they happen to all be Somali that are committing these frauds. Looks like organization to me, right? It does look like organization.
Okay, so then you go after the people committing the fraud. You don't have to go after Somalians.
Well, they are going after the people who are committing fraud. But
okay, so then
they
what's
don't
the
have a
problem?
descriptor for the organization yet. It just turns out that this group of people seem to have organized and commit fraud. That's what the link is, right? It's relevant.
Yeah, I get that, but let me. But the problem that I'm having is, again, it's the racist imperative. A majority of Somalians is not the issue. I just don't. I don't see the relevance. I don't see the relevance of bringing up a person's ethnicity, attributing crime. I don't see it. And by the way, a majority of it, you've already. I understand that. I said, okay, hey, they come from the island of they come from the island of Sicily, but hey, even if they are in, say, even the quote unquote mafia, being in the mafia in and of itself is actually not even illegal. You can be a member of the mafia. The question is whether or not you've committed a crime. And so I would even go as far as I understand that it's an organized crime, but that doesn't mean that the person is that they're going to go to jail for being a part of that group. What happens is if they commit a crime, if they're committing a crime, fair enough, go to jail. Very simple.
Everybody
right?
agrees.
Okay, so
we all agree.
I'm saying attribute the fault. Create fault upon. Hold on. I'm saying create. I'm saying create fault upon the individuals that cause the problem, not the group of people associated to that person. That's all I'm saying.
But yeah, I understand. But I think attributing too much to the descriptor. Yeah, I completely agree. Everybody agrees with you. We're getting hung up on the one point that you're making, and it's applying intention to a factual accounting of what's going on. Just like with the Italians. Guess what? It's all these Italians who are committing fraud in the garbage industry.
Well, I asked Extremo earlier whether or not that it insinuates that the problem was with Somalis. The guy in the video said specifically it's always a Somali driver and that more than 800 of them are Somali owned. Do you think that insinuates the problem is Somalis?
I think it insinuates that there's an organization within there's an organization within that group. There seems to be organized crime coming from that group, just like why all the garbage companies were owned by Italians and they happen to be in the mafia too.
So if I said it's always American drivers, more than 800 of them are American owned when I'm referring to shooters, does that insinuate that I think Americans are the cause of shooting?
No, but nobody's saying being Somali is the cause of this.
I'm not saying that. Once again, I'm going to ask one more time. You very carefully listen to what I'm trying to tell you. Does those statements insinuate that I am blaming Americans?
No, I don't think it does.
No. Okay. So
I don't think it personally.
I disagree with that. I think
it's an
listen.
interpretation
So
question.
yeah. So and by the way, insinuate, it just means that a suggestion or a hint. at an indirect and in an indirect or unpleasant way.
Yeah, but
I think that if I say, hey, look at this, look at all the violent crimes caused by men. A majority of violent crimes are caused by men. Then what I believe that insinuates, I believe that insinuates that I believe men are the problem when it comes to violent crime. I would agree. Men
are the problem with violent crime.
Well, so I would agree that it does insinuate that. But the problem that I'm having is, but you don't even think that it does insinuate it. You don't think
No,
that
I just said it does. It 100% does. That is a factual statement.
Okay, maybe I misheard you.
I'm
just going to assume that you think that, okay, so then it is fair to say that if I say it is always a Somali driver or more than 800 of them are Somali owned, that does insinuate that the problem is, no, that's not what you agreed to earlier. All I did was change the demographic. You said it does insinuate in one instance, but then in the other, it doesn't insinuate.
No. You're missing the first question you asked me about men being the problem with violent crime, right?
Yes.
Is not the same question as do Somalis are they overrepresented?
I understand it's not the same question. It is analogous in the sense that I place all of the blame on men, but the problem that I'm having is I said, does that insinuate that men are the problem?
Well, if 100%,
and you said it does. Okay, so
if 100%,
if somebody said that regarding men, then if I say it's always a Somali driver, more than 800 of them are Somali owned, then it does insinuate that the problem is Somalis.
No, the issue is that
I'm perfectly logically consistent where I'm saying
you're going to agree with this. Trust me, you're going to agree with this.
Okay, go for it.
In your first example, men do commit 99.9% of violent crime.
I think it's 90%, but yeah.
You get what I mean, right?
Yes.
So it would be valid to say that, well, it's men's fault for violent crime, really.
Yeah.
It kind of is.
But I mean, if you look at, that's true, but also at the same time, most men aren't committing violent crime.
Okay.
In the same way that most Somalis aren't committing government fraud in the scale of millions of dollars.
It turns out that in childcare in Minnesota, you're wrong. It's true. You just said it.
Hold on. There are probably individuals that are committing fraud, in which case perfectly okay. Put them in jail. They deserve to go to jail. They committed government fraud.
At this scale.
Even if you have 100% of the facilities are Somali owned, then the problem is still not Somalis, because a majority of Somalis don't have multi-million-dollar buildings extracting wealth out of the government. That most Somalians don't have that in Minnesota.
Yeah, but nobody's saying that. But it definitely says that there's a problem with
the problem is the insinuation. The problem is insinuating it. And you seem to be okay that it is an insinuation regarding men, but it is not an insinuation when they say it's Somali.
But the first one isn't an insinuation. It's a fact.
I understand it's a fact. I'm not disagreeing that it's a fact. I'm not disagreeing that. The problem is the insinuation. The problem is that it's an insinuation.
It's not an incorrect. The insinuation is that
it doesn't matter if it's incorrect. It's an insinuation.
We calm now?
Is it an insinuation?
No, an insinuation is an interpretation of a statement.
Jesus,
I did not.
All right, good talk, man. Good talk. You're done. We're done.
Right,
we're done. We can't.
I'll see you later. Have a good one, man.
Fuck me, dude. I can't, dude. I can't. I love how, like, as soon as I start talking about this fucking video, man, all the fucking racists just start fucking coming out left and right out of the fucking woodwork. They're just like, yeah, the problem is Somalis. As if, like, a majority of fucking Somalis have, like, these multi-million-dollar buildings and are capable of extracting a ridiculous amount of wealth out of Minnesota government. Now, mind you, right, there's probably a minority of Somalis where it's like, they are committing this fraud. Great. Put them in jail. That's simple. That's really simple. A majority of Somalians, they're probably just living their fucking life. They probably got a job. They probably got a little place that they stay. They probably got some kids. They're probably just living their goddamn life. Meanwhile, we got these fucking people that just want to insinuate that the problem is Somalians. Go fuck yourself, you racist piece of shit. All right. All right, we'll keep going. Jacob Donahue says, who said all Somalis? Yeah, so once again, I ask whether or not that it was an insinuation when this guy, Daniel, was saying it is always a Somali driver and also saying more than 800 of them are Somali owned. Obviously, that is an insinuation that the problem is Somalis. That's the problem. That's the problem I'm having. Let's see. GGM says, are men responsible for violent crime? The answer is yes, but it's also an insinuation that the problem is men. I don't believe that a majority of men are the problem. Most men don't commit violent crime. That's true. Most men do not commit violent crime. So no, I'm not going to attribute responsibility of violent crime on men. It's just ridiculous. It's super fucking sexist to do so. Let's see. St. Michael of Cigarillo says, what % of these businesses in question own the buildings they operate out of? Yeah, once again, even if that you could establish that 100% of the businesses causing fraud were all Somalian, that doesn't mean most Somalis commit fraud. Do you see my point? Like, most Somalis don't have these multi-million-dollar buildings where they can just defraud the government. Bobro says they could have said this small group of Somalis are running fraudulent daycares, but no, he said specifically it's always a Somali driver, and more than 800 of them are Somali owned. I mean, there's literally thousands of Somalis in Minnesota, and you like put the blame on Somalians as the problem. I just disagree with that. Excadriller says, no, that is not an insinuation. That is your interpretation. I mean, I guess we just disagree. But when I just change the demographic from Somalian to men, I say the same exact thing, it becomes an insinuation. So obviously there's an internal bias there. I think it's an insinuation regarding men, and it would have been an insinuation regarding Somalis. There's no difference between Somali and men in that situation other than one of them is referring to an ethnicity and the other is referring to a sex.
Nope, not at all.
And so you've never seen a child here for 8 years?
Nope, not at all.
And how does that make you feel knowing that this place is receiving $1.9 million?
It's disgusting. I mean, what the hell? They stealing the money. That's a federal grant, too. That's, if they get caught for that's a federal offense. I know I studied law. And
do you think Tim Walz should go to jail for all the fraud that he's enabled here in his state?
That's him doing this? Heck yeah. He's got to be held accountable.
Tim Walz is the one. Didn't Tim Walz legitimately even say that there's fraud happening? I would love to see how they can attribute Tim Walz as being the problem here.
For this. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason what's going on here. It's simple. It's nothing there. It's a parking lot.
And look, they even spelled learning wrong on their sign for a place that's supposed to be educating children.
That's crazy. I mean, who runs it? Who supposedly runs it?
Somalians.
Oh my God. Well, where? Yeah.
So they're saying, who runs it? All right, hold on. I'll say this. Who runs it? And then the answer was Somalians. So do you see the problem here? They're literally insinuating that the problem in Minnesota is Somalians. Once again, most Somalians are perfectly law-abiding citizens. Go ahead and take Somalians committing fraud and put them in jail. I'm perfectly fine with that. But it's the insinuation that the problem is Somalians. That is that moment right there. Asking that question and then the answer tells me what the internal motivations of Nick Shirley is. Let me get the time for that. Let's see, 1932, I think. Let's see.
Who runs it? Who supposedly runs it?
Somalians.
Oh my God.
Do you see the problem? Like, obviously they're interested in the fact that it's Somalians. The problem is Somalians. Hey, chat. Hey, everybody. Look, the problem is Somalians. Do you see the issue?
Oh my God. Where? Yeah, it's just, I've never seen.
Let's see. Cowcrapper says, losing your mind debating these MAGA weirdos. Yeah, we're going over a video where they said they investigated Minnesota's $1 billion fraud scandal. And indeed, there does appear to be fraud, which fair enough, stop fraud. But the problem is that they're attributing the fraud exclusively that the fact that everybody that they're seeing happens to be Somalian running the fraud. And so they're attributing the fraud to Somalians when in reality, it's probably just a minority of Somalians committing it. Like a majority of Somalians aren't sitting there committing multi-million-dollar tax fraud in Minnesota.
Nobody here at all.
So how long have you been living here?
Since 2017.
You've never seen a single child walk in that building?
No, not at all.
So this daycare center is literally just a place to traffic money. $1.9 million just this year alone. And this guy's been living here for 8 years and has never seen a single child walk through those doors. There's no windows either. No. And the only window they do have, the door,
report it. Go to fraud.
Is blacked out.
Yep, I see that.
Fraud. Yeah, it's fraud. Fair enough.
Within just a few hours, we nearly approached $20 million in fraud, and we headed over to George Floyd's neighborhood to expose more of the fraud taking place.
This place is called Future Leaders Early Learning Center, and it's licensed for 90 children. And in fiscal year 2025, they received $3.6 million. In fiscal year 2024, they received $3 million. So in 2 years, they got six.
Let's see. Cool. So we arrest all these people who committed fraud and they all happen to be Somalian. Is it racist? No. I'm saying like putting blame on Somalians as being the issue. That's what's racist. I think so. And I think it insinuates the problem is Somalians. And I disagree. There's probably a minority of Somalians that commit fraud, and fair enough, put them in jail. I'm not saying Somalians, shouldn't go to jail if they commit fraud. It doesn't matter if you're white, black, brown, green, whatever country you're from. If you're committing fraud, all right, the problem is the fraud. It's not whether or not you're Somalian.
$6.67 million. Claiming they have.
Let's see. Juicy Smellrod says, obviously the Somalian community has had some bad representation.
90 children every day of the week, 5 days a week. So let's
these people are making just about more money than NBA athletes.
And we don't even know if they're paying taxes, but we don't know where this money is going. Is it going to terrorism? Where is it going? But it's theft. It's fraud. And
fair enough.
The reason I'm involved is I want it to stop. I care about Minnesota. I'm doing this for the people of Minnesota. I don't make a dime off all this time I spent on this. I put my life at risk several times, but I'm determined to see this through and to correct what is wrong, what is evil.
Here at Future Leaders.
Hold on. Hood Monkey says, then that's the point. Your point out racism to cry racism. That's literally it. Hold on. It's not me that's pointing out. It's not me that's doing the racist intent. That's the video. The video is attributing the problem to Somalis. And it has reiterated that point multiple times, creating an insinuation that the problem that we have in Minnesota is Somalian. And I disagree. There's probably a minority of Somalians that commit fraud. Fair enough. They go to jail. Cowcrapper says, yeah, I mean, it's the fascist playbook, right? Find scapegoats, rinse, repeat, etc. Yes, I agree.
Early Learning Center. This building received over $3 million. Hello, how are you? I would like to see if I can bring my son little Joey here. Is there paperwork, or can I check out the daycare? No? Why can't I check out the daycare?
It's not here.
Okay, but can I get paperwork or anything to submit my son little Joey to come in here to daycare? We'd really like to put Joey in this daycare. We've heard great things.
Business card?
No, I would like your business card, actually.
You talk to you, man.
Okay, can I speak with somebody? Where are the children at? Are there children here today?
No.
No children?
Yes.
Why are there no children?
Two at Mexico.
Would my son, little Joey, have friends to play with here?
No.
No.
Yes.
No friends for little Joey?
Yes. Sorry.
Dang it.
Let's see how they scapegoats if they are committing a crime. No. I have said it over and over that if somebody is committing a crime, go to jail. And I'm not saying that they're not committing a crime. Clearly, this has a very clear evidence of fraud. Fair enough. Go to jail. By going to businesses that committed fraud, the fact that they are Somalian is irrelevant. Are you tracking or are you just being obtuse as per usual? All right. Genuine question. Is the problem Somalians? You're on the line with First Amender.
Good morning, my favorite First Amendment woke person in the world. How you doing today, sir?
Hello. I forgot your name. What was your name again?
Media Watch.
Media Watch. All right, Media Watch. What you want to talk about?
I want to chime in on the Somalian, I guess, situation you're discussing, and just introduce some logic into it, right?
Before we get started, I'm curious: is the problem in Minnesota Somalians with fraud?
Not necessarily.
Cool. All right, go ahead.
The problem is culture. And the reason I say that is logically, and you would admit, as any clinical psychologist will tell you, that we are all products of our environment to a degree. You can change that environment. I did. But you're that's the way you're taught life is, right? I mean, would you agree?
Not necessarily. I think if you say, for example, if you have like a first generation immigrant, for example, and their environment changed, the way they think may not be different, but as soon as they have kids or people that are just grown up in that environment, their perspective would be very, very different from their parents.
We're going to agree totally on that because my second to that would be it takes a couple of generations, and I don't mean long generations, but like you just said, to acclimate to the new environment you're into. I've been to Honduras, I've been to Jamaica, I've been to Guatemala, and their culture down there, it's nothing to ride your bike down or a motorcycle down the street and see a dead body and it just lays there for days, right?
It's terrible.
We don't accept that here. So it's the way we're raised. It doesn't make us better or worse, but it's all they know. So I revert back to if you're from Somalia, originally from Somalia, it's kind of the same environment. It's not their fault. They're about survival. We're about advancement. So they're not used to that. So there is an inherent risk mitigation involved when you bring a new culture into it.
Sure.
It doesn't mean
and I agree with you.
bad.
I think if you bring in a new culture from, an area where they have very low socioeconomic conditions, the probability of there being friction is 100%. It's basically all but guaranteed. I do believe though that integration is inevitable and it can be accelerated by assisting people in their socioeconomic conditions and improving their livelihood as time goes on. And once again, I believe that rising tides lift all boats, which would include, Somalians, if they have poor socioeconomic status, by assisting them, they can contribute to the economy as well, which
I don't
benefits
disagree with that.
white businesses as well.
Right, but there is that time period about risk mitigation, right? Because while they're here and they're fresh, you are at risk. So then you have to kick in survival instincts. And let me preface it this way, and I'm assuming you don't live in the country, right? I live on 82 acres. We, wildlife and all that shit out of here. But I often tell people or get chastised, you killed a rattlesnake, he wasn't doing nothing. Well, yeah, they're not all bad. but they're going to bite you. It's their survival instinct, right? So at what point do I
sure,
take the risk?
but there's no different. There's not a huge difference, like in terms of genetically speaking, between a Somalian and pick any random white person. In fact, you go anywhere
Correct.
across the globe, there's very little genetic variation, save for there's like certain isolated areas in Indonesia that have a significant genetic disparity. But overall, you're talking about less than 1% of genetic variation between all human beings. And this actually follows in the sense that through our genetic epoch, we had basically gotten to a point where we were down to less than 10,000 humans in the past. And as a result, we have very, very little genetic variation.
Yeah, but we're also not vain to dismiss the fact that we're still evolving, right? So there's a sect of the population that is probably...
That would take millions of years, like an actual...
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. But we're not there.
I'm just saying, like, if you pull up the Human Genome Project, for example, we have very, very little genetic variation between one human to the next. And this is straight from the Human Genome Project.
Yeah, I struggle with it being genetic to a degree. I think there's a small difference in the genetics, but I think it's more of, again, environment. Look at New Guinea, there's still cannibalism there. And that's an environment deal. We have no right to go in there and say you can't eat each other. That's your environment. It's not ours.
Yeah. So I mean, like, this is kind of what I was talking about, though, regarding individuals. Like, for example, you're saying a rattlesnake is going to bite. I agree with you. It's a rattlesnake. Rattlesnakes bite. That's what they do. But attributing like, okay, well, rattlesnakes bite, Somalis commit fraud. That's what Somalis do, is kind of what I'm not saying you're saying that. Yeah, I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm just saying that obviously humans aren't like rattlesnakes where they just bite. In fact, the genetic similarity that would exist between a Somalian and any other human on planet Earth is stunningly little.
Yeah, and I think my takeaway, and I don't know if you agree or not, is that there's a period of risk mitigation that has to be considered, right? We just got to figure out how to deal with that when we're acclimated people to live in a society that's so different than theirs that some things aren't accepted.
I agree with you. And there's always good, especially like, I know like Islamic communities. I mean, there's definitely a sense of extremism that does exist there, just as if you had a Christian being put into a majority Muslim nation, there's going to be friction. It's just the fact that there's difference, but I do think that it is possible for Muslims to integrate just as Christians can integrate. It's just a matter of time before integration occurs.
Yeah, we've done it for millions of years, or thousands of years.
Yep.
So I always enjoy talking to you. Anybody listening, this kid is very smart. I'm a lot
appreciate
older
you
than
talking
him,
to you too.
But I appreciate it. I appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Genetic variation. That's an interesting call. Good one. Thank you for that, Media Watch. A nice palate cleanser. So just for fun, you could see right here. Let's see. So did you know that the base pair level of your genome is 99.9% the same? Oh, by the way, this is NIH, National Human Genome Research Institute. This is specifically the Human Genome Project. It is the group that successfully mapped the human genome, the entirety. Very, very good. I think, didn't they get like a Nobel Prize for this? But did you know that the base pair level of your genome is 99.9% is the same as all of the humans around you, but that in that 0.1% difference are many things that makes you unique. We have learned that people's genomes differ from each other in all sorts of ways. Those differences in your DNA help determine what you look like and what your risk might be to various diseases, but your genome does not entirely define you. Well, before the completion of the Human Genome Project, researchers began developing tools to detect genomic differences between people. When scientists agreed to use one reference human genome sequence generated by the Human Genome Project, it became easier to determine differences among people's genomes on a much larger scale. We have since learned that human genomes differ from one another in all sorts of ways, sometimes at a single base, sometimes in chunks or thousands of bases. Even today, researchers are still discovering new types of variants within human genomes. Human genomic variation is particularly important because a very small set of these variants are linked to differences of various physical traits: height, weight, skin and eye color, type of earwax, and even specific genetic diseases. Anyway, we can continue with the video. I'm more than happy to looking at it, but seriously, no racism in my chat. I'm not going to tolerate it.
Well, have a great rest of your day. So, little Joey would not be accepted to that daycare. Joey's still looking for daycare.
And because little Joey couldn't get into a daycare, we went to an autism center, as they have been popping up everywhere as a rise of autism has occurred here in Minnesota because of the government funds that they're receiving. I tried to check my son Joey into an autism center.
We've been going to a lot of these daycare centers. We're trying to find a spot for our little boy Joey, but we thought maybe we could check him into the autism center because none of the daycare centers are open. Yeah, and how many kids do you guys have at this autism center?
I can't give you a number now.
I'll be honest, man, that is honestly just awful that there's groups of people that are frauding the government. It is really terrible. I agree. And people like that should go to jail. Put them in jail for committing fraud.
More than 5? Probably, so you don't really know?
Yeah.
What do you guys think about like the fraud that's been labeled on the autism centers here? What do you guys do think about the fraud, or how come the autism centers are popping up?
I can't answer.
Are you a news reporter?
My name's Nick. We're doing a little documentary trying to find little Joey a spot to put himself in one of these centers here. Because there's
So why are you asking us about
the fraud? Yeah, because we want to make sure we're going to legit business if we're going to bring our little boy Joey here.
This is not a ghost house. Yeah. But that's our number. You have to call. But this is we can't let you guys do so.
Okay, thank you. So once again, little Joey, he can't even go to daycare, and now they won't even accept him if he has autism.
And again, no kids. Couldn't tell you how many kids they serve.
After being able to provide no evidence of them actually being an autism center in a place where a child could go, they shut the door and we headed to the next fraudulent daycare center that was just around the corner.
We're on to the next location. We're still trying to find little Joey a place to go to get some daycare.
So where we're going now is a place called Super Kids Daycare Center. Interestingly, this daycare center was shut down when it was called Creative Minds Daycare, and it had received $2.45 million this fiscal year 2025. They had to shut down because there were so many violations, and they went and they just reopened under a new license.
Ooh, we're getting another phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, it's me, Extremomccool.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, bro. Listen, I hear that you're calm, dude. I just want to say something, dude. Like, you know that my position is his position, correct?
What? Whose position? Media watches?
The last caller. Yeah.
Okay. And what is that?
Okay. That the position being that it's all about culture. I'm not speaking on the video. I'm speaking in generalities here, but this applies to everybody. I don't think that like stupidity or thievery is like a biological trait that is attributable to any race. You know what I'm saying? I think it's just one of those things. I think to some point, right? Like we are a product of our environment, right? And especially when it comes to like behaviors. The environment is what creates culture, right? And cultures do exist. We both agree on that. I think what a lot of people like me believe, what you're interpreting as racism, is that we are recognizing that the reason there hasn't been a solution to issues like thievery or fraudulentness is because of the culture, not because of the people. You know.
Okay, I mean, like,
that, right?
what I find really common is that you can actually create a racist intent with culture. It's totally benthorpe, aka Abel, is subscribed. Thank you for the subscription, benthorpe. Appreciate that. So I think it is a bit of a dog whistle that culture, that people just, they hide behind the idea of culture. I'm willing to acknowledge that there does exist certain cultures that have a difficult time initially integrating. I do think it's possible, though, over time that integration does happen, especially once you reach, when they have children and then their children's children. I mean, they're just, you're not going to have any issues regarding whatever culture that they came from. Is there initial friction? 100%. I completely agree with that. And I think we should acknowledge that and do what we can to integrate societies better. Yeah.
Do you really believe that, though, Mendy?
Yeah.
Well, let's test it.
Okay.
What do you think are some problems? Let me just open it up, right? Like, what do you think are some problems that could make a culture, quote unquote, bad?
I think, for example, if you have staunchly anti-LGBT laws, or forcing women, one example, some of the worst case scenarios has been they would pour acid on women that do not wear hijabs.
Right. Okay, I agree with you. Pouring acid on people not wearing the right clothing is a pretty bad thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that would you agree with those practices? Obviously, you wouldn't agree with those practices happening here in America, right?
Correct. I'm not in favor of those. In fact, people that do that go to jail.
Right. You think they should go to jail because they're bad people?
Yes. The person committing that, not because of
right.
all Muslims or pointing out it's just the particular individual that is so extreme that they cannot integrate. That's fine. I place the blame on the individual, not them being a Muslim or their culture.
I'll play devil's advocate with you, bro. I would make the correlation between those people and the people that commit fraud, right? In terms of being the worst of this group, right? Of people who participate in this culture. Right? I think that if you're capable of committing fraud, you are bad in this.
There's white people that commit fraud.
Bad, right?
I'm sure in Minnesota. Right. I'm sure that exists too.
Right. Yeah, but that's neither here nor there, so we're not going to digress to that. Right? The point is that
I'm just saying, I look at individuals who commit fraud not on the basis of their culture is this, so they are more likely to commit fraud. I mean, even if that were true, it insinuates a problem with that group of people. And I want to push back against that. I think it's wrong.
Well, okay, but again, neither here nor there, right? So the reason
do you think it's wrong?
I think it's wrong for people to do bad things.
Okay, yeah. So creating an insinuation against all Somalis is a bad thing, right? It's bad.
Right. Okay. So let's follow this logic.
I'm saying, do you agree with that?
Let me just get to the end of it because I'm really, really close. I don't want you to digress right now. Right. So
won't answer the question.
Just quickly, right? Because we have only agreed so far, right? Obviously, you're asking me basically a rhetorical question. You're asking me, is it bad to stab somebody? Duh. Okay. I hate answering those questions, Amanda. Those are straw man questions, but that's not what I'm talking about, right?
I'm not. Hold on. First of all, that's a question. You realize a straw man is not that, right? It's just me asking a question. That's not arguing that you're saying a specific argument. It's a question that it's to me, it's obvious. To me, it's okay, it's not good to, insinuate that the problem is, Somalis or Somalian culture, because I believe it's okay, you have individuals, there's bad players in any culture. Doesn't matter what culture it is. There's just people that commit crimes. And I would point the fault at the individual, and to point it at a group, I think it perpetuates harm. It perpetuates unnecessary harm on Somalis, and any other group that's done on, right? I just don't agree fundamentally the rhetorical scheme that a lot of people on the right do.
Well, you're okay again, right? You're bringing up this scenario which is not attributable to the conversation that we're having, because what we're having is a conversation that it has been agreed upon on most things that have been said, and we're speaking about culture and the ramifications of the negative negative aspects of the negative things that people do within those cultures, right? So right now, what we've agreed is that not cultures exist, people can agree on those cultures, and sometimes people do bad things that are part of said cultures. Now, my argument when it comes to like the Somali people or any people really that do bad things, that you're claiming that people have antagonism in the worst case, or a little bit of like not liking them in the best case, just generally not liking them, is that you think it's racism. The problem is that you're ignoring the reality. The reality is that things like throwing acid or fraud, being a fraudster, is something that's an acceptable part of that culture. If it wasn't an acceptable part of that culture, then things like that wouldn't occur in the country of origin in which that culture began it or existed. Do you understand what I'm saying? Essentially, what I'm saying is that if the culture wasn't bad, the people wouldn't be running away from Somalia. You understand what I'm saying?
I mean, the Somalian history is complex. It's fraught. It's fraught with there being power dynamics being pushed off, and then total abandonment by the West when they had taken over, which then ultimately causes that entire country to be destabilized. And anytime you have a destabilized country like that, where the power vacuum is there, what happens almost every single time is militia control. You end up having fights among militias, and that's with any culture, any group.
You're right.
If that ends up happening.
Right.
So
You're
I just,
100%.
I don't look at the fault is being Somalis or Somalian culture. I just, and I'm perfectly okay with just looking at the, instances of fraud and wanting to jail people for fraud, not because, not wanting to insinuate that, well, the problem is Somalis.
But do you understand that the behavior wouldn't be taught? It would not be so fraud, and it wouldn't be so. It wouldn't happen so often if it wasn't that the people that belong to that culture believed in that type of behavior, like they found it acceptable.
I don't think that culture
Somalis,
finds it acceptable to commit fraud.
Somalis,
it's not in Somali culture
right,
to be like, hey, everybody, go to a country that you're not from and commit fraud. It's in our culture.
Yeah. No, yeah. That believe it or not, right? Like, again, I'm not making a racist claim. I'm just attributing a behavior to a group that, unless you're being bad-faced, you can at least recognize is part of the reason why they are in the situation that they're in, right? Like, if they weren't a group that committed fraud and crime,
okay,
they
let me
wouldn't
ask you
be
this.
in the situation that
Is
they're in
there?
right now.
Do you believe that there is a Somali culture of fraud?
I think that fraud is common in Somalia.
Answer the question.
Well, I don't think that it's like they would say it is, but I would say that, yeah, I would assume there is, because
I disagree.
There is
no inherent Somali culture
So
of
you're
fraud.
saying it doesn't happen. You're saying it doesn't happen often in Somalia.
I'm saying that in Somali culture,
Well, I'm asking you a direct
there
question.
is no culture for fraud.
Okay, so there's no cultures and there's no groups that are notorious for participating in fraud.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying in Somali culture, there is no inherent Somali culture of fraud.
Okay, you don't think that fraud is something that can be consistently
attributed to Somalis? No.
No. Okay. See,
no,
that's
it's
the
not
problem,
in their
right?
culture. Their culture is not fraud.
Let's test that, right?
To insinuate that is racist as fuck.
Well, is there any culture in which you could insinuate that on? Is there any? Can I name, off the top of my head, a culture in which it is notoriously known?
I don't know, like the Bernie Madoff family. Like I don't.
So rich people. right?
I mean, that would
Rich
probably
people
be a
commit-
culture of fraud, sure.
Right. Okay. So we can do this. It's just you
I
don't.
mean, I
like
suppose
to
it's
do it
possible.
to
I'm
brown
saying, like,
people.
right now in Somalia,
Right.
there is no, like, Somali culture
You
of
know
fraud. That's not a thing.
Do you know that?
Yeah, I mean, we can pull up Somali culture
All
and
right,
see
let's
if
look
fraud
up.
is in there.
Well, I mean, obviously, I don't think. So we just agreed that there could be negative aspects to a culture.
All right.
You were able to attribute
pull it up.
a negative aspect to a culture.
Because I don't know much about
but-
Somali culture. Let's
Well, no,
find
that's
out a
fair.
bit
Now
about
what
it.
you're
How about
gonna do
that?
is you're
How
gonna
about,
try to
we'll
look up
read up on
whether
the culture of
people that are
Somali
consider
people,
themselves-
and then determine where the fraud is. Right. The culture of Somalia is an amalgamation of traditions that were developed independently since Proto-Somali era. The hypernym of the term Somali from geopolitical sense is Horner, and from an ethnic sense, Kushite. The culture of Somalia encompasses knowledge, beliefs, arts, laws, and customs of Somali people throughout history and is distinguished by a deep commitment to democratic and egalitarian principles, as well as a strong sense of independence, individualism, and generosity. It is an amalgamation of traditions that developed independently, drawing on heritage from distant ancestors in Nubia and pre-dynastic Egypt, an ancient civilization of Punt, and subsequent rise of proto-Somali city-states collectively known as Barbaria. Somalia was among the first regions outside of Arabian Peninsula to embrace Islam and became the center of influential Islamic scholarship, exemplified by the medieval traditions of Zailai and Zabardi scholars. Much of the contemporary Somalia's territory and adjoining Somali regions as neighboring countries once formed of the Adal Sultanate. The sultanates of Adal and Mogadishu were vibrant hubs of trade, knowledge, and culture, whose globe-trotting merchants and long-standing diasporic communities exchanged goods and ideas across the Indian Ocean. The cosmopolitan legacy is reflected in Somalia's rich oral heritage, expressed through poetry, song, proverbs, celebrated with wit and eloquence. Moreover, as keen sense of humor.
You're not telling me anything we don't know, Amanda. Let's just cut it, bro. Because
Why? Here, I'll tell you. Control F, fraud. Fraud. Oh,
Okay,
darn.
right, but the
Nothing for
problem
fraud.
is that, like-
I wonder why.
Okay, Amanda, do you think that there's crime in Mexico?
Yeah.
Okay, look up Mexican culture and tell me when it starts to mention crime.
Okay.
Just look it up.
Mexican culture.
You tell me when it starts to mention crime.
Crime.
Then what?
Nope. Nothing.
You're being bad faith as fuck right now. You know
Well,
that.
but like I
That's
don't
the
believe
worst.
the culture of Mexicans. Do you believe that the culture of Mexicans is crime? Do you believe the culture of Mexicans is crime?
It's a strong tenet of Mexican culture. Is like rebellion.
All right. We just gotta agree to disagree. I don't know what to tell you.
Wait, hold on. How much do you know of Mexican history? Like
I typed in
legitimately.
rebellion. Nothing there. Darn.
Yeah. Do you know anything about Mexican history?
Yeah.
Anything?
Yeah.
So you don't think rebellion and anti-authoritarianism is like a
Anti-colonialism?
major
Yeah, sure.
no,
Sure, huge aspect.
Yeah,
I agree.
Right. And don't
Is that
you think
crime?
like,
Is being
crimes
anti-colonial a crime?
Well, no. Don't you think that crimes were committed during the history of Mexico?
No.
during the
Hold on.
creation
It's a
of Mexico?
crime to go against your conquerors?
No, but it's like a crime.
Oh,
to,
no,
like, rape and
huh?
pillage. Did you hear what I said?
No.
I said it's against the law to rape and pillage. Or I think at least it would be morally wrong to do it, right?
You
The point
think
is
that the
like,
culture
you're being
of
bad faith
Mexicans
because
is
you
to
already
rape
agree
and
there's
pillage?
a ton of crime in Mexico. You just don't like me making the insinuation that you don't like me making that correlation for some reason.
I'm saying that that's not a part of Mexican culture. I'm sorry. I just disagree that part of Mexican culture is to rape and pillage. If anything, that was actually. I wonder if you would attribute that to conquistadors. Did conquistadors rape and pillage?
Yes, they actually did.
They sure did. Is that part of their culture to rape and pillage?
I mean, one would say yes because.
Well, I would say no. I would say no.
You don't think because
Yeah,
they
I
did
think
it
that there's like
often?
groups of people that did that, but I wouldn't attribute raping and
Uh-huh.
pillaging to all white people, right?
No, but that's not what I'm doing. I'm tying.
But do you see my
behavior
point? Like that,
to-
you're doing
Well,
it with
well,
Somalians. That's my point.
No, you're.
And then
you
as
just
soon as I
ignored
bring in
that.
white people, all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it's a big giant problem for you.
No, you just ignored me again, bro. Like, if anything, bro, like you're proving my point. What I'm saying, Amender, right? Just to fucking put a tie on it, is just that, and we haven't disagreed on this. Is that we can attribute negative
I'll tell you what.
attributes to culture.
I've been
you know?
entirely
And
consistent in this, and as soon as all I
so
have
have
to
I.
do is switch the demographic, and then for whatever reason it is racist, but then in the other it's not racist somehow. But
I didn't disagree.
all right, bro.
I was consistent. I said.
We just gotta
but I
agree to
said,
disagree.
bro,
That's it. That's the end.
Wait, hold up. You're the one. But hold it. You're the one making the claim that we disagreed, or I wasn't.
I don't know what to
consistent.
tell you, man. I mean, we disagree. We just fundamentally.
But you understand that my answer
we don't
to
agree
your
one
last
another.
question was.
Anyway,
Wait, hold up.
I'm
saying-
gonna grab a quick sandwich, and I'll be right back. All right. I'll talk to you later. Okay, Extremo.
Just before this, bro, did you just tell me for sure that I was being inconsistent because I
Yes.
answered your question consistently?
Nope, you were not
Okay,
answering
well,
it consistently. You were entirely inconsistent. I brought up
I
brought up
behoove you to
conquistadors.
rewind the
You
video.
were perfectly okay with looking at Mexicans and how they have like a culture, a quote unquote culture of crime. But then when I delve into it, you realize, oh wait, maybe it's not really a culture of crime. Maybe it's like actually fighting against their conquerors. And then when I bring up like whether or not that pillaging and whether or not pillaging is a part of white culture, I disagree with that. But for whatever reason, you think it's a part of white culture to pillage and rape. I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, we just disagree fundamentally.
Well, I
I don't think
white
that's
culture. I
a
said the
proud
Spanish
part of
culture.
American of white culture. I just
said the
don't.
Spanish I believe that. Okay, call me. Just we'll again.
I'm
we'll
gonna
tie
go
it
grab
down,
some food. I'll talk to you later. Okay, Extremo?
I believe that the conquistadors were pillagers and rapists, bro. That's my belief.
I mean, I
maybe you
agree. The
disagree.
conquistadors were, in fact, the
you
rapists and
disagree. You're
pillagers. I
saying that
agree.
Not all of them were rapists and pillagers.
I mean, a lot of them
I
were,
agree with you.
like
Not
most
all
of them.
were, but,
Like a
okay, well,
grand
no,
majority.
Sure, yeah, right.
Anyway, I'm gonna grab a sandwich real quick, and I'll talk to you later.
Salam alaikum, Amanda.
Bye-bye. All right, I'm grabbing a sandwich, and then we're going to take more calls. I apologize to making people wait if they want to talk to me. I did see that there was somebody that did want to talk to me, Benthorpe, if I'm not mistaken. Just give me a quick second. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm going to make a sandwich. Give me 5 minutes. Just hang tight. I'll put on music while... Here you go. Just hang tight. Sorry. I haven't eaten lunch, so I gotta grab some lunch. All right. I'm back. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in. I'm going to eat my sandwich. Hopefully my eating is not too gross. Given the fact that I'm literally licking a label. I'll try to be muted in my eating. Cowcrapper says stares at Stalker 2 in his Steam cart. Stalker 2 is an amazing game. But you need like a computer from the moon to run that game. I genuinely would like to know more about that Daniel guy. Benthorpe says, I made a VC chin on your server, just waiting in there. Are you able to call in? The phone number is right up here. It's 202-998-5218. The problem is because I'm streaming. I don't want people to join in when I'm like trying to have a conversation with you. Are you able to call the number? It's a Rubik says, how goes it, Amender? It goes well. Going great, actually. JI99A James says, no lipstick this time? Not yet. Your mod said you'd be able to talk to me in VC. I wouldn't rather do Discord because I have a way better mic. Okay, I'll just call you. Calling. Ben, I'm calling. Oh, cool. You have a camera.
I do.
Give me a sec. Sorry,
Sure.
I'm eating. All right, give me a moment.
No problem.
All right, give me a moment. Try to make that bigger. All right, Ben.
Yeah.
How you doing? What you want to talk about?
Hey, good. I was interested in what you were saying about cultures. I worked for several years with a Somali, and he was a very devout Muslim, but he also more or less openly scammed. Like his scam was he bought a convenience store near where the like the EBT like where they recharge the EBT cards, you know, where the Department of Human Services. And so what he kind of like didn't want to tell me this, but he ended up telling me, like, what he does is they'll bring over the card and it has $10 on it. So he'll nominally charge them for like food, but what he does is gives them $5 cash. Do you see what I'm saying? And like, so this is technically fraud.
Mm-hmm.
But like these people just wanted the cash. They didn't want to use the card for money for whatever reason. Maybe they're drug addicts, whatever. Okay. So that he saw that as he wasn't saying this is fantastic, but he was saying like, so I do think it's part of Somali culture. And I don't think it has anything to do with race to say like, okay, well, you gotta, you know, succeed here. And so that's a bigger priority.
What is a part of Somali culture?
I believe so. I also worked with a lot of Ethiopians, and Ethiopians always said Somalis are like they're always working an angle, and that's just like very well known in East Africa that Somalis are, and it's largely because of their culture. It's largely because, like what you said, they don't have stability, so they end up creating a culture in which you know, you end up saying like, I got to make ends meet. So, but I don't think that's unique to Somalis by any stretch of the imagination. So there are like my people are 75% Viking or Norwegian. Norwegian culture was openly a culture which raided other countries for survival. And so you had a it was actually seen as positive. You see what I'm saying? So do you disagree with that? Is that you're saying that's racist to say like cultures do that?
No, not in and of itself. But I do think that like currently modern 2025, you know, I don't believe like a majority of Somali people, you know, that are perfectly integrated into Minnesota, you know, that they're going out of their way to scam the government. And I don't believe that that's part of their culture either.
True. They also have a work culture. He was a hardworking guy, but I do believe there was this kind of like, anyways, see, what I'm saying is like, I think people, I would say that in a sense, you are in a sense assuming that everyone has the values of Western American sort of bourgeois culture.
No.
And so do you not agree with that?
I just believe,
Like you say those are universal norms.
Well, I believe the United States is a multicultural society and it's perfectly capable of amalgamating whatever culture it is. I mean, and if there's instances of where there is, you know, substantial harm as a result of a particular culture, that can be pushed out. That's not a problem.
Well, so are you saying that you don't believe that the United States of America has a sort of culture that admittedly is like
no, we do
complex? Do you think that culture is correct?
Like the concept of multiculturalism and like human well-being, like.
No. What I'm saying is like, yeah, we don't have an overt culture, but like we will say, for example, and I've encountered this as what would normally be seen as a white man, though I don't identify as white, where the state can intervene in like where there's like minor domestic violence, right? So if a man pushes his wife or his whatever, his significant other, the state will intervene, the cops will show up, right? Now, in most cultures, including most European cultures,
honestly, it's probably
there's a
more
si-
accurate to say, instead of saying culture, it has more to do with a social contract. I think that there is like an underlying social contract that I believe must be upheld in order to have like a working society. And if there is a group of people or people that push against that social contract and want to circumvent it in some way, I think it's negative for society.
Yeah, but you're saying that social contract is basically the laws of a society, right? Which have clear punishments and right?
So the social contract goes beyond just like mere laws, but laws contribute to an overall social contract. I think, like, for example, it is in our social contract that everybody is bestowed upon them a right to life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness, which allows people to pursue the things that they find most valuable. That's like a part of like an assumption that you are equal. Another one would be like if you're an assumption of being equal to other people, regardless of where they come from. I think that's a part of the social contract.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not going to try to do this, but like obviously that doesn't apply to unborn children, the right to life. So we have a kind of way in which that hasn't really been worked out. Although if I as a father,
well, I can help you out. Like, I think that your right to life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness, is not circumvented, unless, of course, that you are superseding your rights over others. And specifically with a child, the way that I see it is that I believe that every single pregnancy is potentially life-threatening. And it is also potentially, it is 100% life-changing as well, sometimes in a very negative way. And I just think it should be up to individuals to make that decision as to whether or not they want to go through that life-altering situation, or if they feel that they are not ready for it. And it's mostly because I don't believe that the rights of one person will stomp over the rights of the other. So this would be the rights of the unborn child comparison to the mother. If the mother wanted to have a baby into the future, they could decide to do so.
Right, but okay, there are a lot of situations in which someone imposes themselves in your life, maybe because of decisions you made, sometimes not, and you don't actually have the right to kill them if you find that inconvenient. Right.
That's correct. The problem is that you're predicating the life of the unborn child to be equal to that of an autonomous human being.
Right, which actually our culture does do, because if you kill a woman who's pregnant, you'll get double homicide.
That's because they wanted the child. That's the difference.
Okay, but what it's saying is like you're saying it's a human if someone wants to be the mother.
I'm not saying it's not a human. It is a human. It's a human at conception. The question is whether or not that you provide that it is worthy of moral consideration.
Yeah, I don't really like. I think pro-life arguments are kind of boring. But okay, but what I'm saying is, what you are saying is there's a social contract, which of course, is not true. You are born into this society, and you don't have a choice as to whether.
I feel that we ought hold no. So a social contract does not require an agreement. A social contract is axiomatic. It must happen as a part of being born in that society.
Well, how's that different than saying like there are rules and you have to follow them?
Because I think it's more basal. I think it's more basal.
Well, it's a fake saying like, well, we all have contracted this way, but like you're born in America, you have to follow those laws. You can, I guess what you're saying,
but it goes beyond just laws, right? It goes into like moral understanding.
Yeah. Right. You have to like, follow the rules. When you're in school, you follow like the ethos of what a school system is.
I mean,
saying,
there's
which
things
is,
like
for
there's
example,
unspoken rules, for example.
Yeah,
like it doesn't have to have a specific rule that's like written on a piece of paper. There's just like a level of so like, for example, let's say if we're walking together and I spit in front of your feet, is it illegal that I spit in front of your feet? No, it's perfectly legal. I could do that. I wouldn't go to jail for spitting in your feet, but it's also like super disrespectful, right? It's like a huge faux pas. It's like this, do you see what I mean? It's a part of the social contract, if you will. It goes beyond just laws.
I get what you're saying. So, for example, like your typical I went to public schools. My kids went to public schools. There's a kind of ethos. It's not really written, but that like sex is fun, but be careful because we don't want to have unwanted pregnancies and we don't want STDs. But like, as long as you are careful about being safe, like we'll actually give you the condoms so that you can have sex with people your age. But if you have sex with someone, like if you're a female, you have sex with someone much older than you, like we don't, that's not necessarily illegal, but like we kind of shun it. But like, so it's a combination of like mores and laws, right? Yeah. That we generally agree on, but there are many people who don't agree with a lot of those, right? And there's a kind of dominant liberal culture in the institutions, but in actual fact, a lot of people don't agree with those, but like, so they don't agree to this contract and what we have because we're multicultural. And I don't think it's a problem.
What portions of the social contract that I've presented would you disagree with?
I think the main thing in our culture that's a problem is that masculinity is seen as wrong, and so we have an ideal of like men should be masculine.
I'm about as woke and as liberal as it gets. I don't think masculinity is wrong at all.
Do you think that it is wrong for women to, let's say, I'll just use a crass term, cock tease a man for validation and then leave him hanging?
I mean, it's socially not cool.
Well, but do you think that that's kind of like, okay, here's another one. Do you think if a woman accuses a man of something and it turns out to not be true, that she should be prosecuted vigorously for that?
Yes, and they are.
They are not.
Wasting resources of the justice system is not?
They are not. No. I can tell you from personal experience, if you
hold on.
In a civil, you won't find it if you look it up. In a civil court, like say a civil matter, like restraining orders, all this stuff. This would go both ways though. If someone lies, but it's typically women who lie.
Now, when you say if a woman accuses a man, accusing a man of what exactly? Is there something
abusing
specific?
Their kids, hitting them, all this kind of stuff. Sexually assaulting them. Generally speaking, at least here, I'm in the Northeast. Generally speaking,
just give me a quick second. Let me just see if I look right here.
Yeah, you'll look it up. You'll say perjury is a felony. You'll look it up on paper. Perjury is a felony. But it's not prosecuted.
All right. So this here is saying false accusations of domestic violence in family law cases. Domestic violence allegations are taken seriously in family law cases, particularly if child custody disputes or divorce proceedings. Courts prioritize the safety of children and spouses, which means that even an unproven allegation can have immediate legal consequences. While legitimate claims of domestic violence must be addressed to protect victims, false accusations can be devastating, damaging reputations, limiting parental rights, and even leading to criminal charges. Unfortunately, in high-conflict family law cases, false allegations of domestic violence can sometimes be used as a strategy to gain advantage in divorce or custody proceedings. If you are falsely accused, knowing how to protect yourself legally and fight back against baseless claims is essential. Why do false allegations occur? What happens when you are falsely accused? What can I do if someone makes false accusations against me? Hang tight.
Yeah.
This is just like an advertisement. Sorry, just give me a second.
No problem.
Let me see if I can find it. See, I try to like avoid using AI. And so maybe that's to some detriment to myself, but I always make sure that the sources that I'm using are legitimate.
AI is usually pretty good.
I've seen it fabricate evidence, so I've been very
it can.
worrisome of
It
it.
can, yeah. But let's take an example. If you hit a kid really hard, as opposed
right
to
here,
if you neglect, go ahead.
So can you sue a person who lied? In many cases,
Oh, you can't.
In many cases, yes, you have legal grounds for defamation, damaging your reputation through false claims, malicious prosecution, if the accuser knowingly push a false case, intentional infliction of emotional distress. These lawsuits will not undo what you went through, but they provide some accountability and possibly compensation for the damage that you've suffered.
But you can't sue someone for what they say in court because that's protected. So you can't sue them. It would be a criminal prosecution for perjury, which on paper is a felony.
What's the problem? You can
in practice, lawyers. I've been to the district attorney. I've been to the state police. They say we will not act on these. So the on paper, yes. In
what
practice,
happened to you?
No. Well, my putative wife accused me of being, quote, abusive. So I was thrown out of my house. And then subsequently, I said these are lies, and no one cared. So by the time, I'm still like in this whole process now, but what I'm saying is,
obviously, if it's a
what
false
happens there
accusation, it's a terrible thing to go through. I'm not going to. But you said earlier, right, that you had some sort of. I didn't want to get into your personal life or anything like that. Earlier, you were saying that there's like a war against masculinity. I disagree with that. It's perfectly acceptable to be masculine, and it is. In fact, in a lot of areas, it's openly. It's against the law to be masculine.
Well, de facto, it's against the law because I think you probably would agree with me that men tend to be more like, say, violent. Like they'll go to the fist first instead of using, like, say, emotional.
You can be masculine without being violent.
I understand that, but I'm saying there's a tendency among men. If I used to take care of like kids, right? So boys tend to like. If you talk to teachers, they'll say like, okay, yeah, the boys will have a fist fight, but then the next day they're friends.
I'm having multiple people tell me in my chat, one of them saying he punched his wife, Christoph saying it wasn't false, he beat his wife and kids.
Well, I don't know. That's not true.
I don't know. I don't know anything about you, Ben.
Yeah, so we're not talking about me, but you can think whatever you want about me, but I'm just saying.
I'm not passing any accusations against you without any evidence. But okay, once again, like, I don't believe
men tend to be more physical. No, men tend to be more physical.
That's true, but do you understand being physical is very different from being violent?
Okay, but what I'm saying is, if a man gets frustrated, or a male gets frustrated because of testosterone, he'll tend to act out with violence, whereas a female will tend to act out by other means.
So, like, when I get upset, I yell, I scream, sometimes I need to stop and go focus on something else, and then I calm down. That's what I do to cope with my how upset I can get.
Okay, have you ever had the inclination to like punch a wall?
Yes.
Okay, so you're more likely to have that inclination than a female.
Okay, but I guess, I mean, sure, but at the same time, it's like I don't see like that's a war against masculinity. That's more like, hey, there's like a social contract. You don't punch, you don't hit people, and that's not a war against masculinity.
I say men have this tendency. Okay, so you agree with that? Like, and then if we take the realm of sexuality, I think you would agree with me that men tend to want to, like, sort of get the job done. They're more focused on like sort of like having sex, and that can be right or wrong. whereas women are more interested in sort of like the relationship aspect and less interested in sort of like, getting their nut, let's say, right? So the male sex drive tends to be oriented towards, orgasm, let's say, and the female one, although both have both. Wouldn't you say that's true?
I have no idea what you just said. Can you
Well, have
try?
you ever
Can you
seen
try rephrasing that?
Men tend to be more sexually aggressive. They tend to be more oriented towards sexual pleasure.
They have a more active libido. As to whether or not that they're more
there you go.
aggressive, I'm not sure about that.
Have you ever seen two animals interacting? The male is almost always the aggressor, right?
Like the one that acts?
Like if you see two dogs at a dog park, right? Usually the male's trying to mount the female and the female's trying to bite him off. And I think while
mostly
we're not
it's a mechanic thing. Sometimes females will be very aggressive about it too. If you observe like lionesses, they'll like bite the male's balls to like be like, hey, I need you to do some work.
Yes, but in general, like, wouldn't you understand, like, human beings, like, there's a difference. Male have a high, you agree with me, males have a higher libido, and men are more prone to violence because of the higher testosterone. It's like very simple math, right? Okay, now.
Does this mean like,
females are not any better than males?
Wait, does that come down to like that's a war on masculinity, effectively?
Okay, so let me go to step 2. In our society currently, those ways in which males tend to act out are punished extraordinarily severely, and the ways in which women tend to act out, which is going to be like something like emotional, verbal abuse, playing the victim, lying, are not. And so therefore there is a de facto war against masculinity. Yes. For example, if someone accuses
I guess the question becomes then is like, what would it look like if the war on masculinity were not there? Would that mean like that there would be minimal repercussion for violent acts?
Within the family structure, there used to be, and in many societies, there is a recognition that the man is the head of the household, and therefore minor discipline still is with children. Minor discipline is well within the purview of the family, and the cops won't intervene because that is seen as a separate, like in a sense, a separate society. That society, unless things get crazy, that society is best ruled from within, not from without. And we have thrown that in the garbage.
So the way that that's reading to me is you want it to be morally permissible, legally permissible to hit your wife. That's what that.
Well, my wife.
I know that that's not what you said, married, but like I'm saying, if you had a wife, you would find it is morally permissible to strike your wife.
Yeah,
with no legal repercussion.
In a minor way, yes.
We're done. I don't know what to tell you. We just
What about children? What about
we
children?
Have a fun.
Do you think that's
correct? I don't want to hit kids, and I don't want to hit your wife. They are autonomous human beings, deserving is just as much respect as you. And there is numerous research that shows striking children have long-term psychological consequences that are intensely negative, while you get an initial response in your favor. That is true. There's huge meta-analysis on this. I mean, I could show you.
It's not true, but you're going to now quote academic literature that is already.
That's correct. I'm going to pull up.
What? It has this bias within it. Of course it does.
I'm going to look
at.
I'm going to look at. I'm going to look at what the empirical. Hold on. Calm down. Calm down.
No. You
calm
hold
down.
on. You think an academic?
Oh my God, this has been very polite. I'm talking about giant meta-analysis, not one guy or one study. I'm talking about thousands and thousands of scientists that all culminate into a single body of research. It shows empirically spanking is bad. Oh my God.
Hold on. Well, here's the meta-analysis.
Why do you think that? Where did you get that?
Look at society.
Where did you get that?
Where men are weak, people are out of control. You can
What
see
the
this
fuck are
in
you
black
talking
culture, which
about?
has
Dude,
nothing
you
to do
literally
with
just
race.
argued hitting your wife. What kind of man are you where you have to hit your wife?
See that energy right there? This is anti-masculine energy.
What the fuck?
This
No,
is-
I'm being fucking
you're a
masculine.
bitch. You're
Now
a
I'm gonna
bitch.
go.
You're a bitch.
What a
Yeah,
fucking
you're
little
a
baby. Dude, you're literally arguing hitting your wife.
I'm
What
not
kind of
arguing.
man are
I'm
you that you
saying-
have to hit your wife in order to get your point
Well, why
across?
don't you
What are
say-
they? What are they? Like a fucking
Sometimes-
dude, you hit a dog, you go to fucking jail, and you want to hit your wife?
It's not true.
Holy fucking shit.
You don't go to jail for discipline.
Of course you go to fucking jail for hitting a dog.
No, you
What? It's called animal abuse, you fuckwad. What?
Oh, see that?
All right, let's try it one more time.
That's called daddy.
I'm gonna help you
issues.
out.
You have daddy issues.
I'm gonna help
This
you
is
out
your
right here.
fundamental
So let's take a look.
problem in life.
So whether
You're-
spanking is helpful or harmful to children continues to be the source of. Oh, hold on. Let me make you a little bit smaller so we can see it together. Here we go. Whether spanking is
I can't
helpful
see
or
what you're
harmful to. Oh, here. I'll share my screen with you. Do you see it?
Sure. I can't read it, but go ahead.
All right. Whether spanking is helpful or harmful to children continues to be a source of considerable debate among both researchers and in the public. This article addresses two persistent issues, namely whether effect sizes for spanking are distant for those of physical abuse, and whether effect sizes for spanking are robust study to design differences. Meta-analysis focuses specifically on spanking, whereas conducted on a total of 111 unique effect sizes representing 160,927 children. 13 of the 17 mean effect sizes were significantly different from zero, and that all indicated a link between spanking and an increased risk of detrimental child outcomes. Effect sizes did not substantially differ between spanking and physical abuse or by study design characteristics. I'll provide this right here. Give me a moment.
Yeah, but the problem is this.
Yes.
You're
question-
relying on a regime.
No, I'm relying on
which
the
is
academic
biased,
quote
which is
unquote
biased.
the academic quote unquote regime is this really uncomfortable thing that's called facts and logic.
No, it's not facts.
And
such thing
I
as
can show you
facts.
right
They're
here the
always
question of
interpreted.
of course, yeah, there's no such thing as facts. Good job. The question of whether parents' use of spanking or
There's
physical
no
punishment.
such thing as. This
Hey,
is
can
the
you
same
just
thing
let me finish?
fundamentalist Christians do.
Can you just let me finish here? The
Actually,
question of
no,
whether
because the
spanking
point
use
I wanna
of
make is not
spanking or
about
physical
you reading
punishment is linked with children's outcomes has been addressed in 4 published meta-analyses for the last 15 years. The first and most widely cited of the meta-analysis was Gershoff of 2002. This review included 88 studies using separate meta-analysis in association between the parents' use of physical punishment and 11 child outcomes, 4 of which were measured in adulthood. Physical punishment was defined as the use of physical force with the intent of causing a child to experience pain but not injury for the purposes of correction or control of the child's behavior, and excluded any methods that would knowingly cause severe injury to the child. All 11 meta-analyses were significant, and all but one indicated an undesirable association. Specifically, physical punishment was associated with more immediate compliance, but was also associated with lower levels of moral internalization, quality of parent-child relationship, the mental health of the child, and as well as in adulthood, as well as higher levels of aggression in childhood as well as in adulthood, antisocial behavior in childhood as well as in adulthood, and a risk of being a victim of physical abuse and the risk of abusing their own child or spouse as an adult. So, yeah.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that I'm saying that physical violence in the home is a good thing per se. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in most cases.
Okay,
it
so
is
the idea of hitting
inordinate.
your wife is not good. We should not do that.
Well, you're saying absolutely in no cases would physical discipline be warranted or good for the child. This study is not saying that. It's
What
not
would be a
telling you
good
the
what would be a good instance of physical abuse to your wife?
There's no good if
child.
it's abuse by definition. It's
Sorry. What is a good instance of physically hitting your wife or child?
If let's say here's the circumstance. If you're with your wife and you're in a dangerous situation with people who are super dangerous, and she keeps talking shit, let's say to bikers or guys in a gang, and she keeps talking shit because she can't control herself because she's like emotionally like into talking shit, and you keep telling her to be quiet, be quiet, be quiet, right? And she's putting your entire family in danger. Then you should smack her to signal to the dangerous other guys there that like, I'm controlling my woman, and then get her out of that situation. Absolutely.
So the way that I would handle a situation like that would be, come on, honey. And then I would take her arm and then I would leave. Why do you have to hit them?
Okay, so you're using violence there. Okay, perfect.
No,
so you're
I'm
taking
just,
her arm.
I'm saying, come on.
You're
we
taking
gotta
her
go.
arm. Hold on a minute. You're taking her arm and you are pulling her out the door. Same thing. Doesn't
I'm
matter
sorry,
whether you
this
smack
is
her or
not
not.
equivocal to
So that's violence.
smacking
Well,
your wife in front of a
you are
bunch of
using
bikers.
violence, so you
And
agree
by the
with
way,
me.
just
So you
FYI,
agree.
I want to let you know, if you're smacking your wife in front of a bunch of bikers talking shit, there is a very much non-zero chance you get lynched. I'm sorry, you get attacked right then and there for hitting a woman.
true.
Because you are so much of a child that you cannot regulate your
Well, whatever.
own emotions.
You agree with the use of violence in that situation.
No, I did. I would
I agree. You
take
her,
them.
You take her and you throw
I'd be
her
like,
the fuck
"Come,
out of
honey,"
that
like, and that would be the end of that. We would.
No, you
we
just
would,
changed. You just changed it. You
No,
said
I
you'd
would
use
just
violence.
take them by the
You would
arm
grab
and
her
take
arm. No,
them,
you're
yeah.
lying. See, you're a liar. You're a liar. That's why you have daddy issues. You
don't even know what my life is like. I love my father. What do you mean?
You can love your father, but it doesn't
I don't
mean
have
that.
daddy issues.
Yes, you do. You hate men, which is interesting.
I don't
for you
hate
because
men.
You are a male.
I don't hate
Yes,
men.
You do. Yes, you do. Do you believe in God?
And
your father?
I just want to be clear. Like, I'm the troll right now, right? Like, I'm the one that's being disingenuous when I'm telling you
Yeah, you just
openly.
lied. That shows that you.
I'm
have
not.
daddy
I'm not
issues. Men don't
lying.
lie.
I'm telling.
Well, let's go back. to
Men
it then.
don't
Would you
lie.
grab
Men
her-
lie all the
Hold on a
time.
minute.
What do you mean?
Hold on a minute. Real men. I'm not saying males don't lie.
Okay, so wait, hold
You
on.
said, wait, let's.
You
go
were
through with it.
arguing,
You
justifying.
lied.
Hold on,
said
you
would
did. Hold on,
grab
wait,
her
hold on,
arm
wait,
and pull her
hold
out
on,
the
hold on.
door.
I just.
Would you
hold on.
or wouldn't you do that? Let's
Okay,
see if you're a man.
what I find interesting about this is
Would you
that
or would you not?
early
That's all it
in,
is. I'm just saying. Did you say
er,
that?
did I
you
say
say
what?
that?
That I would pull her arm? I did say that.
That you would take her by the arm
Yeah.
and lead her out the door.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
Is
get out of
that
there.
not physical violence?
No.
Okay. Do you know what violence is?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
Is putting someone in jail violence?
I don't think it's like a physical harm though. Like, I don't think it's causing harm.
You don't think it's a physical harm? Okay, so if I took a woman and put her in a personal jail,
Yeah.
like in my basement, you don't think that's violence? You don't think
Well,
that's a violent
okay,
crime?
so I answered your question. So I just want to be clear, right?
You don't think
So-
kidnapping is violence?
So you
Is a
said
violent
earlier, right, that in one air you seem to be perfectly okay. You said men don't lie, correct?
Real men don't lie. No.
Real men don't lie. Okay, let me just write that down real quick because that's very, very interesting. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
All right. You said real men don't lie. So as a part
Males
of
lie all the time.
real men do not lie. I asked you earlier whether or not that you abuse your wife, and I don't know anything about you. I don't know what you're going through, right?
Yeah.
And you said, no, I never abused my wife. Right?
True.
But what I find interesting is that you said then that it should be perfectly permissible to smack your wife if she's giving you lip, correct?
No, I never said that.
You said it's a war on masculinity.
I said there are some circumstances in which
Okay, there are some
it's the right thing to
circumstances where
do.
you can
and
hit
I gave
your
you
wife.
an example, and it wasn't, and you agreed with me that violence is the correct response to that.
Did you also say that it is okay to hit your wife without legal repercussion? right?
That
Whatever
should
stays in
be-
the home, it should stay in the home, right?
Minor, yeah, it is understood. Yeah, like minor violence in the family should be not a police matter.
All right.
Yeah. Doesn't mean it's always right, but
The following statements that you have made. Number 1, real men don't lie.
yes.
Number 2, I've never abused my wife. Number 3, minor
I don't know
violence
if that's
in the
100% true.
Number 3, minor violence in the family should not be a police matter.
Right.
So you are justifying violence towards your wife, and then you are also in the same breath saying you never abuse your wife, and also real men don't lie. I think I just definitively proved to you that you're not a real man.
No, because you're equating abuse with violence. Like, so
That's
according
correct,
to
yes.
you, if I'm playing hockey with a guy and I check him, that's abuse because you're a bitch.
I mean, you're not a real man though, because you just lied. I caught you in a lie.
You're lying because you're equivocating. You're saying that in your bitch world, minor violence is abuse.
Holy shit, you're a lol cow.
Well, I'm saying, I'm showing you where you are, how you are lying.
I am
You're
equivocating.
equating
I
minor
am
violence
equivocating that you're
with
hitting your wife is abuse.
Well,
it is. That's abuse. That's a form of abuse. Yeah. They're their own autonomy. Do you not realize that they're can they hit you? Can the wife hit you? Can the wife hit you? Can the wife hit you?
Sure. You know, under certain circumstances, sure.
I don't think so.
What do you mean?
I don't think so. I don't think they should be able to hit you, and you shouldn't be able to hit them. They're autonomous human beings, and they are deserving as much respect as anybody else. I mean, if you don't like what they're saying, you don't hit them. What are you, an ape? Are you like a chimpanzee where you like hit stuff that you don't like? Why can't you just like be like a real person and just like, I don't know, be like a controlling person that is capable of dealing with their own emotions?
Can I ask you a question? Can it be abusive? Can a person be abusive to another person verbally?
Can another person be abusive to? Yes.
Okay. So someone can be abusive verbally. Someone can be abusive physically, but just because I hit another person does not mean that I'm abusing them. For example, I think you would agree that if I'm a boxer and I'm in the boxing ring, that is not abusive, right?
No, because of the context of the situation.
Okay, now do you think
But no
when
one is
police
talking
arrest
about
someone?
Nobody
Wait
is
a
talking
minute,
about.
Wait a minute. Do you believe that when police arrive at a situation in which, let's say, someone's been legitimately, no one's going to question it, like someone's out of control and hurt someone else, can they use violence?
Can you repeat that?
So someone just shot someone else. Can the police use violence to disarm that person?
Yes.
And okay, so how's that not abuse?
No, because so
there are certain circumstances in which legitimate authority can use violence, and it can be adults with adults, right?
Yeah.
So our only question is, when is it legitimate use of violence, and when it's not legitimate use of violence?
I think it
now,
is.
You
like,
use an example.
I think it is like
that you would take your wife
instances.
by the arm and lead her out the door if she's.
I think it is of
instances.
Situation. I think it
I
is.
agree. It's legitimate.
I think it is of instances of a negative effect or a negative person or like a misuse of that authority, in specific to your wife talking trash to a giant group of bikers. Yeah. To me, my thought process is my method is far more effective and it is not necessary to hit my wife.
You argued for violence.
No, I argued pulling them away. That's not violence.
That's violence.
I'm not treating them with any. I'm not treating them with any cruelty.
That's violence. You are.
I'm not treating them with any amount of with any amount of cruelty.
You are taking away freedom of movement from her. If you don't think that's violence, then you should try it, because I've been arrested.
I don't believe physically taking somebody
they exercise violence
from point A to point B is violence. I'm sorry. We just have two completely separate ideas of what we consider to be violence.
Is kidnapping a violent crime? putting someone in your car, let's say.
Is it violent?
And
Sure.
then putting
I mean,
them
it can
in,
be. It
like,
may
a
not
basement.
be. It may not even be kidnapping most often happens by trusted family members where, you know, you have
I'm talking about,
instances
like,
of custody
I'm talking about,
battles,
like-
and it's not violent at all.
Okay,
It's like,
locking
come
a
on,
wo-
honey,
like
we're
lock-
going in my car, and then they run
let's
after the car, and there's no violence whatsoever. I mean, kidnapping in and of
Locking
itself,
someone in
no.
a basement and preventing them from leaving. You think that's violent or not?
I mean, in and of itself, I mean, most cases, yeah, but I could imagine,
inherently
I can imagine an
You need to
insane
understand what violence
scenario. No, because, well, I mean, we could pull up the definition of violence, I guess. I mean, if that's really what
that
your
would be good.
violence definition. So, behavior involving physical force, intent to hurt, damage, kill someone or something.
Yeah.
So, when I am pulling my wife away from the violent, from a biker gang, I don't think that I'm involving physical force with an intent to hurt, damage, or kill someone or something. I am using physical force in the sense that I am pulling them away, but my intent is not to hurt them, damage them, or kill them. Its intent is to get them away from hurt, damage, or killing someone. So it's literally the exact opposite. It's not
And the
violence.
same thing would be true of spanking. It is not intended. The idea is it's not intended to hurt them. It's intended them to learn a lesson. And that's why people get jail sentences.
Well,
and the rest. It's
why do you spank them? To discipline them?
so that they, well, there's
Do
reasons
you think
for
that there's
punishment.
other,
There are four reasons for punishment.
Are there other methods of discipline that are effective?
Usually, yeah. I like,
Okay,
see,
so you
here's the
don't
thing,
actually
because
need to spank then in order. So the whole
Rarely,
why do you need to spank then? Why spank? I've showed you this meta-analysis that spanking is not effective. Well, you get immediate effectiveness, right, in the sense that you get discipline, but it has some pretty significant long-term negative outcomes psychologically.
Well,
speaking.
you're taking all people who engage in spanking and putting them in one group. You're not differentiating people who do it sparingly from those who do it like regularly, which I would say is an indication that there's a problem, because violence should only be necessary very rarely.
Yeah, but you weren't just talking
and
about
gentle
like,
parenting.
You
is
weren't
the way
just
to go.
talking about your child. You were talking about your wife, that you can just hit them without any police repercussion.
Well, within limits, I do think that is normal. Yeah, because the reason
I don't
that
care if
women
it.
are
Hold
attracted-
on. That's called a normalization fallacy, right? Just because it's normal doesn't mean you should do it.
No, that's not true. I think if it's in accord with human nature.
No,
then it
that's a
follows
naturalistic
natural
fallacy.
law.
Do you know what a naturalistic fallacy is?
I know what a naturalistic fallacy is. I think it's saying like because mushrooms do something that therefore humans should do it.
No.
Natural law, the use of natural law is not.
No. So a naturalistic fallacy is a claim that it is possible to define good in terms of described entities, properties, or processes that are pleasant, desirable, or fitness. It's an issue.
Yeah, you can use it.
It's you can't. So it doesn't actually explain why it ought, like, listen, it's perfectly natural that humans have raped. That's probably for actually a majority of humans' existence. Rape was really common. And in fact, you would have groups of people that would just rape.
That's the ad populum.
Well, no.
Because a lot of people
But
have
I'm
done
saying,
it,
but naturally
therefore it's right.
speaking, could you imagine if somebody said, well, we have raped in the past, and so therefore it's okay to rape in the future. Right? That would be a natural. But you are making an argument. You are making an argument.
I'm making a natural law argument.
Yeah. That's an
say
appeal
there's
to
no
nature.
such thing.
That's a naturalistic fallacy. That's literally what that is. It doesn't actually
you can call
explain why
something
we
a fallacy,
ought
that's
do a
actually
thing. It
not
doesn't
a
explain why we ought have a specific thing just because it's natural. There's lots of natural things
you're
that happen, but
appealing
that
to
doesn't
it
mean that
too.
you
You are
actually do that
saying,
thing.
Okay, well, then your studies are a naturalistic fallacy because you're saying you shouldn't spank because it has bad outcomes. You could say that's a naturalistic fallacy.
No.
Just because something is named as a fallacy. Yes, it does.
No, because I'm not appealing to
Fitness.
nature. I'm appealing. I'm appealing.
You're appealing
to what
fitness.
the outcomes are. What happens when you spank?
Okay, so it's the same thing as that. You don't
That's
understand.
wild.
Just because you have a fancy word to talk about something doesn't.
It's
mean
not a fancy word.
you're
I'm
right.
pointing out. No. It's a giant meta-analysis. I am right in the sense that the facts are in my favor here. If the study showed the opposite, then I'd be in your favor. But they don't show that. So why are you so attached to wanting to hit your kids or hit your wife?
Well, no, I'm attached to making the argument, which I've made with you, that there's a war against masculine behavior, which is inordinate.
You did not make that argument. You said there's a war against masculinity.
You agreed with me.
You said there's a war against masculinity, not masculine behavior.
Same thing. Sure.
That's the same thing? Okay, that's not the same
Well,
thing.
masculine behavior is the
called moving the
behavioral
goalpost.
manifestation of masculinity. If you think, okay, whatever you want to say.
I feel like that somebody can be masculine without hitting. Don't you think?
I do believe that part of masculinity is physical dominance over others. So let me ask you a question. Do you think that women are attracted to men who are physically bigger than them and stronger?
Yes.
Why are they?
In general.
Why are they? Yeah, I agree. Some differences.
Protection.
Why are they?
They like the protection.
Protection from others, right?
Yes.
But also that it has a double-sided nature to it, right?
So-
also, that person will be
So is it fair
a
to say
disciplinarian in the home.
that if they're not feeling protected, then it's not masculine, is it?
Well, women's feelings are like whatever. You're saying
That was
if
a yes
woman-
or no question.
Women can have feelings that are irrational, and men can too.
I didn't ask you an irrational question. You didn't answer the question. That was a simple yes or no question.
If women aren't feeling protected, what about it?
Is it masculine if they are not feeling protected?
Is what masculine?
So the woman is with a guy, and when the woman is with that guy, she does not feel protected. Is it masculine for them to not feel protected?
Yeah, if they're doing wrong, yes. They should feel like this guy's going to hold me accountable.
Jesus Christ, dude. Well,
I feel that way around police officers.
I
don't
mean,
mind. I don't mind that like a police officer has the threat of physical violence because it can be used against me. But if I say I only like police officers who are going to defend me,
yeah. Well, I
right,
hope
which some women
I
get
hope
into.
If I had to guess, is this idea coming from the Bible by any chance, like a biblical worldview?
No, it comes from human nature. In fact, most
So a naturalistic
Christians
fallacy dictates that we
most
should.
Christians, well, okay. So let me ask you this: if you say to your kids, you should eat like a wide variety of foods, not just hot dogs all the time, am I engaging in a naturalistic fallacy? Because I'm saying human nature, the digestive system, is meant to take in a wide variety of foods.
Yeah,
like they
well,
could say that's a naturalistic fallacy.
The question is whether or not that you should
is
do
it
that.
or isn't
Do that
it?
thing. It can be, but the question the question is not really
makes it a
appealing to
fallacy?
nature. Is if I, for example, say, well, we never used to eat hot dogs, then that would be, or we always ate hot dogs in the past, so therefore you should eat hot dogs in the future. That would be a naturalistic fallacy. But if saying, you should not only eat hot dogs because it's bad for your nutrition.
Saying we've done
that is literally what a natural. Just Google what a naturalistic fallacy is and stop wasting my time with basic academic research. Nature. It's an appeal to what is natural. There's lots of things that are natural. That doesn't mean you do the natural thing. We as humans,
I
the fact
agree.
that we wear clothing, that's very unnatural. It's not normal to wear clothing, but we do as a part of society, right? There's like a
I
a
agree.
social
Right.
contract
The
that we uphold.
naturalistic fallacy is saying because animals
And it
do
helps us
something,
from
we
like
should
the
do it.
elements and there's all sorts of reasons why we wear clothes, but
I agree,
appealing
but
to
you don't
nature is not
understand.
going to be it. It's just it's a fallacious argumentation process.
No. Appealing to human nature is not like, so if I say I want to eat
Appealing to human nature is
okay, so
a
you're saying that your
naturalistic fallacy.
digestive system as a human being excrement is not food, and therefore you shouldn't eat it. You could say that's a naturalistic fallacy, but you are misusing the term, which in just because something is a fallacy in some context doesn't mean it is always a fallacy. You're autistic in this area. For example, do you know the ad populum fallacy?
Number one, yes. And number one, I'm not autistic, and that was fucking ableist as shit.
Autistic.
Regardless.
Autistic.
Anyway, so if you
I'm
look
saying
right
it's
here,
like
an
looking
appeal
in
to
terms of
nature is a
binaries.
rhetorical technique for presenting and proposing the argument that a quote unquote a thing is good because it is natural, or it is bad because it is unnatural. In a debate and discussion, an appeal to nature argument is considered to be a bad argument because the implicit primary premise of what is natural is good has no factual meaning beyond rhetoric in some or most contexts. So a form of this would be that which is natural is good or right, and is natural, therefore, and is good or right. You're literally doing exactly this. You're saying, well, it is in human nature, therefore we ought do it. That which is in human nature is good or right. Hitting your wife is natural, therefore hitting your wife is good or right. You're literally doing a naturalistic fallacy.
Okay, can we get it? Look, you're stuck
Also,
on this
if men
term,
are, by the way,
absent
if men are
fallacy.
protectors, FYI, if men are supposed to be the protector and your argument is to hit your wife, you're literally doing the opposite of protecting them. You're just harming them.
That's not true. I mean, you're saying
That is
that
true.
like discipline, and if you want to take it, because you're big into the
They're
police, right?
dude,
So you think the
they're not a
police
child. They're a
should
human being like you.
Who's not a
Do
child?
you require discipline?
I absolutely believe that the
By
the
another
justice
adult?
system, yeah, and you too. Yes.
Okay.
We all are.
Well, I think
subject
there's a social
to
contract
violence
where you have a.
if we
But
disobey
I'm not a
laws, which are
child.
grounded
I
in
don't
natural
get
law.
treated like I'm a child. I go through the court
You
justice
act like a
system. If
child.
I'm talking to you, man, dude. Holy crap! That good ad hominem, man. You are like the king of fallacies. Every single fallacy, you're hitting every one.
But we're not having a formal debate.
I'm waiting for the tu quo qui coming right up.
We're not having a formal debate. We're having a conversation. The formal
All right.
debate,
Well,
even the ad,
I mean,
all fallacies
the
have
fact-
limitations. They're true within a certain context.
I mean,
outside
I would-
of
I
that,
would-
they're not.
I would very
And you're
much.
appealing to rhetoric. You've said you've spurred out on me like 5 times. Those are all appeals to your emotional state. They're not.
Well, I would
really
very
solid.
much. Well, you seem to appeal very much
said
to your
you're
emotional
a
state when you're
monster.
hitting
You're a guy
when you're
who's
hitting
a
your wife.
thug.
Yeah,
You
because
do
you're hitting
this,
your
right?
wife. Yeah. What the fuck?
never
What kind
said
of
I'm hitting
man
my
hits
wife.
their wife?
Okay, so is that a logical argument? What kind of a man hits their wife?
No, that's not a logical. That's a rhetorical argument. But if you want physically,
not an
like the
argument at
actual
all.
argument behind it,
It's not
every
an argument at all.
individual,
It's a
I
piece of
believe
rhetoric, and it's fine. You can say that.
axiomatically, every individual is bestowed upon them their own life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness, and things that go against that or prevent a person from being able to pursue those things.
So you're a libertarian.
No, I am not a libertarian. No.
Okay, well, that is kind of libertarianism.
I know it's very libertarian to think, right? But if you think a little bit further into it, you start to realize
it's
that,
not
hey, there are
libertarian to
progressive
think.
policies that are
It's-
quite helpful.
it's
But the point is
not.
that I believe from an axiomatic perspective that individuals are autonomous. And I do believe that women
Right,
are
that's
just as, I believe that
libertarianism.
women are just as logical as men are. And so they are
That's not
just as
true.
autonomous. That is true. They're just as autonomous.
true.
Yes, they are. You don't
No,
believe
it's-
women are as
it's
logical
not
as
true.
men?
And it depends on what you mean by logical, but like basically, no, women are more prone to irrationality than men
as
are.
opposed to men who hit things more often and fly off the handle. That's logical.
I'm not saying males like
I mean, you just said that,
highly
men,
irrational.
they're less logical, or men are more logical, even though I think what happens really often is that when a man is particularly illogical and they're hitting things and destroying things around them, that for whatever reason, that doesn't count, even though that is the epitome of irrationality.
Okay, so you don't think that any male acts of, like, let's say the resistance to the IDF in Gaza, you're saying all those people who are resisting are irrational?
What does Gaza have to do with this?
Well, they use violence to oppose violence against them.
Okay.
In South Africa, there was a violent resistance.
So
I agree with it.
Is there rationality in violence? Sure, there can be rationality in violence, but you were saying earlier that the men can fly off the handle and they tend to hit things more because they're more physical. That's very irrational. It's irrational to be that way.
No, it isn't. How is it irrational to be male? See, you're saying it's irrational to be male.
That's not what I said at all.
Well, you said yourself that when you get upset, sometimes you feel like punching the wall. And I said, probably.
And do you think I think that's rational? That's very irrational.
Well, it is not the impulse to punch something is neither. It's just
that's not rational. It's not rational to just punch a wall because you're upset at something.
I didn't say to punch a wall.
What's the rationality behind punching a wall because something happened?
Well, it's better than punching a person. So I think it can be rational in that sense.
So it's rational in the sense that you don't hit another person?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
If you're going to punch a person,
maybe all right. So in order to, is it a virtue?
You're saying it's wrong.
All right. So hold on. Is it a virtue to be rational? Is it a virtue to be rational? Hold on. Is it a virtue to be rational?
Absolutely.
Okay. So therefore,
but there's nothing wrong with having testosterone.
Therefore, we shouldn't hit our wives, right? We shouldn't hit people.
Generally speaking, violence is not a good solution to things.
We should not hit your wife, right?
You shouldn't. I don't have a wife.
I'm asking you, a wife, significant other, whatever. You gave us an example hitting a wife.
And you agree with me, in which exercising violence against other grown men, against women, and against children, and against animals are all justified. But obviously that doesn't mean, but you can't understand this, that I'm saying it's always justified, not by any stretch of the imagination. I don't believe that violence is really a very good solution to things, but sometimes it's necessary. If you agreed with that, then we wouldn't have a conflict, and you do.
All right, so hold on. I just want to see if I can get this straight. We'll try it one more time. So early in, we were saying, okay, punching a wall can be rational because, let me just make sure I get this right. Hold on. Punching a wall can be rational because you are not hitting a person. Right?
Yes, if you're using it as a substitute for hitting a person, that is very prudent. Yes.
Okay.
Well done.
Rationality is a virtue.
Well, it's a good thing.
It's a virtue. We should uphold it. You should uphold
prudence
rationality.
Is the virtue.
Okay.
Prudence is doing the right thing in a given situation, but you use reason to figure out what the right thing to do is. Reason is a faculty.
Okay. So based on this so far, it is fair to say hitting a person is not rational.
In some circumstances. And in some circumstances, it is.
In some circumstances.
And you agree with that, right?
All right. What would be in a circumstance? Okay. Outside of the weird, I mean, we just have to agree to disagree on the biker gang thing. I would just pull them away. I don't think that's violence.
If someone invades your home, and you have the easy means to repel them through violence, is that not justified?
Totally justified.
Okay, so you're saying
What about your
violence
significant
can
other?
be
What about your
perfectly
like if you had a wife? What would be an instance where you can hit
If
your
a
wife?
woman comes up to you with a knife, I don't think it matters whether she's a woman, right? Okay, you disarm her.
Yeah, I mean
by
that's
any means
anybody.
necessary.
Anybody comes at you with a knife, then sure.
Okay,
For
and
I
if
mean,
it's
like,
your wife, same thing.
I mean, I wouldn't. I would try to get away. That would be what I would do.
Why would it be different? If your wife puts a gun to your head, you're going to try to disarm her by any means necessary.
By knifing them?
What do you mean by knifing them?
But like,
A
what
gun.
would you do to disarm
You use
them?
violence because she has no right. I mean, she has no right to put a gun
Why
to
is
your
she
head.
pointing a gun at your head?
Guys like you should ask that question because guys like you do end up at the short end of a barrel because
Like,
you
what's a guy
allow
like me?
women to run roughshod over you. She'll put a gun to your head in one
No,
way
I
or
just,
another. Unless you.
Well,
unless
I mean, I would treat my
act
wife
like a man, and you give.
Well, I would treat my wife with respect, which would prevent her ever wanting to put a gun to my head.
So you think women are purely rational?
Humans, I think, are relatively rational. Sure.
Okay. Have you ever read history?
Yeah.
I don't think.
I'm not saying that people can't make irrational actions, but it's like
Most people act irrationally.
Can you get so you give me an example of a knife that they're coming at you with your knife? Is there any other? You seem to argue earlier where the wife is mouthing you off and lying about
Yeah,
you.
I got one. I got one. Rob Reiner's kid came to his house with a gun. There's one.
Rob Reiner's kid came to his house
Right.
with a gun. Why don't you
To kill
give
him.
me? Why don't you
He
give
should
me?
have blown his fucking head off. Yes, if he could have. Yes. And the reason he didn't is because he never put his foot down because he was male. Rob Reiner is a male like you, a liberal male who kept allowing this kid to get out of control, put him through rehab 18 times. And so this kid has no sense of boundaries and therefore gets into this situation. I'm not saying every liberal parent ends up in that situation, but it is generally liberal parents who end up in situations like that because they've never told their kid.
They've never hit.
Stop.
So if they hit their kid, they would have been fine. It would have been better.
I actually think if Rob Reiner had been a more forceful parent, that kid would not be in the situation he's in.
Yeah.
Yes, I've seen this many, many, many times. Yep.
So, so their son Nick Reiner apparently has a very long history of substance abuse that would lead them to drug-fueled violent episodes. I don't think spanking, no spanking, that's not going to make a difference. If you have
Not
drug-fueled
necessarily,
violent episodes, you need counseling, you need help.
I think he went to counseling, so it didn't work. So still, your liberal idea didn't work.
So spanking would have worked?
Maybe.
I think you're crazy.
Well, that's not an argument.
I mean, I have no indication.
Let's look at who
that,
has the
that
highest
spanking
rates
your
of violent
kid is
crime.
going to result in less
Let's look
drug-fueled
at
violent
what
episodes.
demographic
If
has the
anything,
highest rates?
What
demographic has the highest rates of violent crime? Black Americans, right?
Okay. They spank all the time.
What is it's not about race. What is it like in their family dynamics?
But no, Black Americans
The lack
spank all
of
the
a father.
time.
What's that?
Black Americans spank all the time.
Mamas do. But
Holy shit. No, the
dads
men
largely
do as well.
aren't in the
Hold
home.
on.
Yes.
You just said spanking is effective in
I didn't say that. I didn't
reducing
say that.
behavior.
I said it can be.
Oh my God, you're being so
Nuanced. It's called being a human being.
No. You're it's called moving the goalpost. So
No.
hold
You're
on.
saying,
In one
you're
instance,
saying I'm unambivalently in favor
in
of
one
violence in
instance-
all circumstances. That's
in
not
one
true,
instance,
but
you're telling
you
me-
are a liar. You're a
in
liar.
one instance, you're telling me that if you
Look,
spank
I believe
kids,
that I believe
children
that a
would
father-
act better. They would act better if they're spanked more. But guess what? Black families
No, I did not say that.
spank
I
a
did not say
lot,
that.
like all the
I did not
fucking
say-
time.
I didn't say that. That's why you're a liar. I said that, like, I believe the proper role of a father is to command respect, and mostly respect is
Holy
not
shit,
through
dude.
violence, but there is a threat of violence, right? Yeah. There is a threat of violence, which usually doesn't need to be exercised.
But if spanking was effective, then there would be
Usually
less
it's the threat
violence
of
among black kids.
Black
but they
fathers
spank
are largely
plenty. They
not
spank
in the
more
home.
than white families by a long shot.
Yes, that's true. But
Okay, so
black
then why
fathers
isn't
are
it?
not
Why
in
isn't?
the
Why don't they
home.
get better?
Black fathers are not in the home.
What does that matter? If they had both and they still spank, but they have behavioral instances, obviously
When black
spanking's
fathers
not
were
working,
in
is
the
it?
home, black.
And also, I
crime rates
showed
were
you giant
not
meta-analysis to show what are the negative outcomes. There are other
That
ways
analysis did
to
not
teach your
prove
kids.
anything.
Let's see. In fact, if anything, it showed that that you are more prone to violence by being spanked.
Well, you're just saying being spanked in the use of violence. I would say yes, excessive use of violence is a problem. Absolute refusal to use violence.
Holy
is a
shit,
problem.
dude.
So you would have to do a study of people who use violence minimally and then compare it with the other two, and you'll find that those are the most successful in terms of outcomes. But they'll never do that study because
What study? What are you?
no
what are
one's
you
going to
asking?
fund. No one's going to fund a study to say, does the use of minimal violence have better outcomes than the absolute?
Well, there's
refusal to use violence?
There's
You'll
alternative
never fund
forms
that
of.
study because they know how it'll
There's
turn out.
alternative
And
forms
then
of.
guys like you won't be able to do what you're doing on the internet. Just waste everyone's time.
There's alternative.
lying.
There's alternative forms of discipline that are found to be effective that don't have the negative repercussions that are associated with spanking.
Yeah, well, okay. At a certain point, yeah, of course, I'm not saying if you as a parent, your first and only thing is violence. That's your first and only recourse in terms
I'm
of
saying
discipline.
spanking in general.
You're probably
you just
a
don't
very
spank.
bad parent.
You don't spank. You don't need to. There are better ways to discipline your children. It's the same situation.
think that's true.
Where you talked about your bikers and the hitting your wife in order to, I don't know, show dominance or something. And it's fucking weird.
But
something
why are
weird.
you so
when a much more
concerned with
effective
violence?
method would be
Why are
well
you
because
so concerned
because
with
because
violence?
I believe in individuals' autonomy. I believe in people's right to exist free of violence,
Okay, but
free
like,
of
so
free of
then
free
why
of
are you concerned with
harm.
Why are you concerned with verbal violence? Like someone, let's say a man who puts his kids down constantly. or a
Verbal
woman
violence?
who's well, what I'm saying is verbal abuse.
Okay. What about verbal
It's
abuse?
significant. Verbal abuse. You talk about therapy. What do people do in therapy? They mostly say, "My mom or my dad treat." It can include violence, but usually the most devastating things for kids are to be told that they're a piece of shit, that they'll never be anything, right? So parents can be abusive towards their kids in a multitude of ways, including violence. I'm not saying violence
That was
is good.
You know, I had a teacher in high school, and I was in a vocational schooling where it was effectively like a form of special ed. I was just a very misbehaved student. I got spanked all the time.
By your parents?
And I was an incredibly misbehaved child. And I remember having a high school teacher that told me that I would never amount to anything and that the probability of me going to jail was incredibly high. It was higher. He said it was higher than anybody else in the class. He singled me out. There I was in the back just drawing, and this kid was telling me that. And then I went off and graduated high school, and I went to college, and I managed to get a bachelor's degree in management of information systems. I am now a systems administrator ongoing for over 10 years. I manage over 1,000 computers currently, and I'm doing very well for myself.
Okay, so
I
you had
wanted
a combination
to.
of
That guy.
So you had a
that guy
combination-
was.
Well, but according to you, but like first of all, that's not your parent. Second of all, your parents exercised physical violence, so it didn't have a bad outcome, right?
No, so here's the thing. I would probably be more of an exception and not the norm. And it's not to say that maybe there is if they analyzed me and see, like there's been an experiment, for example, where they observe apparently kids who have been spanked, when they observe neutral faces, they have a higher probability of observing a neutral face as a negative face. And so I just want to like point out that maybe it's possible that I look at a neutral face and I only see a neutral face. I don't see a negative face, but that doesn't, the exception doesn't prove the rule. If we observe a majority of people where they observe a neutral face and it's negative for them and they've been spanked. There have been giant meta-analysis on this with thousands of children involved where they're able to establish a strong statistical probability of negative outcomes as a result of spanking. This is why spanking is actually illegal in a majority of highly developed countries, because they know it's ineffective. They know it's harmful.
Okay. Well, you're talking about countries like Norway. Okay. And
yeah,
you're
like
saying
good
that
countries
they're
that people want to live. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I agree that it's illegal there, but like there's also incredibly high rates in Norway of suicide, mental illness, and their birth rates are extremely low. In Africa, I don't think there's a single country in which you could make an argument against corporal punishment against kids. And they're thriving in terms, they have almost no mental illness. Their numbers are booming, and they're going to be the burgeoning economies. But if you want to make a white supremacist argument that an ethno-state like Norway is superior to Africa, go ahead.
Norway is not an ethno-state. Where did you get that?
It's effectively an ethno-state. Yes,
no.
it is.
They have
Not
similar
by policy,
demographics
but
in the
de
United
facto.
States. They have similar demographics into the United States. In comparison of white, brown, yeah.
No, they do not.
Yes, they do.
No, they do not. Well, you're factually wrong about that. That's not true. Norway has similar demographics to like Vermont, maybe, but not. They don't have a 13% African population.
Let's see here.
It's a homogenous culture.
It's 80% Norwegian.
Yeah. What's the other percent?
Poles, Swedes, Ukrainians, Sami people, Danes,
so those
Lithuanians,
are all
Somalis,
white.
Pakistanis, Syrians, Thai, Iraqis, Germans, Eritreans, and Vietnamese.
Right. So, I mean, it's largely ethnically Norwegian.
And then you could also look at the Netherlands, which has the highest quality of living standard, which is very similar demographic statistics comparison white, but they live a very, very high quality of living standard. Lower suicide rate too.
Lower than what?
Than the U.S.
Sure. I don't know what you're arguing. Do you even know what you're arguing for at this point?
I don't even know anymore. You took me down some stupid rabbit hole. I mean,
No, you were saying the good countries, the white countries.
You know, I mean, you did say like
forbid
earlier that real men don't lie. And then you went and said that you never abused your wife, and that you also said in the same minor violence in the family should
I'm
not
not
be
saying
a police
I wouldn't
matter.
say
I mean,
I never
okay.
abused my
I mean,
wife,
you
but
know,
not in the ways people say.
okay, so you did lie. Wait, you did lie. You said you abused your wife, and you just said real men don't lie. You're not a real man.
Okay, but I'm actually giving you something. I'm saying these accusations are not true. I'm saying probably we all at some point
Are you a real man?
Perfect. Yes.
But you just lied.
I mean, you're such a child. It's crazy. I'm saying I'm not. If you
I
say,
mean, this is by your life,
say-
right? I don't look at like being a real man, not a real man. That's not important to me. What I find important to me is my virtue. Is what no, I don't really give a shit. I don't care. What's important to me is establishing my virtues. I have a very strong moral sense about myself, as well as how I feel society should be and what would lead to the best outcomes for people. And I mean, you fly in the face of that, really.
I don't know how.
Well, the fact that you want to
think like me
hit women
are
fucked up.
successful in individually and as a group.
You're
People like
successful
you-
right now, being divorced and
Yeah.
like
I
in
have
some
6 kids,
looks like a little
6
tiny
beautiful
apartment.
Kids. Yeah, I have 6 beautiful. How many kids do you have?
None.
Okay.
I don't want any. And I
And-
don't
okay,
establish
perfect.
my
So
value
you
or the
are a
value of other
failure.
people
You're
on
a
the basis of whether or not they have kids. I'm not like some weird.
People like you are going to go extinct, right? So you're going to lose.
I don't care if my family stops. I just would rather just make society a better place. Like, I don't know, like, is a person like Nikola Tesla a failure in your mind? I'm not saying I'm a Nikola Tesla.
I don't know
obviously
much about
not.
Nikola Tesla.
Well, consider his inventions basically have created the modern
I'm
world.
Catholic,
as far
so
as
I
we're
believe
aware.
that like many saints never had kids, but they had.
So they would be failures in your mind.
No.
Okay, so the fact that they have kids or do not have kids is not relevant to whether or not they're failures. Amazing. We did it.
It is somewhat relevant. But you see, you again say either it's all or nothing.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, you should consider him. He will lead you to your father. He'll help you get over your daddy issues.
I don't have any daddy issues.
You obviously do.
You
hate
really don't.
men, which is a real problem for you.
I don't
because
hate men.
You are male.
I said early in, I don't
Well,
hate men.
so then I said there are two things that mark men out as different than women, and that is the inclination to like physicality when they get angry, and sexually the inclination to like sort of act out, right? And you agreed with those tendencies. And I said our society punishes those tendencies. It does not punish the concomitant female vices in those areas. And that's true. And so why are you arguing for that regime that punishes males for being male? I agree that
I think
some males should be
if
punished.
people are violent, that we punish people for being
Why are you
violent
so
because it's
concerned
not
with
conducive.
violence? Why are you so concerned with violence?
Well, because it's not conducive to human well-being. I want to
so
live
but
in a
you're-
less
you're
violent
fully
society,
in favor of a
not a
massive
more
police
violent
state, right?
society. Would you be in favor of a?
You're fully
Let
in
me
favor
ask you
of
this: Would you? I have
you
two
think that-
societies in front of me, right? Society A, where it has less violence, and society B, that is more violent. Which one would you rather?
I mean,
live in?
we have to define violence, but I would say violence includes privation from movement. So, like a society that has a massive jail problem like ours, I think is violent. It's a violent society. But you are in favor of a massive police state, taking away people's autonomy, right?
You
For
didn't
spanking
answer my
their kids.
question. I have a society A that is less violent, society B that is more violent. What society would you rather live in?
I would want to live in a society that is properly violent.
So society A or B?
Well, that's like saying it's relative. There can be a society. Our society is too violent.
Chat, quick question.
In
Would
some
you rather
areas,
live in a
and
society
not
that's
violent
less
enough.
violent or more violent? Society A for less violent, society B for more violent. Jesus Christ.
Generally speaking,
This is wild.
societies tend towards violence. Yes, and that is bad. Yeah, but I don't believe.
Okay, so we
that
shouldn't
the
strive for
cessation of
more violence.
violence-
We should strive for less violence.
in some circumstances, and in some circumstances, no. I believe that if you're a man who lets someone
The
come
only
in
instance
and like
of
attack
violence,
your wife and children,
yeah, the only
then you
instance
should
where
be
I would
more
want
violent.
the only instance where I would want to apply a form of violence would be to prevent further violence. That would probably be about it. But that would be an argument of less violence, not more.
I agree, but why is violence? Wouldn't it be abuse? I would say, super easy. How about this? If I was to say, you want a society with more abuse or less abuse, what's your answer?
Less.
Okay, so if some violence led to less abuse, then you'd be in favor of that, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we agree.
So then police should take you to jail for hitting your wife.
Well, police taking someone to jail is violence.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
it's also abuse.
No. They're taking you to jail because you committed abuse to your wife.
You just keep, but you, no, wait. You just said that if there's less abuse, but there's some violence, that would be an ideal society.
Oh,
So you're
man.
differentiating between abuse and violence, right? You're saying abuse and violence are two different things, correct?
Abuse and violence.
But then
are
when it's
two
convenient to
different
you, you
things.
just conflate the two.
No, I think those are pretty similar to one another.
Are they the same?
I can't
Try to
think
use your
of a.
mind. Try to use your mind.
I can't think of an instance where they are different.
You
so
just did, you moron. If someone comes into your house and you punch them in the face, that's not abuse, but it's violence, right? So they're different things.
Yes. Okay. You're correct. That's okay. Fine.
So I absolutely agree with you that violence can be abusive, but can be non-abusive.
Okay, but hitting your wife
and verbal.
If your wife is mouthing off to you, should you be able to hit her?
Should I be able to?
I mean, should you be like? Do you think it's appropriate to hit her? No, I'm asking you and your wife. No police, just you and your wife.
I'm not married, but
I'm saying if you had a wife, my God.
Could I come up with any situation in which
if your wife is being verbally abusive?
So
no. Answer the question. Is if your wife is being verbally abusive to you, can you hit her?
Morally, or you're saying legally?
Morally.
Morally, I would say there are circumstances, but in our culture, because of the legal regime, you're better off walking out.
I'm asking you, no legal anything.
I believe that's true of wives.
Should you be able to hit your wife if she's being verbally abusive to you?
Is there ever a circumstance in which,
oh my God, dude.
Violence is a proper response to disrespect?
I'm asking you a very specific scenario. This is a yes.
No,
you didn't. It's a yes. You said yes.
I said yes.
Oh my God.
And I'd say the same thing.
As opposed to walking out and leaving.
Well, yeah, because no, I would say usually you'd be better off walking out, but
you're saying it should be okay for you to hit her if she's being verbally abusive to you.
I'm saying wife. I'm saying in reverse, it's true too. I'm saying if you're at a bar and a guy is like disrespecting like your wife, you should be able to hit him. I
don't agree with that either.
Well, if there's no real other way.
I would just talk to him. I would be like, why are you doing this?
Someone's
We're just
trying
hanging
to
out.
pick a fight with you. I mean,
I'd be like, why are you doing this? We're just trying to hang out.
There are circumstances in which men they're picking a fight with you, and the only response that they're going to respect is that of power.
Where are you going? Where people are picking fights with one another.
If you can get out of that situation, okay, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'm going to fucking leave this situation, but why do you need to fight?
Sometimes you can't.
How often are you hitting your wife? How often have you hit your wife?
Okay, great. All right, that's a great question.
I just want to let you know, I have never hit any of my girlfriends, any significant, like for several years, being in relationships, never, ever, under any circumstance. I think I remember I've gotten slapped once after a date. I did not like that. That was not fun. I didn't even hit them then. The idea of hitting somebody is just completely out of the list of options. I mean, the only way that I'm hitting somebody is if my life is in physical danger and there is no other option available. That would be the only situation. And like,
what if you were in jail?
Whatever, I'm just leaving.
What if you were in jail, and you were innocent, and someone accused you of, let's say, something that has nothing to do with violence, and you're in a certain circumstance where you have to, because jail is a little different. You have to stand up for yourself, or you will become, the guy that gets put on the bottom.
I'll be on the bottom. I don't care.
Okay, so yeah, you are okay. That
I'll
sounds
be on
consistent
it's fine.
with you.
I'll just deal with that. That's fine. I don't have this like, oh, I gotta be the biggest, strongest man. Like that doesn't. That's not my.
Yeah, I'm not saying
I like to look at things from an intellectual level.
If you don't stand up,
I like to look at things from an
intellectual. You are going to be put at the bottom of the hierarchy.
Well, no, I like to look at things from an intellectual level, not from like ape man level, right? Where it's like,
well, but don't you think you have some commonality with like chimps?
Yes.
Okay.
Like in terms that we have the same, like a range of teeth and the same, very similar skull structure as well as fingerprints. Well, I mean, we're similar, from a phylogenetic aspect, but like in terms of like behavior, we strive past, you know, our animalistic instincts of unga bunga me hit.
Okay, let's say you're in a situation where, let's say, you know, you're in a situation where someone's sort of attacking you and threatening you and your family. Okay. Now, me, I'll tell you, like, I'm not really much of a fighter. Like, it's street fights. I don't have any experience with that. Don't you think it's a good idea for me in that situation, if there's no real way out and I can't de-escalate? I'm 6'8". Okay, so don't you think it's a good idea for me to stand up and try to physically intimidate that person, knowing that I don't have anything to back it up? Don't you think
standing
it's
up
good
and
for me
having
to exercise
I'm not against standing up and having a physical presence. That's fine.
Okay, but
you're not causing any violence. You're just hey, look how big I am.
I'm threatening violence, though, aren't I?
Not really. You're just standing there. Like,
well,
you're not threatening any violence.
What I'm saying,
standing there and looking intimidating is not an indication of violence. No.
Well, there's an implicit threat of violence, obviously. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to make the guy back down and say, like, I don't think the math's going to work here. This guy's too big. Right. And it is somewhat, I can tell you, it's somewhat effective. Like, a lot of times guys will back down if they see a big 6'8" guy because they don't know, because all things being equal. But if he's got a gun, he doesn't care, maybe. But like, it just tends to calm a situation down.
So Pocket Aces 6756 is telling me Ben challenged a 5'6" Mexican man to a fight and had to back down from his threats when the guy accepted. Is that true?
No.
I don't know you. Apparently you're well known.
But I generally would not say, like, you know, I'm much older. This was a kid who's like 21. I would generally recognize that, like, younger men are going to have an advantage in a physical fight with me. I'm not in great shape, and I don't have.
I'm in good shape,
and I don't feel any need. I don't feel any need to, like, learn those arts, because I've found, I found that generally people leave you alone when you're 6'8". They just do. Even in jail, I was with, you know, criminals, and like, they basically left me alone because I was super tall. And
I wonder,
in jail,
I wonder how it would be to get into a sparring match with you. That would be kind of fun.
A physical sparring match?
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah, I mean, I would have certain advantages, but my thing with these guys is, like, of course, like, I actually have what's called the wingspan of a super heavyweight. So if
Pocket Aces says totally true. His name is Lalo, and he said the blood would be red.
Yeah, I got angry with this kid. Yeah.
So wait, is Pocket Aces correct?
About what?
He said earlier that Ben challenged a 5'6" Mexican man to a fight and then had to back down from his threats when the guy accepted.
No, but I mean, if I would generally de-escalate things with someone, but I did say, like, I'm going to come there and I'm going to make the snow red, because I was angry with him for being an asshole.
And then when he decided to not back down, back down?
Yeah, because I'm not going to get arrested.
So hold on.
But I said to him, like,
in one you seem to be like, oh, I want to be like more of a man, and I'm going to, like,
I don't want to
fight.
be like more of a man. No. Violence is rarely.
Wasn't this whole argument like talking about whether or not that masculinity is under attack, and now you seem to be perfectly okay with not being very masculine?
What do you mean by masculine? You think that it's masculine?
By your lights. I don't really care. Like, I for the Christmas special, I wore lipstick. I'm very perfectly okay with being more feminine. It's just for fun, you know, and
I have no problem with that. Yeah.
All right. And so
I'm not
I don't see once again where how masculinity is under attack. It's perfectly okay if you're not masculine, and I don't think it's a virtue to be violent. And I think you were arguing earlier that it doesn't seem to be a virtue. You'd like to step down in instances where, you could walk away from violence. It's not good to go to jail. It's not good to,
Sure. Yeah. I'm not a tough guy. A lot of people on the internet are internet tough guys. You're not trying to be one, but you're an internet, I think daddy issues guy, but like, that's okay.
I'm not a daddy issues guy. I love my father.
That's what all daddy issues guys say. But that's okay. I just proved to you that you have issues with masculinity because you agree with this inordinate focus on male behavior, like violence.
All right, hold on. Let me call my dad. Can you hear that?
I don't hear anything.
Oh, hold on a sec. Hold on. I gotta prompt him though. Hold on.
Well, you said your father spanked you quite a bit.
Hold on.
Right?
I got spanked all the time.
Okay, so how are you not like
bastard?
How are you not like opposed to him?
Because my dad loves me.
Okay.
And
does
I love
he
him.
love you? So did he, when he spanked you, it sounds to me like you kind of acknowledged that you deserved it.
No, I don't believe anybody deserves to be spanked. I mean,
well, you
if
said
you
you were
deserve
kind of
to be
out of
spanked,
control.
you're already too far. Yeah, I was a hellion. My God. Total
Okay,
hellion.
so your dad may have, do you think when he was spanking you, he was trying to help you?
Yeah.
To like stop being so crazy? Okay,
Yeah.
so at least you understand that the intention was good.
Yeah.
Okay, so if he had not spanked you and you had like sort of
If my dad
even
was
gone
better,
more crazy.
No, I think if my dad was better at disciplining, and understood better about parenting, he would have been much more effective. It would have been a much easier way to deal with me.
That's possibly true. Yeah, I like here's.
I know that to be true.
I know that you put me in a certain category, but like in my family, among my kids, I was always known as the nonviolent one. It was their mother who was violent.
People are
I was
telling
like
me
the nice
maybe
guy.
he does have father
And-
issues. His dad didn't answer him. My dad is often working. He's got a bunch of my mom and dad separated a long time ago. My dad, he had two more kids, and so they're my brothers. So he's often busy, with his with my stepmom and family. So, but he calls me back.
I'm glad you have a good relationship with your father, and I do sense that you do have some connection to masculinity because you
Zero.
get some things right, and then you
If
get some
only you
things,
knew how
I
deep
think,
the rabbit hole went.
Well,
I have
does your
zero
father-
connection
Does your
to it.
father have a good relationship with God?
Yep.
Okay, so is he a religious man?
Yes.
Okay, and are you religious?
No. I'm anti-religious.
Okay, what is his, if you don't mind, what is his denomination or
Non-denominational Christian.
Oh, so he's like an evangelical Christian?
He's just a non-denominational Christian. He doesn't have like a particular, like, oh, it's got to be this denomination.
Does he go to
He just
church?
likes, yeah, he does.
Okay, was he raised that way, or did he like?
Yeah, he was raised that way.
Become that. Okay, so he was raised non-denom Christian, and he spanked you, and you love him very much. So, what is it about that you've said no to? Both of those things.
To what, religion?
Both to you say spanking is like one of the greatest crimes ever committed.
I didn't say
and
it's
yet
one of the
someone
greatest
who committed
crimes ever
that crime
committed.
against
I
you.
said it causes negative outcomes.
Okay, but you also
It
recognize
does.
like that, at least in your father's case, his intention was good. So
Yeah, I get
maybe
people
he
saying,
could've-
but here's the thing. We would give kids things that were intensely negative for them because we didn't know better. Take, for example, we used to allow kids to smoke cigarettes. We don't let kids smoke cigarettes anymore because they're bad for you. We learned things and then we're like, okay, we're not going to do that thing anymore.
Sure, I agree. But I don't, and I agree with you that like violent parenting
So
is
we
usually
shouldn't
bad parenting.
spank. No spanking. Don't spank your kids. You should talk to your kids. There are different ways to discipline, and you can Google. There's so many different methods in your tool set that doesn't have any of the negative outcomes that spanking does.
Okay, what if you emotionally withdraw from your children as a way of punishing them. Do you think that that's abusive?
No, that's terrible. Don't do that.
Okay, well, people do it all the time.
Yeah, it's terrible. Don't do that.
Okay, so there are
all
different
you do
forms
is
of
create a
abuse.
rift between your child and yourself. It would be intensely negative.
Right, and I'm sure you would say, if I had to choose between my father withdrawing from me and him spanking me because he lacked a third way, I'd take spanking. If at the end of it he feels like, okay,
Depends
we're
on how
close.
bad this spanking is, but generally, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so
But
you
that
would
doesn't
say,
stop spanking from being negative. Like you're just comparing an extremely negative thing to something that is negative in general, and you're like, well, then I'd spank. You're like, well, but there are other methods. Like I'm showing you like a toolbox of like disciplining your kids, and I got all these tools that are available, and then it's like there's that one tool that, I mean, yeah, it works. You get immediate, but it has all sorts of negative outcomes. You could do the same thing, get the same exact outcome without any of the negative repercussion with this other tool. That's all I'm saying.
okay, so then why don't the police also do that? Why don't we have the police and justice
Oh
system
man, just
also
wait
do
till you're talking to the wrong person about that. I mean, I think that we should have for 100% much more in favor of rehabilitative efforts and not an efforts of retribution.
So I can agree with you that you're consistent there. I see a total consistency, but what I have often encountered is that people say, no, if a woman calls the police, they should come down and fucking beat the shit out of you, and there's no end to the privation you should experience because a woman was upset. Okay, I agree with you. If you're going to say, like, generally speaking, we should have a much more nonviolent regime in all realms, then I actually give you credit because that's very consistent. I could engage with that. But to say, like, the police should be extremely harsh, but that within the family, men should be absolutely nonviolent, it's inconsistent, right? Because if you're saying violence is a solution to problems, and I'll use again Norway as an example. In Norway, I think you can only get 21 years. It's like a much nicer kind of jail system. It is not primarily right. I wasn't like sentenced, but I spent 12 days in what's called intake, and it's a torture chamber.
So I want to.
I had guys
share this real quick. This is just for your reference here. This is a incarceration rate, and I'll just post it for you to observe. This is incarceration rates found among founding NATO countries. The incarceration rate, you could see the United States is really, it very much is through the roof in comparison to all of these other nations. And even in areas where...
Even in comparison to like China, an authoritarian regime, theirs is lower than ours.
Yeah. And so, well, there's probably flub numbers there, but with that being said though, it makes me go, okay, well, maybe because like we have higher violence rates as well. We have more gun crime. We have lower life expectancy. It makes me go, okay, well, maybe the retributive system that the United States has created is not as effective as people like to think. I get that it feels good, but it doesn't actually.
Well, it comes from
like
cowboy culture, frontier culture, and it comes, I think, from British imperialist culture, the manifest destiny. Brutality is in our blood, and I agree with you.
Well, I don't think any of that is in our blood. I think it's likely a cultural thing, and we can, and it's changeable.
I mean, it's the air we breathe. I don't mean it's genetic. I'm just saying it's the air we breathe. I think cowboy culture, violence culture, gun culture is stupid culture.
Well, this has been my push a lot with people, especially on the right. And I've said it over and over in many of my streams. I've said retribution is the cocaine of right wingers. They can't get enough of it. And a lot of people, they're like, what do they mean by retribution? I say getting back for some perceived wrong that happened. They're like, take for example, it's like, listen, am I in favor of putting pedophiles in jail? Yes, 100%. Do I think we need to look more of a rehabilitative
Wait a second. You think
measure?
someone who has, do you know what pedophile is? Someone who has an inordinate inclination. You think that's a crime to have the inclination?
No, you have to offend, right?
Yeah, so that most pedophiles are non-offenders.
Fair enough. I'm saying like if they
Okay,
offend.
so I agree with you. I'm liberal on that. And on the internet, you can't say that at all, right? Like, okay. But like, okay, yeah,
Well,
you're
so
saying
so
child
here's the
abuse.
thing. I want there like my idea is like an idea of outcomes. Is like how do I get it to where there's less harm to children? And there are effective ways. Not and retribution doesn't seem to be the most effective way.
I agree with you.
What the most effective way is people get the help that they need. They get psychological assistance for their ailment. That would be an example.
Doesn't largely help them.
So I've looked at recidivism rate. I think it's like 60% recidivism, very high recidivism.
Yeah.
I'm in favor of like, hey, rehabilitate, but also monitor the shit out of them. That's kind of where I'm at with it.
Yeah,
Putting them
agree.
in jail isn't gonna fix anything. It's just gonna make things harder.
Can I just make one conjecture? I don't think you're super hard left. I think you're a centrist.
Oh, I'm super progressive. I don't know.
You're super progressive? How? But you're saying like,
Well, I mean, you should
I
ask
mean,
me
I
about
guess it depends
LGBTQ issues. I think women should. I think trans women should be able to use the women's restroom. I'm perfectly okay with with minors receiving gender affirming care. I am perfectly in favor of.
well, but let's say there is someone who is, you know, that some people who are transgender are gyno something.
Yeah, it's
right.
it's,
so they get off on. Okay, so
no,
they get
it's,
off
it's,
on
it's,
sort of.
that's old research that has since been debunked.
Okay, so but you could imagine that there is a male who uses this transgender thing to offend women, to be transgressive, right? You're not in favor of that person being allowed to do that.
I think if somebody
Right.
commits assault in any bathroom, they go to jail. It's that simple.
Well, but I mean, I'm saying like
Has nothing
having
to do with. In fact,
your
trans
penis
people
in
have
full
a.
display with little girls
Yeah.
changing for swimming class. You would say that's not the society we should have, right?
I mean, I can see if I can pull up the autogynephilia theory. I can provide it right here. Give me a moment. Just make sure that this is correct. Or rather, if it's relevant. Hold on, just give me a sec. What the fuck? It's like a single dude. Hold on. Let me pull up a consensus. Give me a moment.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. So I used I typically don't use this, by the way, AI apps for this sort of thing, but there is a particular AI app that I do find an affinity towards. And the reason why is it is an app that that grabs studies in aggregate, where it gives an empirical finding based only on studies, not articles or anything like that. This is all.
Can I ask you a
studies.
question? Has anyone ever said you sound like Sam Cedar?
Do I?
I think you do.
Well, Sam Cedar's a really big YouTuber, so maybe I'll get there one day.
Yeah, I think you will.
Saying, is autogynephilia been disproven? Just asking it, open-ended question, and it looks like it pulled up 20 sources. Some studies suggest that autogynephilia as a comprehensive theory explaining most transgender women's identities and transitions is empirically flawed and should be rejected.
I agree.
While
Yeah, I
other
agree.
studies maintain autogynephilia describes a real pattern of sexual arousal in some natal males and use it to
Agree.
classify certain subgroups of gender diverse or cross-dressing men.
I would agree with that. Yep.
Okay, so I'm saying like,
Some. I wasn't saying like that
the
is
po-
the explanation.
Okay, so just
Some.
FYI,
Some.
like most trans people aren't autogynephilic, right? That's not their goal.
Right, but like, listen. Let me give you an example. When I was arrested in Massachusetts, and they had to do this thing like because it's a liberal state. Are you now? I could have said, okay, well, I'm going to get myself into the female prison because I want to be a predator there.
Yeah.
By saying I identify as you would recognize that is not good if I did that. I was
So
only
yeah.
there
So
for
I
my-
am a least harm person. So what that means is I would require the court operate under a predicate that they operate with the least amount of harm possible. So there would be individual cases where one person would need to go into one prison versus the other prison. So let's say, for example, that we do have a trans person that's has committed numerous sex violations towards women. You're going to the men's prison. You're going to cause harm to women by going into the women's prison.
Well, let me ask you just a basic question. Okay, because you say it's outcome based, and I'm saying it's nature based. But I think I would agree that nature based should also generally be outcome based. So I'm not sure that we have different
appealing to
starting
nature can sometimes lead to worse outcomes.
Well, okay, so take smoking for example. I'm a smoker.
Yeah.
Okay, clearly smoking is putting things in your lungs that your lungs are not meant. Your lungs are meant to breathe air, not smoke. So even without studies, I would say you could come to that conclusion. And just from being a smoker, you recognize your lungs don't function quite as well as they should, and you experience right. So I'm saying, but you can also do studies, and the studies are clear. So I'm not sure whether those are in conflict. If somehow, because I know.
Well, so a good example of this is a good example is cyanide, perfectly naturally occurring chemical that does exist in certain plants, and if you consume that plant, you're dead, even in tiny amounts. But in instances of, say, like a synthetic compound that has been generated in the lab to address a specific, and maybe an antibiotic resistance, that would be not only healthy but actually quite good for you. Just because something is natural doesn't mean it's good for you.
But you're conflating like nature with human nature.
All right, why don't you help me out?
Yeah. So for example. What is the tree that Socrates was given to kill him? It was
I don't know.
Juniper. Like we know there are naturally occurring poisons, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's not a poison.
Okay.
Right? Because it may be natural.
But I'm saying it naturally.
Like poison ivy is natural, but like rubbing it on your hands is not.
Well, in
accord with human nature because it's an irritant to your skin, and why would you want to effectively get a disease where your skin's flared up?
Wikipedia's human nature, it states human nature comprises as a fundamental dispositions and characteristics, including ways of thinking, feeling, and acting that humans are said to have naturally. The term is often used to denote the essence of humankind. However, this usage has proven to be controversial in that there is a dispute as to whether or not such an essence actually exists. Arguments about human nature have been a center focus of philosophy for centuries, and the concept continues to provoke lively philosophical debate. While both concepts are distinct from one another, discussions regarding human nature are typically related to those regarding comparative importance of genes and environment and in human development, as in nature versus nurture. Accordingly, the concept also continues to play a role in academic fields such as both natural and social sciences and philosophy, in which various theorists claim to have yielded insight into human nature. So based on what if I had to guess, like what would be an example of human nature, I would probably say something along the lines of intense self-consciousness. Do you know what I mean by that?
Yeah, like that's like we have what traditionally we call the soul.
Oh,
consciousness.
I don't believe in that. I mean, like intensely aware of your own
consciousness
existence. Like
consciousness.
Like if we look at a mirror, like if an animal, most animals, when they look at a mirror, there's some that do not. They think it's another animal.
Right.
They can't encapsulate themselves. Humans are unique in that way, where not only are we capable of encapsulating ourselves, we go even one step further, where we're like, how does this affect other people? How does this affect other creatures that aren't human? You know, how does this affect environment? How does this affect 100, 1,000 years into the future? Our semblance of consciousness is so robust that is actually developed into neuroticisms. Some neuroticism is we start to attribute purpose categories to things that provide no purpose. For example, the universe. Like if you look at the universe doesn't actually owe us a reason of existence. It doesn't actually need to have that at all. But we are so intensely conscious that we start to think, was this a universe created for us, and why? Does that make sense?
And without that, you really are lost.
See, me personally, I don't believe that that there is a purpose that the universe gives us. I think that purpose comes from within. It comes from what you like to do and what you find valuable.
Okay, so what if I find valuable killing as many people as possible?
I got to put you in a box. Sorry.
Okay, but you're saying you can't really argue against it.
Sure I can.
Why?
I think it goes against.
You can put me in a box. You can say you're just saying it's preferences, but that doesn't make any sense.
Well,
You don't believe that.
I think like what makes people have a more satisfying life. Notice I didn't say happy. I meant specifically satisfying. I believe a better society is reached when more people can live a satisfying life. They can pursue the things that they find valuable. So maybe one of your values.
Not universally true.
I believe that it is. I believe that the best possible society.
But what if I believe, like me personally, being
so like let's say for example,
as many mates as possible.
Well, hold on. So let's say for example that you said, well, what if I want to, like, it is a virtue, like I want to kill as many people as possible. Okay, great. Yeah. But in order to establish that value, that thing that you find satisfying, you have to ruin other people's ability of satisfaction in order to live out that one satisfaction. And in my mind, that's worse off than just not allowing you to live that satisfaction and other people live more satisfying lives as a result.
Right. But you're assuming that we all agree that we should care about like all people, when you could just say, I don't care.
I think we lead to a better society if you do. I think we do.
But some people would say, well, why would you say having a better society is like a fundamental issue? I agree with you, but like you can't really like justify why having a better society is better than having, let's say, my tribe succeed and the other tribes get wiped out.
Well, I think if all tribes do better, then we can trade with one another, and it allows for mutual trust, and it allows people to live more satisfying lives.
I mean, but if someone disagrees with you, how are you going to argue with them?
So if somebody disagrees, it would have to be a question of, okay, can I live with the fact that they disagree, or is the disagreement such a fundamental problem that they can no longer exist? That's a different question entirely. Like, and can it also be unlearned? Are there alternatives that mean, okay, we don't have to harm these people?
Right. But I mean, what I'm saying is, like, if you say, like, you know what we should do? We should round up all people who've had felonies and just eliminate them, and our society will be better. That's probably true.
No.
That's probably true.
No, because then you basically just made it permissible for the government to come in and all they have to do is slap a ruling on you saying you're a felon, and then they just kill you.
No, I'm saying you already have.
It would create a dystopia that would actually be more negative than positive.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I think I would agree with you, but I'm saying like some people, you could see the argument to say, okay, well, or let's give abortion. Let's what's it called? Make infertile people who have crime in their family, right? So,
do you think there's something inherent to doing crime and
whether it's nature or nurture, it's like, well, but like, so these people generally have criminals.
I think there's environments that enable somebody to commit crime.
Yeah,
I don't think that there's something inherent.
In fact, we already do this. We have a eugenics program called abortion, right? So blacks at 3 times higher rates have been persuaded to kill their children. And
so my solution
for white liberals.
My solution is not to ban abortion. My solution is improve socioeconomic conditions so that way people don't need to have abortions. So I would be like, hey, let's do everything in our power to assist. No, well, but here's the thing. Like, take, for example, and I've brought this up many times, is the educational system in the United States is completely out of whack. For starters, K through 12 education is largely funded through property tax, and property tax is garnered on a basis of a percentage of the value of homes in that general vicinity, typically by zip code. And so if you are grown up in a poor region that has low value of houses, then the amount of property tax that is garnered to go to the school is fundamentally lower, meaning K through 12 education is far worse for minorities than it is for white affluent neighborhoods.
There's an offset from the state and federal, so that
there is, but
there is somewhat of an offset.
I've looked this up. Nationally, it's about 70% is funded locally, and so in my opinion, considering we only have 3 states that actually do a redistributive policy, taking the rich affluent areas and taking some of the money and putting it into the poorer areas, because most states don't do that. Educational outcomes are worse, which means socioeconomic conditions are worse for those people as well, because having a worse off education results in worse off socioeconomic conditions.
Yeah, I understand the argument. Whether it in fact is like that is debatable. I do think the cost per pupil is similar in a rich suburb as in an urban neighborhood. But I would agree that it's ineffective. But here's a question. Are you familiar with something called Freakonomics? There were these economists who said, okay, like there were weird kind of unintended consequences of things. So they would say, they said, the reason we have, and I think you would acknowledge this, after the 90s, we had a decrease in violent crime is because the people who would have committed violent crime then were aborted because abortion became legal in 1973, I think. Okay, so
yeah, well, I think if you have poor socioeconomic conditions, you have a higher likelihood of getting an abortion because you can't afford a child. That's the major reason why people decide to abort their child is because they can't afford a child or they're not ready.
Okay, so that had a positive outcome in the sense violent crime went way down. If their theory is correct, of course, you can't say
that's correct.
1-to-1.
That is correct. So
you would be in favor
it is
of that
true.
policy,
It is
even
true
if it
that
disproportionately hit blacks.
Having access to abortion positively affects a person's ability to climb up in the socioeconomic ladder.
Okay, would you have a problem with the fact that that's also eugenic in the sense that it has disproportionately blacks have taken advantage of that?
It is a problem, and the only problem and the solution to the problem is to improve socioeconomic conditions so that way they don't need an abortion, not to ban abortions. I think abortions are necessary.
Okay, so so you're saying if I knew in 1972, like when this is being debated, that this solution would decrease violent crime, but it would also be exercised by minorities at a much higher rate, you would say we should do this policy.
I'd ask why.
Which is effectively eugenics.
No, I would ask why is it being done? Why do they want to do that? And then I'd be like, okay,
society, right?
No, hold on. Can you try one more time? What was your exact question? Because I think I misunderstood you.
I'm saying if in 1972 you're a voter, okay, and whatever, you exercise whatever power, and you're saying like, okay, we're considering making a federal, constitutional kind of argument that abortion should be good. And you know ahead of time that the consequence is going to be that violent crime is going to decrease, but also that the black population is not going to follow, like it's going to be exercised by blacks at 3 times the higher rate than whites. Would you say thumbs up or thumbs down? And I know you'll say, well, we should do programs.
There's a lot of moving parts to that. I mean, I think you're just talking about abortion, right? Like, because you're talking about it fundamentally lowers population and it reduces crime.
Well, it's not, I mean, I think it's a complicated argument, but like, let's say it does. It reduces crime, but it also reduces the black population from what it would otherwise be. You would say yes or no.
I'm in favor of abortion, if that's what you're getting at.
Okay. So if you can solve problems by eugenics, you would say, okay, good.
I mean,
so
eugenics doesn't show to be efficacious. If anything, has numerous,
their argument is
numerous moral quandaries. Really, very intensely negative. Take, for example, they actually did an experiment where it wasn't an experiment. It was an actual thing that they did where they took very high IQ, very intelligent, and as well strong people. I'm talking about like doctors, people who are like, very high up in their profession, astronauts, people like crazy intelligent and very handsome at that. They basically got like the creme de la creme of people. And they stored their sperm.
I don't see that as creme de la creme, but like you do.
They stored their eggs and they made babies. Now, here's what's interesting. Sometimes you would end up with a kid super smart, right? Very interesting. They would have a surrogate parent, right? And the whole goal of it was to improve overall society. So in some cases, they had a really smart kid and it was really cool. But then in a lot of cases, you would have like a child that was just severely autistic, just really bad health outcomes. And even if you had effectively what they considered to be perfect genetics in the 60s, the 70s, you ended up in a situation where that's not what happened. And it was like, okay, is it moral to strive for this? And, the answer is obvious. The answer is no. We don't argue in favor of eugenics under that fact. Does that make sense?
Well, let's say you say a less violent society would be preferable to a more violent society. And I think there's a correlation between testosterone levels and violence. I think that's pretty easy to understand.
Yes.
If a certain population had higher testosterone levels naturally, then eliminating that population would lower violence in the society.
Well, I mean, a person can have high testosterone but still be able to control themselves.
Right, but I mean,
just because they have high testosterone I mean, it's higher, but again, it comes to an individual case-by-case scenario. Some cases you have somebody who's very high testosterone but be perfectly friendly. Other cases, a guy could have high testosterone and be beating up everything. I think it's entirely dependent. There's so many factors that it doesn't derive down to just a simple hormone, right? So using hormones as like a way to discriminate against people would not be adequate. It would result in worse outcomes.
Okay, but you said the same thing about spanking. I'm sure you would
not
say
that, and I know it does.
Their kids.
We've observed that.
No,
I don't see how.
I'm sure that you would say not everyone who spanks their kids has terrible outcomes, right? So
sure,
you're just saying overall,
yeah,
right? And there are lots of well-functioning human beings who got spanked as kids, including you, right? So it's not an absolute. But
except
you would
the
say
part
the
where I have
policy
daddy
overall
issues,
should be based on outcomes. Yeah, you have some daddy solutions.
No, I
don't
have any
just
daddy
the fact
issues.
that you couldn't. You don't have any?
I don't. I really don't. Hold on, I'm grabbing a water.
Well, you might.
I don't. I mean, I disagree with my dad about religion. Is that daddy issues?
Well, the fact that you can talk with him about it and you can both have disagreements is not a daddy issue. The fact that you're heterosexual shows
I'm
like,
not
daddy
heterosexual.
issues. Oh, you're gay?
I'm bi, but yeah.
You're bi. Okay.
Yeah.
But see, the fact that you're open about it is, and I'd love to pursue this with you a little bit, because I believe that a lot of right-wing men, and part of it is this whole like turn towards violence, are closeted. I'm not going to say homosexuals,
They
but
are.
like,
You see how they keep
Yeah, okay, so
crashing
you agree with
Grindr
that,
every
okay.
time they meet up together?
yeah, I found
It happened
this to
at
be
Turning
very, very
Point, and it
prevalent.
happened at the RNC. Anytime there's like thousands of right wingers, they always crash Grindr.
But when you push them, they will actually. I don't know if you're familiar with Andrew Wilson. He's like supposedly this huge.
Yeah, I
guy on the
debated
internet,
him.
but I've
Yeah.
known him for years,
Yeah.
and I believe he has like serious issues of being closeted. He just a few days ago said he thinks men are more attractive than women, and that women are just using paint.
No,
to,
he
like,
did.
make
Wait, he
themselves more
said that?
attractive. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And I would like to say, and I think you'd agree with me on this. He'd be better off acknowledging that, and it's, I believe, more masculine to say, let's say, I think it's quite masculine for a man to say, like, I suck dick and I take dick up the ass openly rather than in a closeted way. So I think we might agree with that. And same with this guy Lalo that you're talking about. The
Here,
reason he drove me crazy is because he's not willing to acknowledge that he has these issues.
So just for fun, I'm going to show you. This is a study by the way, this is a total troll study. It really is. It's very much a troll study. But it's very funny. This is homophobia associated with homosexual arousal. The authors investigated the role of homosexual arousal in exclusively heterosexual men who admitted it a negative effect towards homosexual individuals. Participants consisted of a group of homophobic men, 35 of them, and a group of non-homophobic men, 29 of them. They were assigned to groups on the basis of their scores of index of homophobia. And the index of homophobia is done at W.W. Hudson. The men were exposed to sexually explicit erotic stimuli consisting of heterosexual, male, homosexual, and lesbian videotapes, and changes in penile circumference were monitored. They also completed the aggression questionnaire. Both groups exhibited increase in penile circumference to the heterosexual and female homosexual videos. Only the homophobic men showed an increase in penile erection to male homosexual stimuli. The groups did not differ in aggression. Homophobia is apparently associated with homosexual arousal that the homophobic individual is either unaware of or denies. Bruh.
I agree. That's commonsensical. But it depends what you mean by homophobia. I would say excessive homophobia is an indication of
Are you homophobic?
an issue. Well, it depends what you mean by homophobia. Like if I saw
Or hatred
two men
towards gay
kissing,
people?
well, you know the term phobia can mean hatred, but it can also mean just like aversion.
It's like
You
a
know, some
negative
animals are
attitudes, feelings, or
hydrophobic.
behaviors, including fear, prejudice, and hatred directed towards homosexuality, bisexuality, lesbians, gay men, and bisexual people, or LGBT in general.
I would say there's like there's a normal homophobia that heterosexual men have, which is like if a guy is really coming on strong to me, that I'm kind of like ick towards that. If you want to say that's homo in a way that if a woman was, it wouldn't be the same. I would not say that's. I would say
No,
yeah,
that's
you could
just
say
your
that's
sexual
homophobic,
preference. That has
but-
nothing to do with homophobia.
Yeah,
That's
but it's
just a
a little
sexual
bit ick.
preference.
It's not just like no thanks. It's a little bit like ick.
It's not
I'm just
homophobia.
saying-
It's just a sexual preference.
Whatever you wanna
You're
call it.
seeing something sexual, and you didn't like it. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can tell you this guy that I was going to get in this fight with. I think he has issues. He's a super right winger. He's a MAGA guy, and we went to WeHo, West Hollywood, which is it's like known as like a gay kind of mecca in LA. I was okay with it. And I thought it was interesting, because I was like, okay, there's these leather guys, there's like all different kind of cultures there, but I wasn't really fascinated with it. And this guy, and I was like, I'm not going to one of these clubs. I'm just going to hang out in the back. And I talked to a guy in a dress who was kind of, like kind of AIDSy, if I could say that. Like he seemed sick and he had like cuts on him. And it wasn't like I loved the guy. But this other kid, he went, you know what I'm saying, right? Like
I don't.
He was wearing a dress and he kind of looked sick and he had like cuts on him.
What
You
does
know
a
what I mean?
person
That's
with
part of
AIDS
that
look
culture.
like? They got like bumps.
I'm
in
not
their
saying he had
bodies.
AIDS, but like he didn't seem vigorous, right? He may have been meth or something, but like
Okay.
he wasn't like he wasn't like you know, like he wasn't the best face of homosexuality, right? He was
Okay.
sort of like you know what I'm saying. There are guys who are meth heads who are gay. Who,
Okay.
Like there are among heterosexuals. But anyways, it didn't like bother me. We were only there for an hour. We came back. We were staying at a hostel. Okay, so I was like, whatever, you know. But I was interested in how this kid, who is Latino, okay, and so he's from a culture in which it's like it's kind of machismo culture, and he's MAGA. He was, and he had gone into a gay bar where there, you know, everyone was packed in close together, and maybe someone rubbed up against him. You know how it is, right? A club.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like anything over. And he was fucking rip shit. He wanted to kill someone when we got back. And I said, well, maybe that's
so
and
you
even
went
when
into
I
a
was
gay
there,
club and then someone touched him.
he just had this crazy reaction. Well, I had actually, because for whatever reason.
I mean, if you're going into a gay club, I don't know what you're expecting.
Yeah, when in Rome.
To be fair, though,
I
like
walked-
people shouldn't be touching you without consent, gay club or not gay club. It's just,
well,
I wouldn't be surprised, I guess, is my thought process on that.
Well, for whatever, I had a problem. Like I had a wardrobe problem. I could only get a shirt that didn't really fit me and it was hot out. So I had it open. I was like walking around WeHo, open chested. And there was a gay guy who was with another guy who put his hand on my belly and then kind of sort of grazed my dick as he took it off.
Mhm.
Now I was like, well, you know, I could see how he's saying I look like a bear. I'm 6'8". I got an open, you know what I mean? Like, so I didn't take offense at it. It was a little weird, but I was like, you know, no problem. Right. But some people said I would have punched that guy in the face. And I was like, well, we're in WeHo. I could see how he'd not understand that I'm, you know, I look gay, right? Like in the sense of having an open shirt. So I was like fine with that. It didn't bother me. Even the fact that he kind of grazed my dick because he was with another guy and he was
Dude,
just
he
like,
grazed your dick? He touched your dick?
grazed it sort of like, but he mostly put
On
his hand on my
purpose?
belly. I don't know, but like he was walking by and he was just, I don't know. I think for him, he was saying, I'm being affirming.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, just FYI, like, no matter the situation,
I saw it
nobody
as a
should be
gesture of
touching you with it.
affection.
Okay, nobody should. Yeah, nobody
I
should
saw
be
it as a
touching you
gesture of
without
affection.
consent.
Yeah, I mean, I think in an overtly gay area, if you signal a certain thing, then I think if men say like, "Oh, hey, sweetheart," or whatever, like a catcalling, let's say.
Did you like it?
I mean, if you're wearing Speedos,
You seem
if
to
you're
be
wearing
thinking about-
Speedos and you get catcalled and you're like, "Hey, that's inappropriate," I think that's ridiculous, right? I mean, it's a sexual environment.
I'm in the realm of I don't care how somebody is dressed. I don't think it's appropriate to catcall or to. I think people should be able to wear what they want to wear. I also do think this is probably a bit of a weird take, a bit of a hot take. I believe that it should either be one way or the other, like in terms of like a law way. What I mean, I'm talking about the fact that women have to cover up their chest, whereas men do not. I think it's super inconsistent.
Oh, you want to see more topless?
So here's the thing.
Legal?
Here's the
Me
thing.
too.
Like either
We can agree
either
with
one
that.
or the other. Men have to cover up, or women don't have to cover up. Pick one. I don't care which one. I just
But
would
don't you
like it
think
to be
breasts Are a
consistent.
secondary sex. Don't you think breasts are a secondary sex characteristic and male
Yes.
chests are not?
Well,
Okay.
it is also a secondary, like men are looked at in a sexual way. If you have, big burly chest very similarly to how men look at women's chest. But here's the thing. Here's where I started realizing, okay, there's some inconsistency here. So I was thinking about, imagine there's like this really big fat guy. I'm not being fat phobic, by the way, in saying that. I'm just describing the person. That they're just a large man. They've got full blown D cup breasts, and they're hairy, and their nipples are just out. They got big old tits. Meanwhile, a woman, assuming, let's say they are A cup in their 30s, if she took off her top, all of a sudden it's like she goes to jail. Meanwhile, D cup looking ass over there in the corner. And by the way, much more unsightly, I'm going to tell you, right? For some reason, perfectly acceptable. I don't understand. It's not consistent in my brain. My brain goes, pick one or the other.
I would just say that whether it should be legal or not, I would not advise, let's say, a 16-year-old girl with the fruit ripe on the vine to take off her shirt and walk around, because it is.
Well, I'm not talking about any of that. I'm not talking about any kids undressing.
Or even 18,
I'm not interested in
even
that.
18.
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay, I understand.
I don't even want to get into that.
An 18-year-old girl.
I'm saying that it's not consistent in terms of the law.
It's perfectly legal. Yeah, right. And so Europeans, like in Europe, I think generally you can be topless, and no one really enforces. It's like socially enforced.
Yeah.
But like on the beaches, there are a lot of topless women. I think that's fine. I agree with you about that. I don't think it's a big deal. I think it more has to do with women as a whole. If they feel more comfortable with one or the other, I think the law should follow
well,
that.
they could choose. I think that they should be able to choose. And honestly, even if if it was okay, being topless is legal now, most women would choose to wear a top, and that's fine. I'm perfectly okay with that. Yeah. I just think going to jail over it is for public indecency. I just think it's inconsistent, considering a really big fat guy with C cup breasts. They could just be there and not go to jail.
Right. And generally, you're not going to be topless in formal situations.
At a
you don't
pool
go to church.
or
Even men don't go to church topless or whatever. But I would let me see if you think this is true. If there's going to be a topless protest, I think the men should be able to enjoy looking at those women's breasts. Is that okay? Heterosexual.
You can look, just don't be a fucking creep.
You could say nice tits. Okay, so we agree.
It's a little impolite.
I don't think it would happen very much.
A little impolite, but all right.
Well, I mean, if you're
not going to get in trouble.
Wow. But if you said to that woman wow, you have beautiful breasts, I think that should be okay to say.
Some might take it well, some maybe not. I don't know.
I mean, whatever. But see, that may be more a male mindset, and women might maybe think differently. But anyways, back to the story. This kid, so he went into the gay bar, and then came out, and for 6 hours, I was trying to say to him, I think you may have, because he was off the rails, super stimulated, really angry, filled with kind of, you know what I mean? That kind of desire to kill someone or hurt someone. He tried to get in a fight, and I was like, I think that experience for you may have been more complicated than it was for me. And there may be something here to explore, which doesn't mean you should go have gay sex all night, but maybe there's something here that you should deal with, you know what I mean? And anyways, it didn't work out, but I find that super common among young men. And I try to counsel them, and I'd love to get LGBTQ people to help them, because they see it as me putting them down.
I see it as just practice safe issues here. Practice safe sex, and here, not everybody is going to be. Some people are going to be having a lot of sex. Some people are going to have less sex. Some people no sex, and I don't. I think we, in terms of the United States, have just overblown sexuality so much so to the point that it becomes this incredible thing, when really at the end of the day, I think it should be more benign. It shouldn't be as big of a deal, societally speaking. Yeah. And this this shows a bit in, at least I noticed this I think when I first had sex for the first time, man, there was a lot of build up to that. There was so much build up to like your first time, and you're just like, oh yeah, it's gonna be like, it's gonna be like this and that, and like you had all the classes where they're telling you, how dangerous it is to have sex and blah blah blah, and like, oh, practice safe sex, and then all your friends are like, oh, you gotta have sex, oh, blah, 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 blah. And then the women they're concerned about, like, they have a whole different thing where it's like oh, you're like giving yourself up. And if you're in like a conservative household, you're like seen as like a piece of tape that if you like stick to something, you never stick the same anymore. It's horrendous, like super toxic kind of stuff. And there's so
the whole,
much
like,
buildup.
I lost my virginity.
Yeah. And then you finally have sex, and then it just happens. And you're like, that was it. I mean, your first time is not
right.
It's not, it doesn't blow your mind. You're just like, really? All of that for, just for this thing. And I think like culturally speaking, we look at it super like,
that's interesting. So are you somewhat familiar with, like, I don't want to call it the gay community, because I don't think that's really what it is, but like there is sort of
LGBTQ community, but yes. Somewhat.
But it tends to be like gays and lesbians are not in the same spaces, right?
What?
So, I mean, whatever. They're like a bathhouse is generally a gay guy place. It's not like,
okay,
right? So,
yeah.
But within that culture, what I find interesting is that gay men generally are
is bathhouses
much
still
more
a thing
tolerant.
in 2025? I don't even think
here in Rhode Island they are.
Okay, all right.
There's a whole section.
All right, go ahead.
We were known as the place. So among gay men, there is a kind of understanding of like boys will be boys, which doesn't mean that like everything's okay, but like I have found, because I've had encounters with gay men through like coming on the internet, so I get DMs and stuff. Sometimes it's gay guys, sometimes it's trans, but I find the communication style of gay men to be so much more honest than with women, because they'll just say like, I would really love to suck your dick, and I'm like, you know what, that's refreshing. If I was inclined that way, I get how
are you going to these groups
on that level. What's that?
Are you bisexual as well?
No. Do you think it makes me bisexual because like a guy?
No, it just you sound like you have personal experience with this.
Yeah, I've had many homosexual encounters, both a few in real life, but much more on the internet. And I think it's the type of guy who would initiate DMs with me is a certain type of gay guy, right? But like they will be much more direct and honest. And so I had one guy who said, I'll pay you $100 to urinate on me. And I was like, look, if I was around and I had to pee, I would just urinate on you for free. I wouldn't get much out of it, but like if you're happy. And then I sent him a flaccid dick pic, which I had made it's a long story, for a woman, and he was like super happy about it, and he was like, I've jerked off to this a bunch of times, and I was
whoa.
I'm happy to make you happy. Well, there's nothing wrong with that, right? So I'm saying I think that's
gotta
keep it more. To say, oh, do you think that's TOS?
I don't know. It's better to keep it more PG.
And I sent him one that I had. He said, I'll give you $100. And I said, I'll send you what I've got. And he said he had a great time. And I said, oh, I'm glad. But, I'm hetero. So like, and we had a kind of interesting back and forth, because he was saying like, there are some gay guys who will try to convert heterosexual men, and then but mostly there isn't much of that. So that like, I think the homophobia of saying like someone's trying to convert you, I don't think that's a big thing among gays. Like, I think they know certain guys, it's just, you're not going to get anywhere with them. But it was interesting having the conversation. He was very respectful, but he did say like, I would like to suck your dick in this way, whatever.
Well, this is one heck of
and I was like, I would love to hear a woman say that.
This has been a roller coaster ride of a conversation. I think we've been talking for what? Yes. How long has it been? Like 3.
Can I tell you something? I have a big platform. I'm not sure how big your platform is, but like
it's not big.
You're a very interesting person, I think. And I think you would recognize that I'm not quite like as easy to put in a category as maybe you thought at first, and vice versa. But I don't think you're quite a woke liberal in the sense of like I can't platform anyone who says X, Y, and Z.
Oh no, I platform. I do platform people that disagree with me. I personally believe that
you would probably talk with
I've
Nick
spent
Fuentes if
I've spent a great deal of time researching what it is that I know and why I have come to my position. So I have a very strong foundation that is there, and I'm always open to changes in that interpretation.
But can I tell you something? Because you are willing to have those conversations, you're like a unicorn. You know what I mean? Like because
maybe
people on the right generally, and they are assholes. Like generally, people on the right are assholes, as are people on the left. But like, you could be very, very successful. And I'm not saying you're a left lolcow. There are those people, but like you could be very, very successful if you were willing to go into those spaces, because most people don't want to be in those spaces, and there is a way in which the left has safe spaces. We got to be honest, right? I mean,
well,
you're not going to be challenged in a
I'm not
university
gonna lie to you. One thing that really upsets me is just blatant racists, like people who find other groups of people inferior and attributing problems. Like earlier, there was a discussion regarding, what was it? Somali people in Minneapolis. And we were watching a video, and a lot of people wanted to blame, those people for all of the problems, such as fraud. And even if let's assuming 100% of those committing fraud were Somali people, it's my belief that a majority of Somali people are not doing that. It's like a tiny ruining it for everybody else. And where it's like, I would attribute the fault to individuals, not to an entire group of people. And when people,
but why would you, let's say someone's a race realist and they attribute everything to race.
Yeah.
Why would you be hesitant to engage with that person? Because that's,
I'll do an initial engagement, but there is a cutoff point where I physically abhor these people. I think that they will make the world a worse place. And there's like a point where it's like, I can't engage with this person anymore.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. They're just assholes.
It's not even necessarily just being an asshole. I'm an asshole. I'll be an asshole.
Me too.
Okay. Well, good talk, Benthorpe. I'm going to open up the calls and then we're going to continue on. Thank you very much.
Nice talking to you, buddy.
Yeah, good talk. Bye-bye.
Take care.
That was a wild conversation. Holy crap. I don't even know how to address. Maybe I could take like one more call. I turned off the do not disturb. Junk says, "Uh-oh, this might get ugly. Ben thinks whites are inferior." What? What? Oh my goodness. Z-Raid says, "Thank God that's a..." What was wrong with it? That was actually a good conversation. Jesus. Wow, we're only... Holy crap, we're 38 subs away from 1,000. Isn't that wild? On the line with First Amender.
Hello.
Hello. What's your name?
It's me, Jibb again.
All right, what's up, Jibb?
Man, that last call was crazy.
That was a crazy call. Total roller coaster in my mind.
I'm surprised you had as much patience as you did. There was so much in that last call. It did make me want to talk about some of the similar topics he was bringing up early on, because he had discussed a little bit about like masculinity, and I was interested in that topic, but like everything he was saying, I don't want to be a jerk, but so much I was saying was just so contradictory. Like, oh yeah, violence is bad, but like I beat my wife.
Well, yeah. Well,
violence
thankfully,
is bad, but it's paying children.
well, I mean, thankfully, I think like we moved off of it, and then it became more. Oh, we got a subscriber. We got Crazy Stu has just subscribed. I want to thank you very much, Crazy Stu, for that. And if, by the way, if you're not subscribed to this channel, I'm a very small YouTuber, so any amount of subscriptions is huge for me. We're pretty close to 1,000 subs, so I thank y'all very much. Anyway,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Oh, go on. You were gonna say something.
Was there anything that you wanted to talk about other than how crazy that convo was?
Yeah. I just wanted to have maybe a little discussion as far as like what I view masculinity to be, because I've thought about it quite a bit. And usually I view masculinity as a form of self-refinement. So for me, masculinity is about like refining your physical strength, your emotional strength, and your mental strength. And if you're religious, you would probably add like religious strength onto that. So I think the more we refine our intelligence and like improve upon our arguments and our beliefs, like the better we get. So when it comes to people, like I'll just mention the last caller very briefly, who are more fixated on only the physical strength, but then not really considering like the emotional or the mental. I think when we fail in any one category, it becomes something else. So in disregarding the emotional and the mental, it becomes more of a brutality or, just brutish nature. And I think brutish nature is a very coarse and very rough version of masculinity, and not really something we should strive for because it sacrifices too much of our intellect and our care for other individuals. But what's your thoughts on that?
I mean, to me, like masculinity, it's like, okay, well, what do we look at that as? I don't know. There's probably some generic traits that are tied to testosterone that results in specific behaviors. I think with that being said, what just happened? Hey, we got Robert Lemons 172 has just become a member. You are now a soy boy supporter. How does it feel to support a soy boy? I think it's like 99 cents a month, and then you get access to my videos coming out earlier. So I appreciate the support. In terms of having, I don't know, I don't know why it plays the sound twice, by the way, that was twice. But, in terms of I guess being, more masculine, I don't see that as to be like as important, I guess. Does that make sense? Like it's not an important factor. I think like being a good person is more important than say being masculine.
No, I get what you're saying. And it's not that I think it's just like self-refinement is important for like the individual. Being kind to others is of course good as well. But something I've noticed is when people don't try to improve their mind or their emotional strength or like their body, they can be fooled by others a lot easier. I've had all sorts of like crazy belief systems when I was a lot more ignorant when I was younger. So for me, it's sort of like a self-imposed rule that I need to like improve and not be fooled by certain things, not be like manipulated. So I tend to be very skeptical of a lot of things.
Yeah. I'm not sure what else I can add to that, though, Jibb, I'll be honest with you. But I appreciate you calling in.
Oh, yeah. That was just like a few of my thoughts, or if you had anything you wanted to bring up on like the idea of femininity or masculinity. I'm like, it's an interesting
if a man is more feminine versus more masculine, I don't think it's of particular importance to me. It's very important to a lot of people. To me, it is not important. I'd rather see a person as a good person as opposed to whether they're more feminine or masculine. That would be independent. I think that's up to an individual's choice.
Maybe I'll ask my question a little differently, or maybe I'll make my statement a little differently. I guess I'll ask you what your opinion is on like self-refinement then, since that's a little bit different.
There's another good wall.
Can you watch it?
You want me to watch it
Self-refinement is different among all individuals. For me, self-refinement is reading things that I disagree with and then seeing if I can understand their perspective and see if I can encapsulate that perspective into my overarching knowledge base, I guess. Like
Sorry, could you repeat that? My pops just tripped over my fucking switch. I had to like fix that. I'm sorry.
So I was saying that I for me, like, and this is going to be different for every person. For me, like, self-refinement would be like I read something that I disagree with, and then I'm able to encapsulate the arguments that I disagree with into my overall arching knowledge of morals and ethics or economics or religion or whatever that is, taking it into account. Like that would be an example of self-refinement for me.
Okay, I see what you're saying. It's basically the same thing I am saying as far as being able to, when you read something or hear information, that you critique it and you try to find like try to see if it's like solid or if there's like any like inherent like fallacy or contradiction within the subject matter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what a lot of people should aim for, and I think like when it comes to masculinity, I think maybe people should like try to like go for like a more refined sense of it rather than. And when I think of like society, I think society tends to care more of like a brutality aspect, like a chauvinism almost. And I think that chauvinism sort of diminishes like a proper idea of masculinity. But I think for me, it's because when I think of masculinity, I tend to tie it and associate it very closely to heroicism, like classical heroicism. Because when I think of like how men are within like say ancient history or like fiction, like certain like grandiose ideals, grandiose like behavior patterns, I think that that's like admirable. So it tends to be disappointing nowadays when I hear the idea of it as just, your wife disrespects you, you better put her in line. I think that shit's like retarded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
But yeah, that it's just my perspective of the matter.
Well, it's good talk. It's good to talk to you, Jibb.
It's a good talk. Yeah, you have yourself a good one. Thanks for answering.
Bye-bye. That was Jibb, everybody. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. 20. Wow, we're already 6 hours in. Let me take a look here. What is going on in chat? All right, here we go. Oh my goodness. You're on the line, First Amender.
Hey, how you doing? This is Rob.
Hey, Rob, how you doing? What you want to talk about?
All right. Yeah, just subscribe to you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah. Look, why are we just it's like you just skimmed over the fact that this guy who is always promoting violence didn't say, yeah, but I slapped my wife though. I didn't.
Yeah, so I actually presented it to him directly and it didn't seem to go through to them, but basically he said real men don't lie. And
right.
then the next thing he said is, I never abused my wife. And then he said minor violence in the family should not be a police matter. So by his own light, he's not a real man.
Right.
And he didn't
Yeah,
seem to agree with that for whatever reason. I mean, fair enough though. Like, I just thought it was it was a very wild conversation. I don't think he was really
Right.
fully thinking about what the implication of his statements were there.
He was all over the place too, because he was saying subtle racism, but it was open to me. When he was saying, like he said, I don't know if it was Freudian when he said, well, the good countries.
Yes,
He was
exactly.
basically
It's like, what do you
saying
mean by the good
countries were the predominantly white countries.
Yeah.
That's what he basically said.
Exactly. And the other thing is like, that's really, really common too, where they look at like the good countries, but then at the same time, they don't seem to recognize like the rampant colonialization and the huge amount of history where,
Yes.
the United
These
States, as
things-
well as just Europe in general, had
All
gone
these
into those
countries aren't
countries,
where they are in a vacuum.
destabilized them, gained control, took their resources and took their stuff. And then when it was like no longer socially acceptable to do so, they just like fuck off, leaving a power vacuum that then results into militias fighting one another over the territory. And it's like, well, what did you expect? Of course you have a destable region.
Right. But
There's
then,
nothing
but here's the
inherent
thing.
about it. It's what,
Here's what they'll say too. Why can't they get their act together?
well, I mean, you could just
As
Google
though
it.
this
Yeah.
happened in a vacuum.
Yeah.
It did not.
Yeah.
It did not.
Or like,
But
or
now, I
like
miss-
brain drain, for example, where
Right.
where you have people in these destabilized regions, they're like, hey, I'm highly trained, I'm intelligent. Why am I going to stay in this destabilized region where I can barely
Exactly.
survive? I'm just going to go to a high quality of living society, which means that that particular society is negatively
It's losing.
impacted, right? And so I believe we as the West have a moral obligation to assist these countries in any way, shape, or form. Because I'm a believer that rising tides lift all boats. And if we can help them, they can effectively be economic players to help us in the future. If they're just economically destitute, it doesn't help anybody. It hurts them and it hurts us.
You're right. Now, I missed the one where you were talking about gender affirming care. From what I understand, it didn't go along. It didn't go over very well. But I want to say on that topic that I think it's fine. I prefer to be somebody 21 and up to get that. But I guess 18, I could compromise sort of, kind of, maybe. But for teens, I think that's utterly ridiculous.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think, let's say, for example, if a child potentially has gender dysphoria, should they be able to go to a psychologist to determine if they have gender dysphoria?
I don't know. I think there should be no laws involved in it. I think that's just a parental call.
Okay, so if you, that is gender affirming care. That's removing a restriction for gender affirming care.
So that would be a parent's call then.
Correct. I'm not against parents making that call. It's a parent's call if they want to take their kid to a hospital,
Do you think that a child, non-adult, should be able to get gender changes, operations, and things like that of such?
I do.
We don't even let teens to imbibe alcohol till they're 21, but we're going to allow them to make a decision on their body.
Yeah, I think that you need to have a trained professional determine whether or not that they have gender dysphoria. If they have gender dysphoria, then typically what you would offer is hormone blockers. They have roughly about a couple of years to then make a fully informed decision on what HRT will do. You can choose whether or not that you're undergoing HRT. However, you can't even get hormone blockers unless you exhibit signs of if you actually have gender dysphoria. It turns out most children.
Such as what are the things that somebody can identify
I'll pull it up.
positively, definitively.
I'll pull up gender dysphoria in the DSM-5. Hang tight.
I mean, I don't need to see 1,000 words on it. You're knowledgeable on the subject. What are some things?
I gotta pull it up. I'm sorry. Just give me a moment, okay? It's going to be found on F64.2. Give me a moment.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the diagnostic criteria, and this is what's called the DSM-5-TR. DSM-5-TR, just so you're aware, this is the diagnostic criteria manual that every psychologist and psychiatrist uses to diagnose a particular mental condition or disorder. They have to possess certain criteria in order to be considered as having a mental condition. So gender dysphoria, just so you're aware, is not necessarily being trans. Gender dysphoria is an intense negative feeling that is associated with being the separate gender from your sex. So there's a specific section regarding gender dysphoria in children and gender dysphoria in adults. Gender dysphoria in children.
So this thing is public knowledge. Could somebody not study this and fake it?
I suppose so, but this is why I think that a WPATH standards care specialist would be able to see that. Anyway, here, I'll show you right here. So A is they have a marked incongruence.
Yeah, I see
between...
it. I can read it. I see it. I'm looking at it. But what I'm pointing out to you is that if you're 16, I know it's hard if you really feel this is the case. But you can make it to 18. Do you not think there's some people who might grow out of it, or just kind of like, you know what, I was all over the place
most of them,
when I was younger?
Most of them do. And this is why it stops really at the psychologist level, right? And having this diagnostic criteria for having gender dysphoria is incredibly useful, because if they do not have gender dysphoria, then a social transition is enough. They often grow out of it. A social transition just means wearing opposite clothing and looking opposite from what your sex assigned at birth was. But I'll go ahead and give you the gender dysphoria in children. Like, this is what is required in order to have gender dysphoria.
I mean, you made your point with the data. I'm good with that. But the fact that most of them don't have it, if we allow them, I mean, even have to go through that criteria, if they prep themselves and then they went through and then they were 16 and then by the time they're 19, they're like, oh, man, I made a terrible mistake. Now what?
So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the desistance rate is extremely low. Like people who actually regret going through HRT. Very, very low.
What is very, very low?
I believe it was around 2%.
2%.
Yeah.
And so you're saying that the screening takes out most of the people and they're not.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to at least no sooner than 18. I don't think that should be a possibility.
Yeah. I mean, I could give you, for example, like if we look at if I actually pull up, for example, a tonsillectomy, it actually has a pretty high regret rate, but we still perform tonsillectomies. Let me take a look here.
But we don't. I don't need to read about tonsillectomies. But the point I'm making is this: that I just think that you should be able to make that decision for yourself. Even though 18 is still young, remember, in this country, we still don't allow you to have a beer legally at 18. But we're allowing them to choose to do this to themselves based on from the, what they're thinking or
with
feeling.
With an expert, I think is really...
With an expert. But but we know that people BS and experts all the time. So I just feel that shouldn't be the case.
This is why I agree. Like a WPATH standards trained expert. You can't just have any regular person do it.
However, I just think that now, if you have something medical, like how people are born with like both sex organs, sure. If you want to pick one, I don't really have a problem with that because you probably have both traits, and you might have a lot of chromosomes from both, and I don't have that issue. That I'm not talking about those people, like women who have exceedingly high amounts of testosterone. They might have other things going on with them, and vice versa. I'm not talking about that, but somebody just says, you know what, I just feel like I should have been born a woman or I should have been born a man. I just don't. I just don't think you should be able to make that type
did want to pull up this,
argument till you're 18.
I did want to pull up this particular study here where it talks
not
about
tonsillectomy, is it?
regret after gender affirming surgery. A systematic. It was about 20. By the way, for tonsillectomy, I believe a 25% regret rate was found. But 75% perfectly acceptable. And so this is why, I'm not against tonsillectomies, but it's regret after gender affirming surgery. And this is gender affirming surgery, not even gender affirming care. We can look at gender affirming care if you want, but it appears that the pooled prevalence of regret of gender affirming surgery was 1%. 1% of people regretted.
What time frame?
It's a total of 27 studies. It doesn't have a specific time frame, but it's 27 studies that pooled 7,928 trans patients who underwent
when they do it like that,
it underwent any type of GAS included.
When you do that, it just means that you're not. I mean, it could be 30 days after the fact. We need more specific data than that without a time frame. When you agree with that,
we would have to pull up the individual studies.
But when you
and
agree
what
with what I just said, though, when you agree with what I just said, you need more time frame.
It's a meta-analysis. I don't know if you would need to say.
No, I'm saying you don't think that we need more of a time frame to really let us know. Hello?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't think 30 days is enough to sit there and say, hey, yes, I'm completely. I mean, of course,
30 days is not enough time. You need more time.
Yeah, that's what I just said, but we don't know that how long this time is.
I would have to pull up specifically every single study to.
No, I don't want you to do that. I didn't even want you to do the study, but I'm just saying that you would need some type of, time to say after 5 years, so people feel the same. But you see, I just, and we can stop there because I'm certain that I won't change my mind. That I think that you should be at least 18, if not 21, to get that done.
Yeah. So what it is saying is, it says, after selecting the articles, we assessed study characteristics. We identified year of publication, country in which the study was conducted, population size, and the number of transmasculine and transfeminine patients with their respective mean age, expressed with SD range or interquartile range if it included study. In addition, we extracted information of the method of data collection, the number of regrets following GAS, as well as the type of surgery, the time of follow-up, and detransition procedures. We classified the type of regret based on the patient's reasons for regret if they were mentioned in the study.
Okay, so now, weren't you at one point in time, you said you were going to transition?
So it's been a bit of a journey for me. It's very personal to me.
But I mean, I'm only saying that because you said that publicly.
Yeah. With that being said, I don't know where I'm at currently with it, but I just need time.
Okay, that's cool. It's cool. But I was looking at some of your older posts and seeing that your skin is a lot smoother. So I was thinking that you had actually begun that.
Not yet. I'll let you know though.
Well, I mean, if you choose to, that like you say, it was personal. But I'm only talking about what you had already shared publicly, so I didn't
that's
think
fair.
that would be.
It's fair.
Okay. So you haven't done anything.
Not yet.
So your skin is just naturally that much smoother all of a sudden.
It is naturally that much smoother all of a sudden.
I mean, I'm looking at the older pictures of you up there, and then I see the pictures of you now.
I don't know what to tell you.
Like
I'm not. I'm being honest with you. I would let you know if I was. I would let you know.
Okay. All right. All right. Well,
It was good talking to you, Rob.
I don't know that much about the Somalia incident or whatever it was today.
Yeah.
But I just kind of saw that was the early conversation, so I just kind of glanced at where it was. And have they verified any of this information?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm sure it's true, like the whole situation going on. I'm sure I'm fine with acknowledging it. The problem that I'm having is the way that they've approached it, where they had said, for example, it's always a Somali driver and more than 800 of them are Somali owned. And and asking the questions, who runs it? Somalians, of course.
Driving what? Driving as far as what? The scam, I guess?
They were talking about like that there's trucks going to and fro as a part of this scam. And it is fraud for sure. Like I'm looking at it, like it clearly looks like fraud. In which case, great. Take them, put them in jail. They should go to jail.
Yeah.
I just think attributing the scam, even if assuming all of them are Somalian, it kind of presumes, okay, well then the problem is Somalians. And it's like, not really. It's probably like a really tiny minority of Somalians in the sense that, most men don't commit violence, but are men of higher propensity of committing violence? Yes.
Absolutely we are.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but we can't be surprised by that.
Yeah.
How it's being portrayed. Can we be? That this administration would go out there and, portray people in that. And not only, it doesn't have to be somebody in this administration. If it was, it's just the fact that the way the administration is, they have opened the door for people to make broad attacks like that on a group. Because that's how they do things now.
I don't know. Anyway, man, I've been streaming for about almost 7 hours. I think I got to stop. Because I'm going to end up getting more calls. But it was nice talking to you, Rob. Thank you for calling in. And for those who just subscribed or may consider subscribing, maybe you guys are watching right now, consider subscribe. I'm a very small YouTuber. Any amount really does count.
Have a good one, man.
You have a good day, Rob. That was Rob, everybody. So I do want to take more calls, believe it or not. I really do. But man, this is probably one of my longest streams that I've had. Going on now 6 hours and 40 minutes. So I think I'm going to stop it right now. Stop while we're ahead. And, we do streams like this all the time. We have conversations, full-blown conversations. That benthorpe one was wild. I didn't even know how to address this. That was a wild thing, man. That was crazy. Let me put some. Let's see. Is this going to play music? What are you doing? There it goes. All right, y'all. Z-Raid says, it's paying off, though. You're getting followers and views. Thank you. Depth Dweller Jibb says, stop it at 7 hours. All right. At 7, dude, I normally put a hard stop at 6, and we're at 6 hours 41. The people want more. Oh my God. That's wild. So it appears, oh, get this, right? Tomorrow, I'm going on Yerba Mate Talks, and Aaron Ra, the Aaron Ra, is going to be my debate partner. Aaron Ra. Do you know who Aaron Ra is? Here, I'll show you. Aaron Ra. Oh, we're getting a phone call. Damn it, dude. No, I'm gonna stop. We gotta stop. I'll tell you about Aaron Ra, and then I gotta move on. But this is Aaron Ra. He's sitting at 328,000 subscribers. This guy has been doing it forever, for so freaking long. This is one of the oldest YouTube channels ever, bro. And he's my debate partner. I emailed him, and so we're going to be there, Monday. Monday, we're going to show up on Yerba Mate Talks, and Aaron is going to be my, the debate prompt is Christianity logical? AWOL says, answer the phone, you wuss. Dude, it's 6 hours, 43 minutes. Dude, we're going to be on the phone forever. I'm going to stop for now. Okay. I'm going to just vibe, but I hope you guys enjoyed this. Stay tuned for more. We're going to have, we're going to have that debate on Monday. It's at 8:00 Eastern. Join my channel. Subscribe, turn on the bell icon. You'll see my stuff. Anyway, y'all have yourself a great rest of your night. Bye-bye.